Hello, hello, hello. Hello, welcome to Collar Land, folks. This is your host, Collar Genesis, aka Collar Rumble, the culture critic slash geopolitical pundit. When it comes to geopolitics and culture critique, this is where you want to be. This is where you want to be like that. I critique the culture. Like we had a guy, Kwame, last night, basically talk about the SWAT. No, that's something we got to get rid of in our culture. Singling out the Jews is stupid, is cowardly, because they're low hanging fruit in the white race. All you're doing is letting the freaking white Anglo Saxons, these other people, the French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, all these people off the hook by focusing on one little tiny sect and everything like that. That the world pretty much hates and whatnot and persecutes. So you want to join the persecution. That's the most cowardly thing in the freaking world. So stop the whole thing about small hats. I'm not gonna have it on my show. I'm not gonna have that on my show. I'm not gonna have that stupidity, anti-Semitism. The problems are deeper than the Jews. Jews are just one little tiny fraction of our problems. Our problems is our race. We're in the fucking middle of a fucking race war in this country, in the world. And it has nothing to do with Jews for the most part, so stop that nonsense. I'm gonna check it every time I hear it, the small hats color, Negro, I realize, right? The topic of tonight's show is, are you a foundational Black AmeriKKKan? That's what we're looking at. Black people are nothing but AmeriKKKans, All you are is a Ku Klux Klan Negro in blackface. That's all we have. When you listen to Tariq and all these other foundational, like Black Skin is Amazing, and all these people that want to delineate and stuff like that, all they are is Black Anglo-Saxons, Black Klansmen, Klansmen in blackface, So it's supposed to be a sad situation, knowing that you really, really want to be white, But so you basically act out and imitate the white man's posture of xenophobia and all this kind of stupid stuff that the white people are into because you think it gives you power and clout somewhere. There's nothing legitimate about the so-called foundational Black American movement. Nothing. So I asked the question tonight: are you a proud foundational Black AmeriKKKan? Now, when you have a title like "Are you proud of a proud foundational Black AmeriKKKan?" Things are going to get hot tonight. This is where you want to be. This is where your friend should be. Where everybody should be here. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell an enemy. Tell somebody that the Collar Genesis, aka Collar Rumble, the culture critic, geopolitical pundit, is on tonight. So let's get this party started. But yeah, so we got a lot to talk about tonight. I got this Black Skin is Amazing. I don't know if he deleted that video he did of me. He probably looked back, it was so stupid and whatnot. Like, he doesn't make any freaking sense. Kyle Jackson says, but look, the bottom line is this: the burden of proof is on you. There's a certain segment of white America who's saying, like this one racist chick, she said, this is our country, whatever like that. What about the Black people been here 400 years? They're not Americans. I'm like, wow. They took over a continent, named it America, and basically said you're not in it. After everything you contribute to this country, your slave labor, helping to build the country, fought in its wars, everything like that, you did everything you could to see yourself as an American, and they still don't accept you. That is sad, man. That is really, really sad, right? Hey, what's up, Frenchie? So therefore, when somebody like Collar Jensen says, well, it's time for us to have a nation for ourselves. It's time for us to look beyond America. It's time for us to part ways with America and white America and everything. You're going to try to freaking, you're going to join us and stick the patrols on us and bring us back to the plantation. The Black AmeriKKKan is people who want to be on the plantation, who don't want nobody to escape. They don't want to escape, but they don't want none of us to escape. That's why they always talk about our repatriation movement. They hate it. They hate the idea. They don't even want us visiting Africa. They don't even want us mentioning the continent. They don't want any sort of exit out of America. They want to make it seem like America is this fortress that we're stuck in here and everything like that. We can't even think beyond the borders of America. That's a affront to the foundational Black AmeriKKK people. So we're going to go in on the foundational Black AmeriKKKs tonight. My favorite people are bashed, the FBAs, the ADOS people. I just love bashing them, right? And if you don't like FBA ADOS, this is a place for you. If you don't like these freaking fools, these coons, these race traders and whatnot, this is a place for you, because this is what we do over here. We bash the Black AmeriKKKs, All they are is Black Klansmen and and blackface. If you just take a bunch of Klansmen, right, put blackface on them, and that's what you got when you with Tariq and all those other people. Put some blackface on the average Ku Klux Klan person. Tell them, hey man, take that shit off and put some black polish on their face, and you got your average thing. You got Black Skin is Amazing. You got Tariq. You got Yvette Carnell. You got Tone Talks. All these people, all they are is Black Klansmen. That's all they are is Black Klansmen. So it is what it is. But I do take some of their talking points away from them, right? Because everybody knows that I don't let Africans and Continentals off the hook and disrespecting our people. I don't let that happen. Everybody knows that. But God sure damn ain't no FBA ADOS. I'm not no delineator. I still believe that we're part of the black race, whether you're continental Africans or Black American, whatever like that, we're all part of the black race. I believe that, race trumps everything to me in my book. That may not be the thing in many countries in the world, because we cannot impose our view of race on Africans. Africans don't really see race the way we do, so they don't really see the things of black unity, and all that stuff is foreign to them. Because they didn't have our experience. And I respect that, I can't go impose my views on Africans. They don't have a lived experience in a white country like America. So it's different when you're colonized and you're around all the people that are you and look like you. But when you live in captivity in America, whatnot, you're very conscious of race and stuff like that. You're not conscious of race. It's like when you're the majority. So we have to really understand that, and respect that. I was saying that for years. I said, we can't just go to Africa. Oh, yeah, man, black to the 20th power and all this kind of stuff like that. What's up, my brother? Black power. And they'll look at you, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know about no black power or whatnot. I'm a Igbo. I'm a Yoruba. I'm a Bassa man. I'm a Hausa man. They're all about their tribe and their kingdom. Like Lewis last night was showing me some shit about the Ashanti. This is like Lewis. I said, well, I saw it. Are you telling me I should stop what I'm doing, my show, find some video about the Ashanti, get the entire fuck out of here? Are you kidding me? If I watch a video, I'll watch it on my own. I'm not gonna sit here and waste my time on my show showing everybody some boring video about the Ashantis. Nobody cares. That's what it is about these tribalists, when they always got to put their tribe or whatever like that, like they're so important. They're not important in the grand scheme. I mean, they're important in a way, but it's not important the fuck that I got to stop what I'm doing and be like, he actually wanted me to go look for some video or whatnot about some Ashantis giving the history. So I'm supposed to sit there and waste 20 minutes of my showtime researching some about what happened and shit. Nobody cares. What the hell has that got to do with us today, 2025? Nothing. It's not important. It is not important. So, yeah, we're going to have a good show tonight. Like I said, when you have a show like, are you a proud foundational Black AmeriKKK? And, things are going to get hot tonight. We're going to go down. It's going to be a slugfest. The collar is going to rumble tonight. It's going to be rumble, collar, rumble. So, this is a play. So grab a popcorn, grab some popcorn, grab some ice cream, some popcorn and ice cream, tonight, and a soda, sit back and relax and whatnot and listen to the College Genesis cook, and build tonight. So we're going to go like this. I was talking about that video. I sent it to, linked to African guys. It was a Black immigrant woman. I don't know if she was African. I don't know, some freaking stupid ignorant immigrant woman, trash. Where do we get these people from? Why is it that when people come to this country, we always get the friggin' trash, Why'd you put that in the title? Are you a foundational Black American? Because they are foundational Black AmeriKKKans. You can come up here and argue your point, G, and I respect all opinions and everything. The KKK, foundational Black KKK, So all these people are KKK people, If you go to the average KKK member and put blackface on them, there you got your FBA right there. They're no different, If you just take some black paint, shoe polish, and put it on the average Klansman, and say, hey, look, take that hood off, bro, and put some black polish on his face, and you let him start talking, you got your average ADOS FBA person. No different. No different. The way they hate immigrants, they hate everybody or not. The way they love America so much or not. That's what it is. They're black Anglo-Saxons, They're black Klansmen, The dumbest thing I ever heard in my life, ADOS FBA. So basically, bashing ADOS FBA is like my pastime, You never lived in. I lived in the South. I live in the South right now. What are you talking about? ADOS FBA is nothing but black Klansmen. That's all they are. At black Klan, they're nothing but black Klan members. Pretending to be black, pretending like they're pro-black. All they do is it's a freaking joke, man. ADOS FBA. G's down with that ADOS FBA shit, man. What is it about this spell Tariq has on these people? Tariq is a freaking con man. He's a grifter. Why can't people see that shit? You're being played. In fact, Tariq did a video attacking a Liberian system. Now, I don't tolerate attacks on my Liberian people, right? So get this. A Liberian sister made the thing that she's really Black American or foundational Black American, whatever. And she was saying, my ancestors, mother side is Native, but father side is American Liberian, whatever like that. Okay, which qualifier? So basically, I was like this. She has American Liberian culture. Like, then you got people in his comment section like, no, once you leave America, you're not a foundational Black. See, this is what I'm talking. See what I'm talking about? If you leave America, the borders of America defined by the white man, right? You're no longer them. That's how stupid these people are. So none of the people that lived, the African Americans that lived and that went to Dominican Republic, Haiti, Costa Rica, Panama, Sierra Leone, Liberia, South Africa, even in the Congo, they don't know. I guess you don't consider them so-called foundational Black American. See how fake that is? See how fake that movement is? It's not about lineage. If somebody comes from the same lineage, that's your people. They only define people. That's why I said these people, all they want to do is they think that they cover by saying these people left America, so they don't deserve reparations. They know they are not going to get no reparations check, right? And no one wants their damn reparations check, right? But everybody I think knows not going to get it. What they don't want is immigrants being able to come here in America and be successful and being and mixing with white people, Proud Black. No, you're a Crenshaw. You're a proud Black AmeriKKK. Put the 3 Ks in there, take out the C, and that's you. Proud Black AmeriKKK. And this is what it's all about. They feel that the Black immigrants are replacing them with white people, so they want to let everybody know that they are Americans and blah, 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 and the immigrants come over here. Y'all always complaining about America, racism, and we come over here, we get jobs, we work, we send money back home, we get education, and y'all always complain about racism. So white people are like, okay, if they don't like America, hey, we'll bring you Nigerians in. We'll bring you Ghanaians in. We'll bring you Liberians in, And next thing you know, Black people know there's a real possibility they could be replaced, And that's what this is all about. Some Negroes in America feel like they're being replaced, So then we're like, I'm a proud Black American, blah, 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 Okay, whatever. That's funny. It is really funny. Like I said, I have a PhD in Negroology, When it comes to the American Negro, there's nothing you can tell me. I have a PhD in Negro. And what a warning tonight, too. When watching it, listen to the College Genesis, please do not be drinking any liquid because you will choke and spit your stuff out because I am that funny, I be crack myself up sometimes, So this is a show, man, a lot of humor and stuff like that. You never know the punchline or joke's coming. So I don't want anybody to be caught off guard. Next thing you know, you're choking and whatnot. Collar damn you, man. I almost choked from laughing and whatnot, So, yeah, essentially, Stan Burr. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Collar's time before collar rumble. Okay, star, what is it, star B boy? What the hell is that? But star boy? I guess it's star boy. I would have spelled it that BUOY, a BUOI. That would have said boy, star boy. That would have said more effectively, but you spelled it wrong. BWOY. That don't sound right. The Y should say boy. The Y, the W should at least been behind and back of the O. So it's like boy. The BO. Boy. I don't know. You don't need the W. Let's go boy. You're supposed to put a U in there. It's supposed to be UOY. Boy. Not. But you guys boy, boy, war. So it is what it is. He says, if you're not American, look, I'm a U.S. citizen. I said, look, I'm a U.S. citizen. I am not an AmeriKKKan. That's an ideology, a mentality. I'm a U.S. national. I'm a United States citizen. I have a United States passport. I travel the world as a U.S. legal United States citizen. I was born here. I am not an AmeriKKK, and I don't have any allegiance to any sort of American creed and all this kind of friggin' nonsense and everything like that. And the Constitution gives me the right to have this viewpoint because I have freedom of speech. People forget something. You have a right to dissent in this country. You don't have to friggin' wave a flag and be patriotic and all this stupid stuff that the right wing tell you. You got to be a mouth breathing, flag waving, flag saluting motherfucker. Look how think about Ruby Bridges. Ruby Bridges, who the hell's that? Ruby Bridges. I don't know. Is that the guy who shot JFK? Ruby Bridges. Who's that? Is that the guy? I don't know. Who's that guy? Who's Ruby Bridges? Tell me, G. I don't know. That's slipping my mind, man. I'm getting older. I'm gonna refresh my memory. Who's that? The little girl that was integrated. You talking about the little girl that they tried to integrate in Louisiana or something like that? I think it was. They would use, the family even said, I saw the movie, a documentary, they said the family felt like they were used by the bourgeois black people. They said they didn't see the bourgeois black people who wanted integration, a little girl that was being escorted, protect her 4-way on her way. Yeah, I remember the story. Look, I know the story, but you look at, you ever read the real story, what the family really said about that? They said they were being pushed by these black elite, most of these light-skinned black people in Louisiana. These people, these light-skinned people that basically ran everything in Louisiana. They wanted integration with white people, right? But they didn't want to put their kids in danger. So they used Ruby Bridge as a test run, They put all the darker-skinned black people out there first to test their racial theory about integration. And then when it seemed like it was acceptable, then they brought their kids in, but they didn't initially put their kids in harm's way. And some of the black people like, look, something, why are we going through this? Why are we, what is this all this for? And the people that were the black leadership, the bourgeois, the NAACP, and all these other people said, it's for the good. Being black and white together is going to solve our problems and whatnot, So, I don't know about, well, not all Creoles are light skinned. That's what we'll talk about last night. Not all Creoles are light skinned, but yeah, those were in Louisiana, the people that were pushing integration, the elite were light skinned Creole people, not all Creole people are light skinned people, that's how it was back then. Well, the bottom line is this, there was a lot of black people, like Malcolm X was around that time period. They were like, why don't we just build our own schools? Whatnot. Black people needed their own school. Black teachers needed, so you bring black kids to a white school. What was the point of that? What was the point? What was the point of putting that little girl through that cycle? That girl went through trauma. Her whole life, she was traumatized, I saw it. That wasn't that very long ago. I remember back in the 90s when she was all grown up or not. That girl went through a lot of stuff, a a lot of mental problems and everything like that growing up. Because that was really, really hard on those people, just like the people who did the Little Rock, the black people with Little Rock. A lot of those people were really were troubled and traumatized in their life. These people, like the people when the news cameras go away and stuff like that, and you got Martin Luther King, all these people giving all their speeches. Oh, we integrated. They don't look at the aftermath of how these people turned out. These people were really traumatized by what they went through. A lot of them basically became drunkards, alcoholics, and some of everything. But you got to sit there and talk about integration, blah 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 blah. You're a great AmeriKKKan, So it is what it is, folks. Nothing's good is going to come out of integration in America. I don't know what integration is. Now in the 90s and whatnot, what happened was you start building new communities in the South and new subdivisions, and black people naturally start going to school and stuff like that together and whatnot. But basically, the idea of integrating black people and white people who live completely apart and busing them to the same school, what the hell was that supposed to do? Nothing. Telling black people to move into a white neighborhood, that's, you didn't want to do that shit, So, but the South basically, one thing what saved the South was all these new housing developments that popped up in the South, and whites and blacks just naturally moved together, and somehow that's what Virginia Beach is, And Virginia Beach was founded in 1963 as a city, incorporated city. But there was many different. The thing of Virginia Beach is like Miami. It was originally black. You had Blackwater, you had SeaTac, you had New Light. I was raised. Look, I used to go to the South every summer. I used to work on my granddad's farm. I was in New York, but every summer we go to the South. That was always a thing. We always spent our time in the South. That's what we did. We always left New York in the summertime, and we spent the whole entire summer in the South when I was growing up. And I went to school for 1 year in the South in the 5th grade. So I take that as no. So, G, what are you trying to get at, G? Integration was also about our taxes while supporting white schools and not going back to black schools. Separate, yeah. The bottom line is this: what we had to do was create a black tax base. That's what all black people wanted. If we had jobs, investments in the black community where people were getting employed and buying property and stuff like that, we would have had a tax base. But we didn't have a tax base. FBA all day, FBA, Foundational Black AmeriKKKs, all my Foundational Black AmeriKKKs. Get your Klan robes out, get your tobacco, start spitting tobacco, get your cross burning and whatnot, you got the Black KKKs in the house tonight. Sav 97, so it is what it is. So we're gonna have some fun tonight, man. I can see the usual FBA trolls are here tonight. They're in the house, they're in the house. They're here in force tonight, and we're gonna start talking and discussing them. Like I said, we'll put the link in the chat room in a few minutes. Whatnot. I want to see people come on up. Step right up. Step right up. You ain't for no separation, bro. I'm separated like my. What the hell are you people? The separatist Negroes and whatnot. What the hell are you Negroes gonna separate to? We're gonna separate. And nigga, you ain't got no place to separate to. Just put it like this: we're fucked in this country. Can't separate and we can't integrate. And then we got goofballs like Baruti around. Giving up silly advice when it. Colin considered Angola plant. Look, what the fuck am I? Look, the bottom line is this. When the time comes, if Angola is a place, I'll do that, But the bottom line is this. I says, I'm the only one doing something. You have to just wait until I could do it. And people's like, well, Kyle, I thought you like, look, I'm like this, man. I know we need to build something in Africa, something in Africa. But, I as much as I love Liberia, I think that probably the perfect place. That in Ghana, right? The poverty level is just too much, right? Let me tell you something right now, folks. It pains me to say this, right? What's going on, RB? Greetings from Cruzerville. I was through there. And I was in Codwell. I was in Cruzerville. I was in New Georgia. I was in all those places, when I was in Liberia last month in March. I was all through there, White Plains. I was in Carriesburg, I went through all that place, I went through all through Liberia, whatnot, There's not any part of Liberia except for the Maryland County. I have not been, the only part of Liberia I haven't been to is Lofa and Maryland counties, the two farthest parts of Liberia. I've been up to Nimba, and I've been, River Cess. I haven't been down there yet. I've been far down as Bangrambassa, Maghrebi, however you spell it, Macerado County, Bomi County, Cape Mount County, and I've been to, I'm going to make my one day to the Grand Jita, meet the Kron people one day, and break bread with the Kron people. Try to find something. The tribe of my enemies, So I'm going to try to make peace with the Kron people one day, Elvis's people. One day I will make it to Grand Jita, meet the Kron people, see what's on their minds, pick them out and stuff like that, Yeah, I know the Cruzerville is founded by the people from Barbados. They had their own settlement. People think everybody from Liberia came from America. Cruzerville are people who came from Barbados and made their own settlement. Yeah. What debate about Liberia? I already finished. I'm always right. Elvis is a goofball. What can I say? Elvis is a clown. So. I don't know if you represent the Kron people, Elvis. I don't know about that. Well, actually, I know Kron people in Monrovia. I said the Kron people in Grand Jita. I've never been up to Grand Jita. So I don't know. How that like other Kron people. My driver was a Kron man. My first driver, Jamo, he was a Kron boy. So sweetest guy you ever meet in your life, Jumbo. He was a Kron boy. So I don't know. Why is there lack of paved roads? Why don't you go there and pave them then? Liberia does got paved roads. They're getting there. Slowly but surely. These countries, Sierra Leone got paved roads. So like this. So if you want to pave the roads, go there and pave it, man. I mean, shoot, what's wrong? What's wrong with a couple of people saying, something? I'm going to volunteer my summer to go over there and pave some roads in Africa. Kyle, you consider me to be silly about my. I'm not saying that, but you asked the same comment 20 times. I agree. Yeah, but since no one's going to do it right now, I have to. That's a good idea. Yeah, but what can I do about it right now? I can't do shit about it right now because I'm by myself. Nobody help you. Yeah, you at the Calabash. There was one waitress there, man. She's really cute, man. I forgot her name. You got a waitress there named Letitia? Man, she is freaking hot, man. She is hot, man. Well, Isabel was like, "Oh, you can't go there, man," because this girl was like really nice to me. Isabel was like, "Get the hell out of here, boy." Isabella watches me like a hawk, man. I was like, "Oh, this girl was cute. Though. I ain't gonna do nothing, man. Young girl, but she was fucking a model." Name was Lakeisha. She works at the Calabash. She works in the daytime though. She's freaking beautiful. Yes, confusion always happens among black tribes because someone's going to serve the cracker interest. Yeah, well, the bottom line is this. Yeah, what you call it? That's a good, man. Tonight, Saturday night. This place is jumping on Saturday night. Calabash is jumping on Saturday night. They usually have the karaoke. People they be playing songs and people like singing the song. I mean, Calabash is nice. That's the nicest club in the damn world. It's the best club I've ever been like that. They call it, he thinks you're a MAGA. I'm not no damn MAGA supporter. Oh, you fucking on crack? Who said I'm a MAGA supporter? I'm not no damn MAGA supporter. You on crack? Who's a cracker who said I was on a MAGA supporter? Sorry, can't do MAGA, bro. Can't do that. Goat meat, soup, and rice. Nah, I like that fish. I like that spicy fish they got. That big ass fish, man. I eat the freaking thing. Dinah's the Trump supporter, Oh, hey, look, I'll tell you this. I as much as you may say about Trump, I still am glad he won the election rather than Kamala, I'm still glad about that. I'm glad she didn't get in office. I'm glad Biden, Obama, all those people are finished, that's what I am glad about. The only thing is, I don't think Donald Trump is living up to, because I thought he was going to leave Africa alone, and he had no Africa plans. So that would left Africa in our hands, But obviously, I was fooled. He does have an Africa plan. So that was a miscalculation on my part. Other than that, yeah. So the border, you can't have people roaming across the border like that. I believe every country, a republic, you have to have laws. Laws have to be enforced. That's one thing I do agree with. You can't just have people sitting in the country illegally collecting Social Security and shit like that. And you can't have that. So look, the bottom line is this: if the Democrats were like the Democrats of the 80s, the 70s and 80s, Trump wouldn't have won. The problem, the Democrats are made up mostly of, I would say, minority groups, illegal aliens, fringe groups, LGBTQ, gays, feminists, every weirdo. The Democrats are just a party of rejects. That's why Trump won. If this was the 1970s where the Democrats were mostly blue collar, white and black people, Trump couldn't have won. But the bottom line is this: anytime you can get the Republican, get the friggin' thing. I love red snapper fish, but I think I don't know, G ever tasted this, bro. Yeah, but G, how do you know about red snapper fish? You never been to Liberia, bro. But the best fish in Liberia is cassava fish. That's the best fish because it's really meaty. It's really fried cassava fish is the best fish in the world, especially if you got a really good fish and it's really meaty and whatnot. Oh my God, it's delicious. It's freaking like finger licking delicious, Cassava fish with some white rice and spice. That's the meal right there, man. Makes me want to get back to Liberia now. Hopefully, if everything goes right, I could probably go back there probably this year again. I can go back there this year one more time this year before I go there next year for the tour. So, yeah. So I was in Philly. It was my massive Liberian community. Yeah, I get it, but it's not like eating Liberian food at Liberia. Liberian food is the best, best food. I never really tasted any other African food, but just looking at some of this other African food, I was like, nah, I think I'll pass. Liberian food is really, really good. Really, really good cuisine. A mixture of Black American culture, and African culture. It makes fused together, and Caribbean culture fused together. That's what makes Liberian culture so unique. It's a mixture of everything. It's a fusion of everything, so that's what makes it so unique and good and spicy. But I don't know anything about any of these other cultures and whatnot, so I don't know. I can't just eat it. I don't eat everybody's food, Senegambia, I don't know. I have not eaten Gambia. I mean, I don't know. Only African food I really eat is Liberian food. That's the only food I really eat. Or maybe somebody could basically take me to a Nigerian restaurant. I wish there was a Nigerian restaurant or African restaurant where I lived at. We got Jamaican restaurants like crazy here. You got nice soul food restaurants here, Black food, African American cuisine, and you got Jamaicans. It's only Black restaurants you have here. So I don't know about any Africa. I don't know why Africans don't get into restaurant there. Now, there's one Monrovia Lounge in Dallas. When I was there, I went to go see it, but it was time constraint. I couldn't make it. My guy, Few Will, he has a Liberian restaurant. It's supposed to be really good. It's a restaurant nightclub called Monrovia Lounge in Dallas, Texas. Next time I go to Dallas, I'm definitely going to go there, I wanted to go there, but I didn't have the time, I was with a group, so I had to get on a plane, so I couldn't go, The perception of Angola's government, so-called Africa, to hearing that they are Angolans. What would be your comment on your perception of Angola's government and so-called African relaxed to hearing that they are Angolans? What your power impact of the narrative? Well, I don't know. Like I said, that's a card to play. If Angola is going to be the country that really really gives us sanctuary, hey, that's going to be the country that gives us sanctuary. Hey, look, it is. If they don't, hey, look, but we just have to tell people all the time, look, this is what you gain, right? If you want to see it, this is what you possibly can gain. If you don't, this is what you're going to lose, right? And let them make the decision, simple as that. But once we start coming, like I said last night, there is no turning back. It's going to be the road to nationhood, right? Like I said, once we land, it's stuff like that. Say, oh, yeah, but no, look, that's what people, I tell people all the time. They don't know our people very well, Once we go over there and say, oh, yeah, we like this place, why not? You can't be coming back and saying, well, I just, no. There will be bloodshed. There'll be war. I know our people, There'll be war, and you got to be prepared for that, I'm sure all these places got good food, Angola, I love Angola. I don't know about their food, but I heard his foods are really good. South Africa, I look at South Africa has really good cuisine. I've seen their restaurants and their food. It looks really amazing. South Africa has really good food, So I've never been there, but I'm just seeing going by videos and stuff, South African food looks really, really good, So you got to ask Hustle Smart about Nigerian food, Yeah, South Africa really outranks everybody as far as their quality of restaurants and their food and everything, their service and whatnot. It's very professional. I heard Kenyan food is good too. I heard Kenya has good restaurants and stuff like that. A lot of these countries, man, let me tell you something. They have a lot of these countries in Africa that are built around the service industry. They be having top chefs like you won't believe, man. You see the display, the plates and everything like that. You order friggin' a fish and it's cut up a certain way and whatnot, fried and whatnot. And then they have the rice. The presentation is everything in a meal. Now look at a lot of African countries. They got good. One thing they do is got good cuisine as far as that stuff. I don't know where it came from, whatever that. Investigate why African food is so amazing. I don't know why, but it is. Why? Like I said, you think, okay, when you look at African food from like a standpoint of what you see people eating on the streets, when that looks disgusting, right? But as soon as you hit a restaurant, it's like, holy jeez, man, holy jeez, man. The plate presentation alone, especially like when most African countries, when you ask for dessert, and they know how to do the drip, how they drip where they put the chocolate on it and whatnot, if the presentation is off the chain in these African countries, the way they serve everything from ice cream. Like, damn, you don't even think about that. When you think about presentation of like food and stuff like that, you don't think about Africa, but but it does, man. You got like this, I don't know anything about Nigerian food. You have to have Simple Police or Dynasty. Dynasty seems to like it. But yeah. So topic of tonight is now Ross Moisture is here. He said you're a foundation, not Black AmeriKKK. I'm not a Black. Yeah, I know I'm not a KKK, and I'm not a Black KKK, and I'm not that. So that's you're right about, So I'm not a Black KKK, AmeriKKK, That's what the foundational Black American is, a KKK, black and face, like I said many times before. If you basically are, you can just go up to a Klansman, right? A redneck Klansman, right? Put some blackface on him, polish on him, and you got your average ADOS FBA. That's all it is. A fucking Klansman and blackface. That's all it is, When Tariq was saying that about the Liberian lady, why is Tariq of all fucking people, right? You can't even say, okay, well, I understand Liberians have our culture, blah, 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 blah. He's sitting there saying, see, these women want our reparation. Look, I swear to God, man, if I ever met fucking Tariq or you FBA people in real life, it won't be pretty. It won't be pretty. And I'm not a really, truly violent person, but you ADOS FBA people, I swear to God, don't ever run up on me. Don't ever run up on me. Don't let me see you in public. Talk that stupid shit, If you basically, if you, whatever your philosophy is, right? Like, let me tell you something. You say it's about lineage, right? Okay, Liberians, American Liberians have our lineage. Why is your lineage only starts and stops in the borders of America? No, you just want to be an American. That's all that is, you know? It's not a damn lineage, because if it was a lineage, you basically would be embracing the black people from America that settled in the South Africa. People know there was a Henry McNeil Turner built a community in Johannesburg in the 1800s. You know, you'd be talking like this. I'm not saying violence is the answer, but you guys, man, are pushing this to violence, man. When you guys start dividing our race, you know, like this, when we got real racist people trying to destroy us all, black, African American, Caribbean, everything. You got people really trying to destroy us all. The white nationalist movement and the white supremacy movement. You got Donald Trump motherfuckers who are going to bring white South Africans in. And basically, next week, the first white South Africans are coming here. You know, so while he's basically kicking all these people of color out of the country, right? And basically he's basically bringing white people in here and whatnot, you know, because white people see one thing, they value each other. But the ADOS FBA people or the stupid people, they're basically are so against their fellow black race. You know, I basically be checking these stupid Africans with their nonsense all the time. You don't need to be an ADOS FBA. I'm here checking Africans and their bullshit all the time, you know? But when you basically feel like Africans got to leave and this is our country and all like that, and you say, okay, Africans say, okay, it's your country. But you say you accuse Africans of trying to steal your reparations and all kinds of stupid stuff, but you know that pimp has no ability or no anything to be a political anything to get you a damn reparations check. That's just an excuse people use to hate Africans and hate Caribbeans. They're after our reparations check, you know. Check. You know, look. The person Tariq was talking about was here legally, you know. We're talking about here legally, you know, they were here legally. So these people don't want people here, other black people here, and they go after other black people here. I said, okay, my whole thing is this. Let's say there's Africans here, illegals, right? And okay, I get it. They got to go back to their country, right? They got to go back. The law takes it. But I am not going to be out there calling ICE on nobody. That's the difference. I'm not going to go here. How can they steal what's owed? Look, you don't have any power, you know. You basically, the black people, when we said that we want to be American, they gave us the 14th Amendment. When we fought the Civil War for this country and with the hopes that we would become American, that canceled our reparations, bro. That's your trade-off that you were going to be part of this country was your reparations. People don't understand that. You can't say I'm an American and say now you owe me. No, you would give them what was owed. They gave you your freedom and they gave you citizenship. That was it. That was a golden ticket. That's why black Americans can't be deported. You know, that's your thing. You know, so this is how you get reparations, right? You leave this country, you become a nation state, right? And then you say you everything that you ever done in America, you got to discount that because you cannot do that because you got too many successful black people here. You know, you got to even with redlining, you still got black people here able to. What they do is this: they basically, yeah, you're 3/5 of a human, but the bottom line is this: that ask yourself, why do we accept the civil rights movement? Why do we accept the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment? We basically was telling them that we could have, even if we didn't go back to Africa, we could have went to Mexico, you know, we could have went to Canada. We could have went any place. We chose to stay in America, knowing that this country was racist, knowing that it was going to redline us, knowing that it was going to lynch us and do all stuff like this. We chose that, you know. Now we want to sit back and be like, hey, look, you know, America owes it. No, America's like, this is what you chose. Now, if we would have said, look, you know, we don't want to be part of America, You brought us here. Now it's up to you to get us, relocate us to Canada, Mexico, Africa, whatever like that. That's reparations, you know. But you can't just say I want the full rights of American citizenship, and I want all this stuff like that, and also you owe me reparations. It don't work like that in the real world. And this is why the reparations movement will never happen. That's why I said all you people, uneducated people, don't know how the world works. You know, reparations only is done by is done through force. You have no ability to force white people to do anything. You have no position like that. You're completely dependent on that race of people. We don't even have our own jobs. We don't even have our own banks. We have nothing, you know? So you have no power, no nothing. We allowed ourselves as black men to sit in another race's country and dominate us, you know? You know, so this like this. So yeah, not all black communities were burned down, you know? So but thing is like this, you know something, DJ Biggs? All the black people who went to Liberia, they didn't get their properties burned down. There were settlements like Black Wall Street in places like Monrovia and Maryland and places like that, Maryland, Liberia, and all these places in Liberia that were thriving, you know, while black communities in America were getting burned to the ground. The black people who decided to go to Liberia was thriving, you know. So we tried. Also, the black community that went to the Dominican Republic, got the hell out of America, was thriving. The black community that went to Nova Scotia in Canada was thriving, right? So the bottom line is this. So when you sit in a country, when you know that these people hate you, they know that they got the power to do that, know that you can't do anything about it, right? And we chose to just take our chances. What do you think was going to happen? Now you want to come here like, yeah, our community was burnt. No, the shit. What part of it do you understand? If you build anything in a white man's midst and he has the ability to destroy it, he's going to do it. What the fuck? I mean, geez. It's like... Man, we tried to build something in the Rosewood. We had, of course, you had it. They won it, so they destroyed it. You know, damn. You know. God, you said more American slaves should have moved to Liberia. Yeah. Not just that was 15,000 from America. There was also large numbers from the Caribbean, other parts of Africa, and also people from the interior of Liberia and surrounding countries that came and became part of the republic, you know. So the black people from America was not the largest group that went over there, you know. So, but the bottom line is, yeah, had there been look, black people after the Civil War, during the Civil War, right? A man named what's his name? John. What was his name? John Hancock? No, not John Hancock. What's that one name would say? Fake wrote the. They try to make it seem like the fake thing they was trying to say he was the person that wrote the Continental Congress. It was actually a Liberian man who basically was in America. There was a Liberian senator that was in the United States in 1862. Receiving recognition from the Lincoln administration. Lincoln recognized Liberia. He was there saying, I'm ready to take all the Liberians ready to receive all the ex-slaves and basically millions of them, right? If you finance, so Lincoln said, yes, that's what we're going to do. We're going to finance the voyage of the black people. We're going to start with their strip of land from Wilmington to Jacksonville, Florida. We're going to move all the blacks to that area. John Henry, no, that wasn't John Henry. John Henry was a man in the railway. I forgot his name, you know, but everybody else confused him with trying to make it seem like that Liberian senator. They tried to make it seem like he was more. No, first of all, they didn't have photography at the time. They wrote the Continental Congress. You know, all the ignorant pseudo shit that be floating around the internet. This is the first black president of America. He was a John. I don't know what the hell his name was, you know, but that's what it is, you know. So he was in America. I can't think of his name. I can't. It'll come to me before the show's over. He was in America, and he was negotiating. He just got recognition in Liberia. He was received by the United States as a diplomat, the first diplomat, 1862, when Liberia was recognized by Haiti, was John Hanson. Yeah, John Hanson. That's it. Thank you, Elvis. John Hanson. You know, he was in America to basically facilitate the millions of black people in America that could have made Liberia a powerful republic, right? But the Negroes in America, right? No, we're American. The Frederick Douglass types and all these other people. No, no, no. We were born on this soil, blah, 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 blah. And then sort of what happened was, the 40 acres and a mule was a promise that never happened, John Hanson was like, look, we'll give you every black settlement. Look at my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, what they call a given promise. That means if you agree to settle to Liberia, right, and you will get 25 acres of land in Liberia. They have plenty of land in Liberia. And basically, so they were going to settle millions of black people over there, but it never, Lincoln was assassinated. The plan fell on his ear. They want to settle black people from America in Haiti, Cuba, Dominican Republic, anywhere outside the United States. And the United States was going to pay for all this, get black people set up outside America. We would not be going through all shit right there if that would have happened, But that's what happened. Bishop Henry Emilio Turner, he ended up taking his people to South Africa. He settled in South Africa. So people, when we start having these discussions and whatnot, we talk reparations and stuff like that. The reparations movement was tied to repatriation and nationalism. What you have is like Tariq is somebody who believes in integration because he lives with white people, he lives around white people and stuff like that. The reparation movement been hijacked by these integrationist race mixing people, the Tariq Nasheeds, the Rhett Carnells and stuff like that. The black nationalists have always been like reparations should be about us getting a new start in our own land. That's what it's all about. That we basically should be protected. Even if we stayed in America, we should have special enterprise and districts that basically that we only control and whatever like that. That's what they were trying to do in that area, that strip of land from Wilmington to Wilmington, North Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida. They want to put all the black people in the South in that area, right? And then develop a trade between that area from Charleston and Wilmington, all these places to Haiti and Liberia. And that was going to be the black man's manifest destiny. Lincoln was pointing the black man to Haiti and Africa. He did not want black people to go into the interior, and to the north. We were never supposed to have the Great Migration to the north and compete with Irish and all these other people like that. They want the northern states and everything like that to be populated by white immigrants from Europe. That's the truth, G. The college genesis only knows it. That's why they call me the culture critic. That's why I'm the geopolitical pundit. That's why I know my history. You don't. I don't candy coat. Look, I don't come here with a little tiny little it says you have you could demand all you want, it don't mean you're gonna get it, and I'm not gonna sit here and waste my time with we gotta demand. I got other things I gotta do. I'm sitting here complaining with a bunch of broke niggas about getting some money from this government, this broke ass government and whatnot, is not one of mine, Fabi Nicole Griffith, never heard of him, I know there was some African Americans that went to Haiti, in large numbers, and it was large numbers that went to the Dominican Republic, settled as Serrana, something like that. There was an African American community still to this day. They have the same culture as black people in America, right there. And doing matter of fact, one of my friends, Raul, right? I remember his sister was fucking fine, man. She was a Dominican chick. But Raul used to always say, yeah, his last name was like Hamilton or something like that. I can never understand why is his name Hamilton. But he used to always say he was African American, I'm Black American, right? I said, how you be Black American and you from Dominican? Then years later, I understood the story. There were black people in America that went to the Dominican Republic, He was one of those Dominicans that basically identified with Sonoma Peninsula, yeah. So, so it is what it is, Facts, America is the best country to obtain financial freedom as a black man. Yeah, you can get money here. I say this is a country where you can get money, man. Go ahead and build something here, get some money, man. I can't say a Negro sitting around. If you're a young man, you should be out there doing all kinds of things what you could do to make money and make yourself wealthy. There's no other country in the world you're going to make money like you do in America. Don't sit around. Don't listen to these bums sitting around talk about we're going to get a payday. No, you better get out there and get it. Get your education. Get your skills. Do something with your life. You know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of these ones that sit around. Oh, we need no. We need to build something for ourselves. You know. So it is what it is. You know. But yeah, so. Are you a proud foundational Black AmeriKKKan? You know, with that, we're like an hour into the show. You know, I know there's some people that want to disagree. If you want to disagree, call in. If you want to rumble, I'm the caller rumble tonight. You know, we're gonna rumble. You know, so want to call in, folks. You know. In Haiti, we have people, surnames like Wilson. If they got those names, they were actually part of the African Americans that went there. You know, the numbers of African Americans that went to Haiti. Some went to Haiti, some went to the Dominican Republic, someone went to Costa Rica. You know, so this is like this. So, well, I said no. I don't know. No, Black people in America are not sitting on waiting. People that sit on the internet all day complaining about and follow Tariq Nasheed are sitting around waiting for reparations. The real Black people aren't on the internet. They're out there living their damn, you know. Oh no, here comes Ben. Oh Lord have mercy. Here he comes, man. Here comes Ben. Man, I'm gonna get it. I summoned the spirits of Ben Yusuf, you know. What the goddamn motherfucker Ben said one time, he goes, I go, Ben, what about reparations for the kids, the education? Motherfucking kids, man. What motherfucking goddamn kids? I want my check. Oh man. All right, Ben, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up now? Ain't gonna be long, but I just want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what the United States would be without foundational Black Americans?
Foundation Black AmeriKKKans. Look, the bottom line is this. I know white people will be happy. You know, that I do know. They will be happy. You
But
know, on one hand, look, this is white people in a conundrum. On one hand, they like our music, they like our culture and stuff like that, but they just don't like us. You know what white people are like? If they could basically only see us, if we were in some other place, you know, we work great for Black people, and we went someplace else, right? And basically, went someplace else and basically produced our culture and sold it back to them, we could probably make a fortune because there's no stopping of white people our culture. You know, they just don't like us. They just don't want us living next to them and stuff like that, right? But if we let's say we built our own nation and say, you know something, how are we gonna make some money? Well, we're gonna make a lot of music, we're gonna make a lot of films and everything like that, and sell it to white Americans. They would love that shit. You know, they would make money because you know Nollywood can't sell in America, you know, but Black American culture sells. You know,
you know that if Black people were to disappear overnight, there would be mass suicides amongst whites.
why is that?
They, and another thing that would happen, they would all start killing each other. See,
Why you say that?
because we are the only thing that brings them together. Because you look at their history in Europe, they've always been fighting each other. And if I don't know if you ever visit Europe or not, but they will talk about each other. They'll talk about Italians or French or Germans. You know what I'm saying? They always had the 30 years wars, the 100 years wars. So they're like a hand, and Black people turn that hand into a fist.
Hold on. Where does scapegoat? We'll just say where's the scapegoat.
Yeah, we're the proverbial boogeyman because a white man can wake up in his trailer home, hooked on meth, just got from being on top of his cousin, first cousin, not have a job, but he can say, you know what? But at least I'm not a nigger. You see what I'm saying?
That's the American culture. You know.
Yeah. If you take that away,
Yeah, even if you took that away, I think they would still find a way. We're always going to be on their mind, their imagination, whatever like that. Even if we're not
yeah,
around.
we
You know,
live in
you
that
got to
mind rent
hold on.
free.
Well, you have Black people in some areas like in Arkansas where there's no Black people, and it's still the white people say, "I hate niggas," blah 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 blah. Well, damn, you don't live within 30 miles of one. I don't know, but I know they're there somewhere. If it was someplace else, they would still find a way to hate us, you know?
Oh yeah, it's a fascination because the African and the Caribbean blacks can fill that void. We're the main hunt. When you go hunting in Africa, you want to bring back a lion, some type of big game. You know what I'm saying? The African and the Hispanic blacks, they're no fun. They're no competition. You see what I'm saying? That
Money Green said, "Do you know how many whites died and fought for our liberation?" You can't speak for it. Look,
with
what
the
it was
Civil
this.
War wasn't fought for slaves. You know that it was to
So the
preserve the
Civil
Union.
War was fought for to preserve the Union. You know,
Yeah, exactly. The slavery thing was an afterthought. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
The Lincoln
Even
said,
Lincoln said that.
if I could save the Union without freeing one slave, I'll do it. If I could save the Buffalo, I'll do it. Whatever it takes to save the Union, preserve the Union. If I don't have to free one slave, whatever like that, they didn't give a damn.
Yeah.
Main thing, and rightfully so, they were trying to build a republic. Then after slavery was ended, they compensated all those slave owners for all the money they lost. You know.
Yeah, they did the same. The Europeans, I think the British did the same with the colonies in the Caribbean. They got
Yeah, man, it
reparations.
compensated everybody. Everybody got a payoff, man.
Yeah,
Okay, it's
because you
wrong
look
to
at it.
colonize people, but we're gonna go ahead and compensate you and whatnot. You
Yeah,
know.
because if you look at it, when they were over here, if you want to say we were always over here, but when they were using their own devices, Roanoke in Virginia, all of those colonies failed until they brought us over in
Oh
the
yeah,
mix.
I know that. I know that. The bottom
You see what
line,
I'm
if it
saying?
was not all the colonies in from New Hampshire, no, Massachusetts, all the way down when there were people starving and dying, right?
Yeah, they was eating each other.
What made these colonies profitable finally was the mercantile trade with free labor. You
Yep.
know,
We were the
free
special sauce.
labor
And
and
then our
mercantile
know-how.
trade. You know.
We knew about building because all those houses in agriculture, those houses and mansions in the South were built by black men, slaves. And you even know black men today, you go down to Memphis or Tennessee and Mississippi, some of those old houses are still standing that their
Although
great
things like
grandfather
this,
built.
if you look at the coast of the United States, the eastern coast of America, it was heavily wooded. So clearing the trees and building the roads, stuff like that, you know, so you could plant farms and stuff like that. That took people always say black people just picking cotton. No, the slaves were used to clear the field, to cut down trees, clear fields, well, like that. So our labor, our blood, that was blood, you know, our blood labor is what made America possible, you
Oh
know?
yeah, it made them one of the richest nations on the planet because
Yeah,
our oldest
because they had the
corporation.
seed money to invest in all kinds of science,
Yeah,
technology, and everything like that. So,
could
yeah,
you
the
imagine?
slave America is was built on the America was built on the backs of slavery. You know, slavery. That's how it
Yeah,
is.
could you imagine if Apple didn't have to pay its employees, how much money they would have?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, so that's how it is. You know.
Yeah, and
And
this
now that
goes
you know,
for the Western
check
world.
this out. It was like the mercantile system was so idiot proof, right? That means basically, let's say you grow cotton, right? You could only sell the cotton to the distributors in the mother country. In other words, British trading companies would buy cotton, right, from you and distribute. Or it's to the point where American colonies, America itself actually produced 2/3 of the world's cotton. You know, it also basically produced like 2/3 of the world's tobacco. You know, these stuff were all throughout the British Empire. You know, and dumped it. And then all of a sudden, the trade-off was the fact that America would take tea from Asia and dump it on its colony. That's what started it, right? The British started dumping tea in on the colonists, right? And the colonists couldn't tax it, whatever, you know. And so yeah, that's what sparked the American Revolution, you know, taxation while representation, all stuff like that, you know, stuff like that. So the bottom line, people don't know the history of this country. And then all this Revolutionary War was a fight between two greedy people, you know, the American capitalists and a European capitalists, you know,
Oh
and
yeah,
so that was
yeah.
all about.
And they needed us to fight that for them to beat the British. The first black man, I mean, the first American, when American then, but to die in the Revolutionary War was a black man.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this. So right after that, after we fought for them, right after we had a couple of day of celebration, what happened was the black people in places like Virginia were hit over the head and basically drunk, you know, drugged or drunken, hit over the head, and next thing they woke up in chains.
Yep,
After
and that's
after they fought for the British, right, and everything like that, Revolutionary War, the black people were betrayed. They'll put on ships and whatnot, say, "Yeah, we're gonna do here," and next thing you know, they were drugged, and basically sold. That's what the term "sold down the river" means. They're basically sold down the river at different ports as slaves.
yeah. If you ask yourself this, if Black Americans didn't exist, we the ones that made it cool to be Black. Nobody was being proud, looking up to anything coming out of Africa, out of National Geographic magazine. Them walking around with their titties out, and nothing was going on in the Caribbean and in South America. We made it cool to be Black. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Otherwise, than that, who would care about somebody Black?
Let me read Bruce said. Bruce said, "I believe President Lincoln was killed because he failed to secure a." No, that was not what happened. Right. The fact that this John Brooks Booth was nothing but a piece of white trash, who basically really was a fanatical believer in the enslavement of the black race, and he saw Lincoln as I think, but he made a mistake, man, because when they came after him, that was the largest manhunt in American history. John, the guy who shot Lincoln, they basically got all his followers. They were hunted down and brought to trial and hung. I think he was killed. Or somebody said he survived. Some people said he actually survived and lived under a different name for decades. I don't know what the story was.
Yeah, man. Because like I said, man, without us, man, we are the special sauce. I mean, if the United States didn't have Black people, it would be like Canada. You know what I'm saying? Boring as
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. If America didn't have slavery and black people, it'd be like Australia and Canada. I always say that. It's all like Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. Really nothing, just backwater place or whatnot. Slavery and the bringing of the African slave trade was what made America what America.
Yeah, and we are the most patriotic because you got these white boys who overcompensate with their flags and always say to them is that you can't claim to be the most patriotic because you had a civil war against the government. You see what I'm saying? You went against the Union. We never did that. So
Yeah,
that's not somebody to follow. So that
that is
patriot
true.
shit.
Black people, I don't know if it's good or bad, but black people are like the most loyal group. Something I would say this. Although black people are the most loyal people to America, right? We're like the most hated.
Oh yeah, because it's jealousy.
We're the most hated people in America, right? I believe the white people, white nationalists, it's almost like they accept Arabs, right? Palestinians and people that want to blow them up over black people. I think
Look how they accept the Japanese. They can't get enough kissing Japanese ass, and the Japanese are ones that were very brutal during World War II with the treatment of prisoners
that's
of
what I
war.
said. So bottom line, maybe we should have basically had some more war. We should have really had an all out war with them, to tell you the truth. And wherever it took us, that's my opinion. Wherever it took us. I think right now, if we did that, we would have more respect. We don't have
But yeah,
respect because we laid down and let them do everything, to us, and we do not. Americans don't respect weakness.
no, nobody does. But even though like we did have some strong points, and we were always fighting against white supremacy, even though we are a minority in this country, where other countries where like Brazil, Nigeria, and places like that, where they're the majority, we were a small minority, but we always fought against oppression, and we don't have a fucked up resume. We don't have genocide, ethnic side, mass rape, murders, torture on our resume. Not like the Japanese, the Germans, and the rest of the world. If you look at their history,
Yep, that's how it is, brother.
yeah. Because I don't know if you know too much about Japan's history, but they weren't always
I
playing
know all
around
about
with,
Japan. I know all about
yeah,
Japanese.
yeah. They went always playing with Hello Kitty dolls. They were very brutal. You know what I'm saying? Very brutal people. And the way they did the South Koreans, the way they did China, the Filipinos, they were killing babies, mass rape, murder. You know what I'm saying? They were like the Asian versions of the Nazis, but nobody really talks about that. See, they had to drop a bomb on Japan to prove a point. You know what I'm saying? So I don't say that like, oh, y'all dropped a bomb on the Asian people. They had to do that. because the Japanese was just getting too goddamn out of control.
Like I said, Money Green said we have that God spirit. I don't know, man. See those people like here. I don't understand. I know it's you're an FBA person. Hold up. Let me oh no. We got this Black Stupidity is Amazing is on. Yeah, I gotta get him on, you know. He came up a couple weeks ago and he just dropped off. He got scared and dropped off. So Ben, let me drop you down. I want a
Oh
one
yeah,
on one.
no problem. But
All right. Black Stupidity is Amazing. What's going on, bro? Yo. Hello? Hello? All right, Elvis, go ahead.
You scared him off, Kyler. What is he, an FBA guy or?
Yeah, that Black Stupidity is Amazing guy, you know, or that, you know. I don't, like I said, why do people come up here and they don't want to talk? He did that a couple weeks ago. He came up here like he was gonna come on the show and he freaking just dropped off, man. You know.
Maybe he's white. Maybe he's white and he don't want to hear you. Well, I was.
No, I love his show. He's black, you know, but
Oh,
he's a
he's black. Okay.
freaking FBA character. You know, he's been doing shows about me. You know.
Oh, for real? I wanted to talk to Ben. I mean, Ben, he's a cool dude, but he's yapping about African American history, which is great. But he's not even living in America. He fled and went to Canada.
Well, you Black American. You're Black American no matter where you go. You can live in Canada. People, we have a history of Black people going to living in Canada. The whole Canada, that whole region up there, Ontario, whatnot, those are all the Black people up there are all African American community descent. Nova Scotia, it's all Black.
Tyler, dude said he's talking, I guess, and I hear him. Maybe you gotta fix his mic or something. He said in the private chat that he's talking and we're not hearing him.
Okay, I don't hear him. You know, can you hear me talking? No, we cannot hear you talking, man. Log out, come back in. You know, you gotta get your mic, get that freaking welfare mic.
What's his angle? What is this thing that he's against? What Pan Africanism, or he's against?
Yeah, he's anti-Black, he's anti-African, he's pro. We're Blacks, American FBA aid, also stupid. He thinks he's mad at me because I say that Black people in America. I'm a United States citizen. I don't call myself an American, you know, like that, you know. Okay. People may call me an American overseas, but I just say, okay, I just let it slide. But really, when it comes to America,
did you watch Dynasty show today? It was that whole show was kind of about you today. I don't know if you noticed it.
No, I watched a little bit of what were they talking about? I was talking about Charlie.
So Dynasty was pretty much talking about people falling for the okie doke of AI music, because you were the one that was talking about how Rihanna made a song about Traore, Beyonce made a song about
it. Coming at me on that?
Yeah, because you can't believe it that shit. And Dynasty was trying to clear it up. Like, most of these songs are AI; they're not from the actual artist. So I was like, yeah, you know, Kyler thinks it's from the real artist, but it's not. So I wanted to get your take on that. What do you think about that?
All I saw was a nice song. So Rihanna. It's a thought that counts. They always say. You
can't tell the difference, Kyle. You gotta be smart, man. People can get you easily. Somebody can do a video and send it to you like a family member and take all your money.
I see a song unless somebody tells me it's AI. What I do know what AI is when they keep showing Traore with like 50,000 tractors and people. I said that's AI right there. You know, he got this thing. He's basically a tractors. He got thing. You know, he has a thing. That's AI. You know. All right, are you on?
Can you hear me?
Okay, loud and clear. What's on your mind? I see you've been doing shows about me. So what's going on? What's the issue, man? Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
No, hang on. I need to ask you something real quick. Hang on before we get started. I want to ask you, for your permission, can I stream this on my channel of live with you?
Go ahead, man.
Okay,
I don't care.
Well, it's your channel, so I have to respect you.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Do what you gotta do, man.
Okay, everybody, we are live. Caligenesis. You said something funny, you know, and this is going to be a good.
I'm glad, Mickey. I do have a sense of humor, boy.
You did, because you said I called you a tether. I
Yeah,
never
man.
called.
You said I was somebody.
I laughed so hard.
Somebody in the comments called me a tether, man. I'm saying
It wasn't okay, but you said I called you a tether. I never called you a tether.
Somebody from your show called me.
Oh, okay. I said, oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they said you're Caribbean or something. I never. I said you. They said you're Caribbean. I said you're one of us.
I'm glad I'm a Caribbean now. Something I never knew.
Yeah, I said you're one of us. So I never called you a tether.
I never said I was. I said, look, I don't know. I was born in New York City when my mother was born in Harlem. My father was born in North Carolina. My grandmother was born in Georgia. You know, my grandfather was born both sides. Both my grandfathers born in North Carolina. So I don't know anything about the Caribbean, whatever like that, man. You know, man, shit, I'm exotic, man. I'm from fucking Martinique, man. I guess I didn't know. As you guys are telling me something new, you know, because I don't agree with you guys on a lot of stuff. I'm a tether. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah. So, somebody said that in the chat, but I said you're one of us. Like people say that Prince Dinas is a tether, but I keep telling people no, he's from the South. He's one of us. He's a descendant of chattel slaves. So yeah.
Well, I don't know. Well, that's yeah. Well,
people have called me a tether. They call me a white man. They've called me everything. So Tariq Nasheed gets called a tether. Somebody called in last week to Tariq Nasheed and called him a tether. So everybody gets called a tether. Yvette Carnell gets called a tether. So we all, if you're doing content,
what's the point? Like I said, I think you have a problem when I basically mock you guys' attempt to be so-called American. I think that's what you really angry about. You know,
I'm not angry, bro. I love you, bro. I respect you. If you listen to my channel, I kept saying, my dear brother. I always call you my dear brother.
Yeah, I got to get to that point where I call people I disagree with my brother. That's just hard.
Yeah, well, we come from American chattel slavery, so you're my dear brother. We're just having a disagreement.
That's very nice of you. Now, my point I'm trying to make is this, right? When I say stuff that I say is this, I say being an American comes with a certain mentality, right? Let me ask you a question. I always wanted to get you on the show. When you see the carvings on Mount Rushmore, do you feel proud?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I'm proud of the.
Oh, you're proud of what? George Washington.
Yeah, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. Those are our sons, bro. We raised them. Those are our sons. We raised them from womb to womb.
That's what we disagree at. Now, let me ask you a question.
Now they did fucked up shit. Don't get me wrong. Enslaving us is fucked up. Look,
I appreciate what they did in history and whatnot, but I can't call them my founding fathers. You know.
Those are our sons. They're not our founding fathers. Those are our sons.
How are they your sons, man? They're the ones who basically wrote slavery into the Constitution.
Yeah, they are our wayward sons. That's very easy.
Wayward sons.
Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, James Madison.
He means like their nannies.
You're going to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's what he meant. That the nannies were slaves who raised them.
Okay. Well, when you're done, I'll continue. Go ahead, bro. Keep talking.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Who do you think Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
No, hang on. Before you get to that, I want to answer about the founding fathers being our sons.
How are they your sons? That's what that don't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington.
They preceded you. How can they be your sons?
James Madison. As a people, we're talking about as a people. None of us was alive back then, so we can't talk about us.
Their ancestors
as a people. Those are our sons. We're talking about people to people.
How could your son basically write you a 3/5 of a human? And this is what I said. You sound like an intelligent person, but when you come up with this crazy stuff like that,
you gotta let me explain. I haven't had a chance to explain how they're George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Benjamin Franklin. They're our sons, the founding fathers, and this is why they're our sons. In College Genesis, you're gonna have to agree with this. When you take a child and raise that child from birth to adulthood, that child is automatically accounted to you. That's your child. When you raise hang on, but Colin, when you raise a child from womb to, we took the founding fathers from their mother's womb, walked them through their journey of life, and buried them in the womb of the earth. And no one's doubting that. Not only did we walk them through the journey of life from womb to womb, we built their mansions and ran their mansions. We built their businesses and ran their business. Hang on. Not only did we take care of the founding fathers, but we took care of their kids and their wives and their in-laws and their parents. That's why I say we are their parents. We raised them.
How are we their parents, right?
Because we raised them. Okay, when you raise a child, isn't that child? Okay, when you raise a child, isn't it?
Your nanny, not their
please
parents.
shut up, man. Just can you mute him? I'm not going to stick around for people like him. I'm talking to you. When you raise a child from birth to death,
oh, this dude, you want to go there?
Okay, just shut up, man. Genesis, I'm not going to deal with some errant fool. I came here for Kala solely, not you. I don't even know who you are.
So why are you being disrespectful if you don't know who somebody is?
Because don't interrupt the conversation. I'm not talking to you. If I was talking to you,
you're on a panel with other people, my friend.
Bro, I came here for college Genesis alone, not you. I don't even know who you are.
Yeah, you got to wrap it up because, like I said, I get your point. But
you asked me a question, I answered. That's why they are our sons. We raised them from birth and walked them through the journey of life and buried them in the womb of the earth. Thomas Jefferson, as a grown man, said his first memory on earth is as a 3-year-old riding through a flower field on a horse being held by a slave. That was his first memory.
What about the fact that Thomas Jefferson, he owned like 50 slaves and whatnot, and
they owned like 1,000. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington owned like
he would not free them. Even at his deathbed, he would not let him free.
Absolutely.
So son?
Those are our wayward sons. When you raise a child, I don't care how wayward they get, they're your sons. We literally raised them.
I know this idiot. I know.
Come on, just shut up, bro.
He's the Dinah's groupie that goes on Dinah's show and Glaze Dinah's how he's a fan of Dinah's. I remember him.
I am not talking to you. I remember. Hey, Colin, if you're not going to shut him down, I'll just leave, man. I'm not going to deal with anybody but you.
Ask your question.
I came here to conversate with you one-on-one. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on. Let me.
Oh, you asked me a question. What was the other question? Now I proved that we are the founding fathers. I mean, those are our sons. You asked me something else about. Japan, Hiroshima. We dropped the atomic bomb, and do I accept that? Hell yeah, they bombed us first, Pearl Harbor. You karma is a bitch. Sorry, innocent people got hurt, but yeah, I back that. You bomb us, and eye for an eye. So yeah, they bombed us first. It'd be different if we just went to Japan and just start dropping atomic bomb. No, they did that to us first, and they couldn't take the response.
Okay, hold on. This is what you could say is that you are an American. As a matter of fact, we used to have a joke, right? You ever heard the term Captain America Negro?
No, I never heard of that, bro.
Okay, well, I created this term, but people live on the internet called a Captain America Negro. You're a Captain American Negro. Nothing wrong with that, right? Look.
What is a Captain American Negro, first of all? You haven't explained it. You just can't say you without explaining the definition.
Basically all American and whatnot. Look, I play the game. Like I said, I'm a U.S. citizen, right? I'm not against America. I'm not like that, but a Captain American Negro is a black man who has the same zeal for America as a white man. I can see when I see a white man is about to come up on the show, named Chris, whatever his name is. I hope he behaves himself. Basically, I could understand when I look at a white person why they love this country, why they appreciate this country, and everything like that. And I get that, and I understand why black people could too, right? But in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking what this country did to my ancestors. So I can't fully embrace America like white people can. You understand? That's
okay. I got a perfect response for that. You said you cannot. Everybody listen. College, my dear brother, said he cannot embrace America because of what white people.
No. I said I cannot embrace them like the way white America embraces them. I said I can.
Hang on. Are you?
I can make them. I said I can embrace America in my own way.
Okay. So okay. When I talk about embracing America,
talking about me being a Captain American Negro, put a flag in my hand, and I'm going to Captain American Negro.
Well, first of all, embracing America like white. Well, I don't. That isn't even coming into my mindset about white people. See, your problem is that you worship white people because you keep you put your whole life on white people. Well, white people. I don't. That doesn't come into my
thing. You're going to basically ignore the fact that there's a growing number of white people that if they could get rid of you, they would send you back to Africa.
Bro, hang on. Let's back up. This is your problem. You base your quote Americanness on how white people feel.
About history. You know?
No. But you still base it on white people. You said it before. You just said it again. I cannot embrace. You just said you cannot embrace America because of white people.
Let me say this, and I gotta get to this other guy. Right? Look, I base this on one thing. Like Abraham Lincoln said one thing. He said, two races cannot be in the same country at the same time. America is a white America and there's a black America. Let me ask you a question. Everybody knows there's two Americas here. There's a white America.
Sorry, I've done for that.
Two stories of America, right? What America are you?
Hey, white boy, shut up, man. I'm not here to talk to some chubby fat ass white boy.
Well, I thought he was one of your listeners. So
no, I don't know who in the fuck he is. So you need to cut that shit now.
Let me hear the white man.
Hang on. I didn't finish. You asked all these questions, and you went white boy. Shut the fuck up, okay? Take your ass back to Europe.
Come on.
I'm not here to hear some fucking white degenerate spew his white trash ideology. Take your shit back to Europe.
America, man.
You came here as a degenerate and don't come here on this panel as a degenerate. This ain't the place. Now, back to you, Kyler.
Americans are crazy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So what are you? You're not even American. You're a fucking European immigrant, or whether you're in Europe, you're not an American. Okay? I don't need to come to talk. I didn't come to talk to a fucking European immigrant, right? I came to talk to College Genesis, my dear brother. Okay? No, go fuck yourself. Yeah, you need to go. The fuck. Now, back to you, College Genesis. Now, you keep saying that you cannot embrace America like white people. Who gives a fuck about white people? No, you just said, well, look what white people did to us. That has nothing to do with my Americanness. You lean on white people too fucking much.
Hold on. No. I'm a business person. I'm successful without white people, you know? Let me ask you a question.
My father, I grew up with my father in the construction business.
Don't get emotional. Hold on. Let me ask you a simple question, right? You live in Baltimore area, right?
Yes, I'm Maryland born. I don't live in Baltimore. I live in the hang on. I don't live in Baltimore. I don't live in the city limits. I live out in the country suburbs, but I do go to Baltimore twice a month to get my jerk chicken from my Jamaicans.
That's perfect. But what I'm saying, get this. Now, back in 2010, I had to go to Baltimore on business, right? I had to go to Baltimore on business, right? And basically, I had to, how did we get there? Yeah, okay. I forgot how we got to Baltimore, right? But we had to take the Amtrak. We had to go to New York after that, right? We had to go to New York, right? So we got on the Amtrak, right? And you know where I'm going with this, right? There's that part of Baltimore, right? That you see from Amtrak, right? Was like, I had no idea there was black poverty like that until that day. Until I said, oh, this is what people are talking about when they talk about the hood. It's like the first time in my life, I'm from New York, right? The level of, I said, how the hell, and I know Baltimore, they got so many rich white people there, got so much property, waterfront property and everything like that. But I've seen people living in buildings. I researched it. Those buildings were built in early 1800s. And you have people still living like that, you know? And I'm saying like that, the only way you could justify that is the society says, this is good for white people. This is good for black people, right? And so the bottom line is this. I'm saying to myself, you're from Baltimore, right? The American society has already said there's a black America and there's a white America. White America, for the most part, is suburban, affluent, whatever like that. Black people, we do got nice areas, right? But the overwhelming narrative of black America is ghetto, hood, violence, everything like that. You know,
that's the overwhelming of our people. I wasn't raised like that.
That was portrayed in the culture, you know.
I wasn't. I was raised out in the suburbs country. Went to a white school. My father had his own business, so I wasn't raised like that. So I can't speak on it
from the majority of black.
I can't speak on it. Yeah, I can't. Well, I can't speak on how I wasn't raised. I'm a country suburban boy. I can't speak on that city shit.
You're talking as an individual. You're not talking as.
Yeah, I know. I'm simply saying I can't speak on an environment I was not raised in. Right. I was raised in the lily white suburbs out here in Maryland. Went to all white school. Went to college. Father had his own business.
You know why I know? I understand you because I grew up in the same situation, right? But I've never forgot the fact that our people, right? The hood, the ghetto, and that's where our people come from. Even though I grew up in the suburbs, upstate New York, I always knew Harlem. I knew South Jamaica, Queens, the Bronx, all that stuff like that was where black folks live for the most part and whatnot. And the bottom line, and I was the exception, And so what is this? And I know for a fact that the matter is the reason why people have to live in those conditions because redlining, which is
yes,
what you're redlining for, right?
Jim Crow, redlining, racial covenants. Martin Luther King Jr. talked about.
How you just say I'm an American like that? I cannot be proud of America, that country that allowed that to happen.
Oh, easy. Okay, again, you're basing your Americanness on white people. I don't do that.
I'm not. No,
yes, you did. You just named white people. Look what white people did to us. That is why you're basing your life on the white man. You are simping for the white man. The white man is your master. He literally is your master. You're on your knees in front of the white man saying, please accept me. Please vindicate me. Please validate me. You're literally on your knees in front of the white man.
I identify.
Not me. I don't give a fuck about the white man and what he feels or thinks. This is our country and our country alone. And we are the only Americans. And those motherfuckers are European immigrants. That's it. You keep worshiping the fucking white man.
You sound like a fool, man.
No, you're worshiping the white man because you keep saying, well, the white man. You just explained Baltimore and the white man, that ain't got shit to do with us being Americans, the only Americans. That has to do with reparations.
All right, bro. Let me get some more people on here. Go ahead, Elvis.
I think I'll just listen to him crash out. I'm in the back for some food. Let him crash out.
No. Hey, Khaled, check this out. Let me play you for a second. Everybody, listen to how much Khaled Genesis worships the white man. Listen, this is you.
I feel like I'm in a conundrum. I know I'm in the greatest country, and man, I'll admit that, right? But I understand at the same time that I am not fully accepted in this society. As simple as that. I know it, Yeah. So based on the fact, not just nothing about white people.
Hang
on. Not by my. It can't be changed. It is what it is. It's a conundrum.
Who can confer? So nobody can confer on you authentic Americanness. Like you need.
You know what Americanness means? That means I have to become like them. Right.
See, your whole ideology is kissing the white man's ass. It's all about the white man. See, my ideology is all about us. Your ideology is all about the white man. The white man does not accept me, does not validate.
Look, I got you. Look, the bottom line is this. He just said earlier that when he looks at Mount Rushmore, he feels proud. I can't.
Yes, those are our sons.
I can't be that. Now he's calling those people our sons. That could never came out of my mouth that George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all the people are my fucking sons.
Khaled Genesis, answer this. Khaled Genesis, answer this. Khaled, when you raise a kid, is that kid yours or not?
I didn't raise them.
No. We as a people. No, if you're going to say that, you can't. If you want to put your Khaled Genesis, if you want to put yourself, Khaled, if you want to put yourself, Khaled Genesis, listen. If you want to use you as an example, you can't talk about history. And you love talking about history. So you're going to have to shut your channel down. You're going to have to shut your channel down because if you want to go on what you yourself experience, your channel is over because you talk about Liberia, the whole world. You have to delete this channel. You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Hold up. You just call the worst white devils in history your fucking sons. Are you fucking a crack?
You're a fucking hypocrite. You're saying, well, if you wasn't there, you can't talk about it. Then shut this channel down because all you do is talk about history.
Based on what you said, I can never be an American because
no. We are. Hey, Kyle, listen. Let me explain to you what an American is. Let me set it right for you.
Oh,
Since you want to lay before the white man and bow down to him and want him to rub you with this paper rub. No. Let me show you what an American. Genesis. Let me teach you, sir. Sir, let me teach you. An American is origin.
I'm gonna give you one chance. You answer me this question, right? Tell me what the term America came from.
Good. No. Listen to me.
Tell me.
No. I'm going to answer that, but we have to talk about what is it. Look at. We have to talk what is an American. No. Cologenesis.
Where's the term?
Cologenesis. We have to discuss. Cologenesis. Please stop.
Where did the term American come from?
We're going to go there. Let me answer the question first. What is an American? An American is just like cologenesis.
A white person please here and whatnot, the European.
You're a liar. You're delusional.
That's the truth, man.
Let me prove you wrong.
You're not an American.
Cologenesis.
You're not an American.
Okay. Let me speak.
You're a slave descendant. You're a slave descendant like we are. You
don't. Okay, Kala, look at. You're getting your ass whooped right about now.
No.
Tom will whoop your ass, and I'm going to finish it off this ass whooping. That's why you won't let me talk.
Anytime somebody says,
let me explain to you what an American is. You won't let me explain because you don't want that ass whooping.
George Washington is your son.
Genesis, let me explain what an American is.
There's no explaining to that shit, man.
No. See, everybody, he doesn't want me to explain because he knows he's going to get dog walked. Because if you knew you were right, you would sit back and let me talk.
Hey, Carla,
let me explain because you don't want to get dog walked. Let me make a finish this dog walk.
Let me make a 10-second
answer a question because you know you're going to get dog walked.
Let me make a 10-second point real quick, bro.
Let me
Let me make a 10-second point. Now, before when y'all was talking about Mount Rushmore, he was talking about we black people raised them up. But then when you asked him about Baltimore and the projects, he started talking about I never lived through that. You get what I'm saying?
Hold on, bro.
Just like you said, bro. Just like, bro. What are you doing all that? What are you doing all that hollering and screaming for? You sound. Hold on for a second, bro.
Listen to me, bro. Listen to me,
decorum, bro. I didn't talk more than 4 seconds.
I am helping your ignorance.
Y'all need you to help me. Let me be ignorant, bro. Hey, tell me what. Let me be ignorant, bro. Why you doing all that? Why you doing all that hollering? You sound like my second baby mama with all that hollering, bro.
You sound like a bitch.
Boy, God damn.
Like a straight up bitch.
Like you stood up there doing all that screaming, bro.
Take your ass
boy, God damn. All right, let me. Hey, Tom, keep it moving for a second, America. He actually making your show bad, bro. He actually making your show bad, bro.
Yes, I'll let you back in. Go ahead, Hustle.
Let me say this. When he started talking about Mount Rushmore, he sounded like a mammy transgender baby mama talking about we raised all these white people that killed us and did all this shit. Well, hold on. Let me finish real quick. The worst thing they can do to us, he said, they're our sons. But when you start talking about you was on the train and you saw the neighborhood where black people was living at since 1800, he started saying, well, I can't speak on that. Because I didn't live that. You get what I'm saying? And he didn't live none of the shit that happened with the people that's on Mount Rushmore, but he claimed them to be his sons. You get what I'm saying?
This dude wants to be white. That's all it is. He trying to project his love for whiteness on me. That's what he's trying to do. It ain't gonna work, bro. I said he don't understand. I'm the master debate. I set a trap for him. And he fell right into it. Jamal knows, man. I'm a master setting these traps.
Did he leave or did you put him down, Colin? Bring him back up. He's entertaining.
He dropped off. He got scared and dropped
off.
You
can't have no conversation with nobody that just screaming loud over you and won't even talk. Believe me, you talking to somebody that love to talk loud. You get what I'm saying? But if you ain't gonna let nobody talk and then you just
when he talk, who he is? He's the guy that Chantel and Lisa Nicole goes to get their information. He's the African hater. The dude that's who he is. And he goes on Dynas's platform talking about how Dynas was a 5-star recruit. He's been following him since he was a kid. Just glazing on Dynas. It should become embarrassing. Dynas had to tell him to stop. That's the dude. That's where I remember him from. He goes on Dynas And Glazes
But he act
Diner.
like he got a serious man crush for diners.
Yep, that's him.
I mean, hey, Paula, I'm gonna go to the spot and let you hear it, bro. I mean, like I was at Fazoli's at an Italian place, and he sit up there was on Diners Nuts pause for about 5 or 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Every time it was his time to talk, he was talking about how great and wonderful and exciting Diners was.
Man, you know.
Yeah, I don't get that, man.
I'm gonna let him back on, but check us out. But like I said, he fell right into a trap, right?
Yeah.
Check us out. As soon as I like that, I knew he was gonna be like, "That's not me. That's not me." So you distance yourself from the reality of being black, right? But you said I grew up in a suburb, affluent suburbs, white people, right? But he says I was saying that. I'm saying that to be an American, right? I cannot salute Mount Rushmore. I cannot say the Japanese got Hiroshima and Nagasaki was a good thing. I cannot do that. So I cannot be an American like that. That's why I call him a Captain American Negro. Captain American Negro is somebody who just, whatever America does, when they see that American flag, they get so swoon with patriotism and all stuff like that, you know? And they basically, oh yeah, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. It's okay. Who cares? We were lying, whatever like that, you know?
I'll drop down so y'all can have that conversation, man.
Let me just say this real quick, Carla, and I don't care who does if you don't like what I say, if you kick me off, okay, whatever, who cares? But my thing is this, Carla, is that I think what the gentleman was trying to express is that you know, America is not perfect, okay.
Shut up, man. You know, yeah, we wasn't talking about America's not. We know that America's not fucking perfect, but the fuck is somebody black talking about the white man and fucking and Mount Rushmore? Those are my sons or whatever. That's fucking insanity. You know, that's fucking insane. This dude needs mental help, man. The white man is fucking his fucking father. The white man is his fucking sons. This is insane, man. I have never heard anything like that in my life. I thought I heard it all. But before I get this guy on, let me ask Jamal. What do you think, Jamal?
Come back to me real quick, Kyle. Give me like 5 minutes.
He's always doing something, you know. Sorry, Wooski. You gotta show your face. You can't come up here and let you show your face. I don't let just random people on my platform, you know. Sorry, probably some white troll, whatever like that, some white devil, you know. So like this. Let me ask this question. Like, BSIA, do you have you ever used the term white devil before?
Okay, I'm back on.
Okay, have you ever asked question?
Hey, why did you kick me off? Hey, why did you kick me off?
I did not do. I put you down because I wanted to hear Hustle Smart what you had to say. That's what I do. If two people keep talking like you do,
yeah, well, you know what, Kyle,
I'm gonna let you back
my
up.
issue is this: I came only to talk to you. I didn't come to talk to nobody else.
But these are college.
I made a live stream about colonialism.
This is Collar Rumble. This is colonization wars.
No, but I'm not here for that, bro. That's
all right. Okay. In fact, they're gone, right?
I didn't make a live stream about anybody but you.
Okay, they're gone.
That's my issue. I'm not here to have a rumble. That's you. Okay. When I leave, y'all can have a rumble. I'm here to talk and answer your question.
Okay. I asked you a question, right? Have you ever used the term white devil before?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Back in my rebel days in college. Yeah.
I see what you said. A lot of stuff about Nigerians, Caribbeans.
What did I say about Nigerians and Caribbeans?
Okay, you basically say you're not them. You are Nigerian.
No, we're not them. But hang on. When I talk about Africans, I talk about Africans in a very beautiful way. When I talk about Caribbeans, Latinos, from them. I talk about everybody in a very beautiful way. Yeah, in fact, on my channel, I teach everyone to be social butterflies. Only politically, we got to be cutthroat about our own group. Politically, we have to be about our own. Socially, as long as they treat you good.
Let me ask you a question. This is something I want to ask you, right? Do you know Donald Trump is bringing the first white Boers, Afrikaners to this country next week?
Yeah, I'm doing a live stream about it later on. Yeah.
Okay, so he's bringing in a country like that. What does that tell you?
Oh yeah, he definitely wants to make this country more white.
Okay, so I'm saying
no doubt about it. I've done live streams about that.
So let me ask you a question. Now, what's the counterbalance to that? Donald Trump is seen as a pro-American as you can get, right? And he's talking about to be American. He's talking about you got to make America more white again. You know.
Okay, but hang on. We have to get to this point. What is an American? Because we can't go forward without it. Let me explain what an American is. Will you let me explain what an American is?
Okay, go ahead. And I'm gonna tell you what I know what an American is.
No.
What it really is.
We come from America, literally slavery.
We came from Africa.
No. Just stop.
My ancestors came from Africa.
Okay, when you're done, I'll continue. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You know, I'm just going to clarify that.
Okay, what makes a Jamaican? What makes a Jamaican? Go ahead. Let me ask you a question. What makes a Jamaican?
Well, Jamaican is somebody who basically was born on those islands that come. Most Jamaicans call themselves Africans. You know that, right?
No. That's not the point. I said, I go to my Jamaican jerk chicken joint. I've never heard them say they're African. They say they're Jamaican. So I'm going to ask you again. What makes a Jamaican a Jamaican?
Hold up, my person Bomani Tyemba, who I did tours with. He's Jamaican. He calls himself. He says Africa for his group. His organization called Africa for the Africans.
Okay, fine. But you have to answer the question. What makes a Jamaican a Jamaican? Just answer.
What makes a Jamaican is
just that simple.
A culture of Jamaica that was formed on those islands. You know.
Oh, okay. By who?
By the people that's there. You know.
Okay. So a Jamaican is a descendant of chattel slaves on the island of Jamaica.
Yes,
would you agree with that? Yeah.
Yes.
And what makes a Haitian? A Haitian is a descendant of chattel slaves on that island.
I know where you're going. Bomani does not call himself.
No, Kala, you're not being honest.
Hold up.
Kala Genesis, you asked me a question. I'm answering. Everybody, look, he refuses to. He said, I know where it's going. I'm going to shut up. You already admitted you lost that point. Another point. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I talk to him every day.
Yeah, go ahead. You just said you know where I'm going. That means you already lost that.
Hold on. I know where you're
going.
Let's
move on to the next point. You lost that point because you knew where I was going.
Hold on. Let me make your argument for you. Right? You're saying that Haitians, because they're on the island Haiti, the Haitians, right? The culture right there. Jamaicans on the I get that, right? And you're saying Black America, right? Because it was born in America, we are technically in the culture. I say like this. I call myself an African American, right?
Yeah, okay.
Hold on. That's a qualifier, right? That says I'm an American, right? National with an African history and an African story. What you're doing is you're trying to say you're an American, period, and you're erasing your African story. That's what that problem I have with you.
Okay. You know? So back up again. So you admit a Jamaican is a descendant of chattel slaves on the island of Jamaica.
And so am I.
Okay. So it's the same reasoning as you knew was coming. We are descendants of chattel slaves here. That makes us American.
But most of the time I listen
No. That's apples and apples. You just conceded it. And you conceded it a minute ago. You're saying, PSI, you're correct. Jamaicans are descendants of chattel slaves. I'm simply saying the exact same thing. Americans are descendants of chattel slaves here.
You have a problem. Hold up. Do you consider yourself an African person?
No. But that is another question. I'm sticking on you.
The same thing.
No. I will answer it. Let's settle this.
It's our African heritage.
We're going to walk this out, okay? There's no problem, bro. But you conceded that a Jamaican is a descendant of chattel slaves on the island of Jamaica. Okay, that same exact criteria makes us American, the only Americans. See, you agree?
No. I'm sorry. It doesn't work like that, bro. Because in Jamaica, you also have Chinese Jamaicans.
Yes, Chinese. No, Kala.
White Jamaicans. Yes,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Like that. So. Also,
I agree with you.
How the hell are you going to just call yourself an American, ignore the majority of people here who were here before you, and call yourself an American? What about the Native Americans?
Hang on. I agree with you. You said
how you going to say you're American and nobody else is American? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, let me respond when you're done. Go ahead.
Hold on. So you say you're an American, right?
Yeah.
You basically was saying you're not even acknowledging the fact that, just like I said, what links us together in Haiti is our common African ancestors of chattel slavery.
I'm not even going that far. Bro.
You didn't even acknowledge that. You know?
I'm not even going because we have to get down to the foundation of what is an American.
Okay, what is an American? You want me to tell you?
Everybody in the chat. Everybody,
you want me to tell you?
No. Let me answer.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this. You can have.
Oh my God! Just talk, and when I can talk, it's your panel. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and you can have the floor. Right? An American comes from the term of a man named America's best user, who was an explorer, right? and he basically talked about the New World, right? So people in Europe that wanted to go to the New World were called Americans. That's what it comes from. It didn't come from Africa migrating over here. You know, it came from the term, the man Amerigo Vespucci. The people that came to the hemisphere, North and South American, were called Americans. Whether you're South American or North America, this place was called America. That's where America comes from, you know? Now, you can spin it all you want and whatnot, but the first people that called themselves America were the Europeans, explorers that came here, you know, explored this territory.
Are you sure about that, brother?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let me correct you on that, because you're moving the goalpost. Fine.
No, I'm moving the goalpost. That's the truth.
Okay, if that's the truth, how come Noah Webster, the guy who created Webster Dictionary, his name was Noah Webster, in 1828, he said in the Webster Dictionary, the first edition, he said that the true Americans were the natives here. The Europeans found the natives and called them Americans. And
yeah, hold on.
Hang on. Let me finish.
Yo, people who are native to the land.
Okay, just talk.
People who call themselves Americans were white people. Natives call themselves. They call themselves by their tribe and their group. They call themselves goddamn freaking Americans. The people in Native America, the term in Native America didn't happen until like the 1920s when they were given citizenship.
Carla, I'm going to say it again. Please listen. In 1828, I've covered this on my channel. Noah Webster, the creator of Webster Dictionary, said that the Americans were the natives, the copper-colored people, the Aboriginals.
Oh no!
Not the white. Okay.
In other words, basically. Now you're trying to steal the Native Americans and say this is what I'm talking about. Now you're trying to deny that you're African. You're not copper colored, bro. You're black. You know, you're not copper colored. You know, that's one. You're not copper colored.
Okay, Colin. You refuse to let me. You refuse to get down to the grinding level. You refuse. You're just jumping.
You're not copper colored. You know.
Go ahead.
You're not copper colored. You're black. You know.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, let's everybody listening. He refuses to answer. He knows where this is going, and he keeps moving the goalpost. So I'm gonna move with the goalpost. Okay, let's move it because you've lost every single point. That's why you're jumping and you refuse to get down to the bottom. Let's answer that one. Calogenesis.
You're not indigenous to America. You're not
calogenesis. You're saying, look.
Hey, I only got one question for the brother. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Well, hang on.
I got one question for you, brother.
Hang on.
Let Jamal ask this question. You've been rambling.
I got one question for you, brother. Are you saying from an individual experience you have these Native Americans in your family, or are you saying from the collective 45, 50 million Black Americans?
So
I don't even need to get there. Calogenesis refuses to have an actual conversation.
No, but you made an assertion right now. Prove it.
But like this. No. Calogenesis.
You're not Native American.
Calogenesis. I don't even need to go there.
Hold on. But you just said.
He might be as an individual. As an individual, he might be. I don't know.
God. Bro, you are so lost in the sauce.
But I'm not the one that says
you are sad.
I'm not the one calling. I'm not the one calling George Washington.
You're sad.
As my son.
You're sad. You know? Well, again, let's go back there. You want to everybody? You see how he's jumping around, refuses to stay.
Oh no, really? That's the most bizarre shit in my life.
So he keeps jumping around.
That's the most bizarre shit in my life.
Let's go back to George Washington.
And George Washington.
Let's go back to Thomas Jefferson and George Washington.
I've heard. I thought I heard crazy shit. Look, I thought when I listened to the New Wapians and all these other people and all these people that basically crazy people out there in the streets you just took the cake, man.
Yeah,
you just called Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. You said you felt pride when you looked at Mount Rushmore. Yeah. I ain't never seen a nigga say that in my life, man. Damn,
really?
Man.
Again, you haven't answered the question.
No, man.
No, Kala.
That mean,
Kala,
I never heard that.
All you want to do, look, if you don't want to have a debate, a conversation, just tell me and I'll leave.
No, I mean, you
refused to let me answer. You even admitted that you knew where I was going with the American when I said Jamaican and Haitian. You even conceded that you were going with that. And then you jumped to something else. Hey, man, but they say they're African. And what about do you believe you're African? That has nothing to do with being an American.
I'm an African American. That's it. But you try to pivot to the fact that Webster Dictionary said you're the original, but you try to say that, right, and then not call yourself.
No, I quoted Webster Dictionary to show you
you
were wrong.
Hold on, what is Webster Dictionary?
I quoted Webster Dictionary.
What does that got to do with you?
Because you said white people were called Europeans from the jump, and that is a lie.
You're not copper colored.
You're lying, or you're just delusional. You don't know. Either way, you're wrong.
Yo, BS, you're the black as the ace of spades. You're not fucking copper colored. You know?
No. Let's stop right here. Are you telling me Noah Webster Dictionary?
Yeah, he might be right, but you ain't no Native American.
That means you're wrong. Because
you're not copper.
When the white man got here, he was called American. You just admitted you're wrong. I have defeated you on every single point. You conceded we're only Americans, like the Jamaicans and Haitians. You already conceded.
None of you Negroes are copper colored. You're black Africans, lost Negroes.
Okay, let's move to black. You know? Okay, let's move to black. Okay, I have brown skin.
No, you're black.
No, stop. How am I black?
You're black.
I have brown skin.
Black,
no, I want you to stand on that. How am I black when me and my entire family goes from white skin to brown skin?
You black, man.
How am I black when I am beautifully melanated with brown skin? How am I black?
You know?
I need you to answer that. How am I black when I'm brown?
Let me ask you a question. Now, Flavor Flav.
No, you have to answer the question.
Let me ask you a question.
You said I was black.
Hold up.
No, see, everybody, he's not answering anything.
Do you think
because he knows he just got defeated again.
Hold on. Would you call Wesley Snipes a copper-colored Negro?
Go ahead, bro. You're not everybody listening. Notice College Genesis refuses to answer.
Would you know?
I've defeated him every single
time. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, man.
No, you're not, because if you wanted to get to the bottom, we would talk about what is an American. And you refuse to get down to the bottom of that. You switch up to once I showed you about the Jamaicans and Trinidad and Haitians, then you jump to Africa. That ain't got shit to do with us being an American. But you're jumping all around hopscotch because you know I got you.
Yo, man, look, you black, live with it, man. You know, come on. Man.
Okay, let's answer that. How can I be black when I'm brown?
Because you look in the mirror, man.
No, College Genesis. Let me answer. Let me say this again. And I want you to answer it. How can I be black when I'm brown? Answer.
You're black, man. There ain't no such thing as brown.
Okay, black. So I'm brown, but according to you, I'm black. That's like saying in the daytime the sky is blue, but somebody comes along and says the sky is yellow.
But why y'all got a problem with being called black?
No. You said I was black. I'm telling you, I am brown. Man. No, listen. It's a misnomer. Because if you're gonna say I'm black and I'm actually brown, that's called a misnomer. So you're using a misnomer to back your point. That's fallacious.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
You're literally mislabeling me and saying you won by mislabeling me. That's a fallacy, brother.
Let me get some.
Your whole channel is whack.
Wow, man. Is that all your listeners here, man? I got 75 people on live chat. Is that all your followers?
I don't know, bro. I'm in the back. I can't see shit. I can't see the chat.
Man. This is the most number of people. Come by more often, man. I like.
No, I did a live stream about you. And I wanted to have a conversation, but you won't answer.
Let me get J Maul and Elvis on. Elvis, what do you think about that as a black crown man from Liberia? What do you think about that? You know, is Negroes in America lost or what?
Look, Kyle, I get it. You know, dude came up, he just wanted to deal with you. But I know his type. You know, we know his type, and he want to make a point. I think you should just let him lay his premise and get to his point. So
thank you, brother.
I'll be quiet, man.
Thank you. Whoever that brother is, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Thank you.
I never thought I'd see these numbers, man.
See, that's a real man. That's a real man. Says, you know what?
Elvis, he's one of a kind,
brother.
Man.
That's a real brother.
I'm an asshole. I know it, man. Come on, just go ahead and say what you said. Say, man. Your floor is yours, Senator.
Okay, let's go back to American. You admitted, Khaled, that Jamaicans are Jamaicans because they descend from chattel slaves on the island. You also admitted that Haitians are Haitians because they descend from slavery on that island. It's the same thing. We are Americans because we descend from slavery here. Now let's go back. No, you said you're going to give me the floor.
Okay, go
now
ahead.
You said you're going to give me the floor. This is what you said. Now let's go back to Jamaica, right? Then you said, well, what about the Chinese Jamaicans and the white Jamaicans? Exactly. Chinese Jamaican means that they are Chinese living in Jamaica. They're not Jamaican. Jamaicans are these melanated people, right? With the kinky hair or whatever. Chinese Jamaican is a Chinese person who lives in Jamaica. Same thing with America. A Chinese American is a Chinese person who lives in America. That's all. They're not American, just like the Chinese person is not Jamaican. Because if he was Jamaican, he wouldn't say Chinese Jamaican. See, when you put a prefix, you're an immigrant, like in the UK. Black Brits are immigrants.
If I basically say I'm an African American, that makes me a tether.
Yes, African means that you're from Africa. You're an African living in America.
Well, hold up. Oh, my ancestors 400 years ago came here from Africa. You know that, right?
Okay, let's move. So we established that we are Americans, the only Americans. And Genesis has agreed with that. No, we're gonna move forward. We're going to move forward. I have proved you wrong about white people being called American from the beginning. That's a lie. You just accepted that Jamaicans and Haitians are Jamaican and Haitians, so we're Americans. We're moving forward. Let's go to the Africa point. Let's move
Jamaican is not a race; it's a nationality.
No, it's an ethnicity. It's an ethnicity. Jamaican is an ethnicity.
Yeah. There's all types of people in Jamaica.
Yeah, and that's why you say Chinese Jamaican, white Jamaicans,
Chinese Jamaican is
Russian Jamaicans, because they're immigrants.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. No.
Yo, there's this lady on YouTube. You know that Chinese lady that's saying that, you know, she has all these passports telling people if you don't have a passport, you can't come here, whatever. Well, I've heard Jamaican after Jamaican said, well, you're not even Jamaican. You're Chinese who's lived here for 300 years.
Yeah, well, those people are freaking ignorant because the Chinese.
No, they are Chinese. They're Chinese.
The Chinese have been on the island since the British colonial time.
Yeah, Jamaican.
Okay, well, hang on. Hey, Caligenesis. If an African lion is in a zoo in America,
I would give it paired to lions, man.
No. Listen, no. If you take an African lion, put him in a zoo in America, 100 years later, does that African lion suddenly become an American lion?
No, it doesn't matter.
No. I'm asking you a legit question. If you take an African lion,
if you belong,
see, everybody, he won't answer because he knows I got him. What's your next point? I defeated you on every point. What else you got? No, let's move forward. I got you on that point. What's your next point?
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
You didn't make no damn sense, man. You're not making any sense.
Okay, let's go here.
You haven't made one real point tonight,
bro. I made every single point legit.
You make only point you guys on top of your head, man.
I defeated you on every point. What point haven't I defeated you?
No, you didn't. What
point have I not?
Ask the key questions, Carla. Ask the key question. Does he believe that his people are the original people of this land, that he's native to the United States?
Yeah, that's what he really believes. That's what he really believes.
Kyle, listen.
But
let him reveal it. Don't cast it on. Don't cast it on him. Let him reveal that.
I'll let you ask the question because he won't answer my question.
Caligenesis. To show you white people are not Americans, right? On the 2020,
white people aren't Americans now. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
So say it again.
The dumbest thing.
Yeah, that's my first time hearing this ever in my life.
Everybody listen in the chat. Say it again. What's the dumbest thing? I didn't catch it.
The dumbest thing is saying the people who create this fucking hellhole called America aren't Americans.
Yeah, that's
the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Okay, let's go there. That's a great jump up. Okay,
the people who
everybody.
He said America. Is not Americans. I mean that's dude, man. You are insane. You
when
have
you're done, I'll speak. Go,
you know what I equate that
to?
Kyle, that's like when black folks say, "Oh, white people ain't got no culture." What the hell foolishness is that? Everybody has a culture, but go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Caligenesis, you said white people built America, right?
Yeah, they built America. On our backs. Yes.
Everybody in the chat. Caligenesis said,
the truth.
Okay, you talk and let me respond. Okay, when you're done, please let me know when I can talk. I'm going to shut up everybody. Go ahead.
Who built New York? Who built the Empire State Building? Was it fucking Martians? It was a fucking white man.
Kyle, I just want to know from him who he thinks the real Americans are. That's all I want to know. Who does he think the real Americans are?
You said we'll get there, brother. We'll get there. And thanks for being a good brother. I appreciate you, brother.
White folks help. There was other groups too, but go ahead.
Caligenesis. Everybody in the chat.
So black people came over here in chains, right? And just built a country that we're at the bottom of. Okay. We're at the bottom of a country.
Let me know when I can speak. You know? Go ahead, bro. It's your panel.
So basically said white people aren't Americans. They're the only ones that control everything, got all the banks. Who controls Wall Street right now? Can you answer that question? Who controls Wall Street right now?
We have to get back to the point, bro.
Who controls
we can
Wall
get to this
right
point.
Now?
No, because you're jumping like a bunny rabbit.
Who controls Chase
I keep
Manhattan
nailing you to the wall. You're like Jello. Every time I nail you, you fall to another place. You're Jello.
You sound insane.
No, let's get back to you said. No, you said white people built America.
Yeah, they created America. Yes.
Okay, stop right there.
You brought your black ass over here to do it.
Let me respond. Okay, let me.
Brought your black as the ace of spades ass over here to do it.
Okay, let me respond. Okay, everybody.
Your ancestors were slaves.
Okay, let me. Let me know when I can respond. It's your panel. Let me know when I can respond. Go ahead, brother.
Your ancestors were slaves and whatnot. You were basically insane. You don't know where the hell. You don't even know where the hell you at right now.
When you're done, let me know.
Americans, we're Americans. What you guys? That's what you be doing on your channel. Bunch of crazy people talking that stupid stuff, calling George Washington and all that your son. Are you freaking insane? Goddamn, say I'm a race traitor without saying I'm a race traitor. Goddamn. Call them your son, man. What the people that enslaved your ancestors, are your fucking sons, man. Are you fucking crazy?
Hey, Colin, the Pope, hold on a second. Hey, Colin, the Pope has FBA ancestry. You see that, Colin?
Yeah.
Hang on. I think the Martians have FBA ancestry.
No. Listen, seriously, Colin. I'm putting in the chat.
Yeah, but hang on. Let me answer. Hey, Colin, listen. I'm still gonna nail you to that wall, like Jesus.
Yo, dude, man. Before you got to gain your sanity, bro. You're insane,
let's go back to point A. You said white people built America. No. You, Caligenesis.
I really think you should get mental help.
Everybody, you see, Caligenesis.
I think you should get mental help, man.
Caligenesis is a wimp. He refuses to debate.
Check this out.
He has lost his entire debate, and that's why he's still rambling.
This guy believes he's a copper-colored Negro.
No, bro.
He didn't want slave. He was slave. Hey, Marcus, he called George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all that our sons.
I never heard. Wait, what?
He called George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all the people on Mount Rushmore.
How are they?
I love you, Calla. I do. You my dear brother.
I tell you, these people are crazy.
He needs to come to college you, and I dog walk you. I love you. You my dear brother.
Hold on. USA, why did you call him your son, bro?
Hang on. We already discussed that. Hang on. I want to get back to Caligenesis.
But you just said you got to answer this question. Why did you say that?
Caligenesis, I answered that, and I'll answer it again.
No, you didn't answer that. No, new panelist, man. Come on,
Caligenesis.
Be cool, stand on your square, man. Stand on what you said.
I've been standing on. You're the one jumping around. Every time I nail your ass to the wall.
I had a good laugh. I had a good laugh, man. But
you're like Jello. I nail you. You moving.
Check us out.
Every time I nail your ass,
I had a good laugh, man. You called Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, all these people your sons while they had your ancestors in chains.
Okay, Caligenesis, listen to me. You said white people built America.
Yeah, let me answer.
Let me answer. Let me respond. Everybody in the chat. Caligenesis said for the last 10 minutes rambling about how white people built America. Okay, let's go to the head white man. Let's see what the head white man says. Here we go.
African Americans built. Oh, he's still playing fucking Donald Trump speech.
Like
black people, for votes. This nigga actually, I can't believe he pulled out Donald Trump. Can you believe this shit? This nigga pulled out Donald Trump.
Listen, everybody, listen.
African Americans built this nation.
Am I in the Twilight Zone and shit?
Nah, he's insane, bro.
This nigga's insane.
Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get you built.
Now, hang on. I'll give you the founding father. Hey, Kala, I'll do you one better. Let's go to the founding fathers. Listen, the founding fathers.
As the founding
dude, you are literally insane.
But Kala,
let me listen to this.
You know the difference, right? When people say they built a nation, your labor was used to build a nation, but the architect was the white man.
Yeah, white man
Right,
architect
yeah, right.
built
Like
the
that's
country.
why I'm like,
Language is labor.
that's why I'm like, I don't
The
know why
founding
people don't
fathers.
understand that. You know what I mean? Like we all know that what Kyle is talking about.
The
I don't know
founding
why you don't
fathers.
get
As the
that.
founding fathers said, it was the necessary evil upon which the Union was built.
So I gave you the founding fathers and Trump saying both.
Well, so hold on, your bottom
We
line,
built
that's
America.
fundamentally
So
no.
the
Yeah,
white
bro, but
man
like,
proves
Hold
you
on,
wrong,
but
Kala.
listen,
The
that's
white man
fundamentally.
said,
you
Kala,
sound
Yo,
crazy,
you're
bro.
everybody
You
wrong.
have
knows.
no
We
Look,
fallacy
built
everybody,
right
yo,
America.
now.
cool. Everybody
Next
knows
question.
black
Next,
Yeah,
you've
no,
been
slave
you
labor.
sound
defeated again.
crazy,
Slave
brother.
labor is
Next,
built in
It
America.
wasn't
I
Everybody
just
knows
defeated
labor
slave
you on
though.
labor
every
in
single
America.
Bro, y'all
point.
take
So
y'all
What's
we
your
take the
didn't
next
pill,
build
point?
bro.
Let's
America
It
move
wasn't
on.
just labor.
I
voluntarily. You know,
defeated you. What's your
Take
next
some
point?
freaking milk, brother. You
Yeah, it
good,
wasn't
brother.
just labor though.
Let me
It
talk
wasn't
about.
just labor.
So, all right. So the main
what else
thing.
was it, Jamal?
Hold on. Can
Black
y'all
people
stop
didn't
playing the
build
Salt.
video?
shit. You know, it was just
USA,
fucking labor. That's all it was. You know.
That's
USA.
not true.
Hold on,
Tell them
hold
tell
on.
What
them
is,
blacks
okay,
was boss in that.
give me
Yeah,
Stop
go
something
playing
in
the
ahead.
the
video.
1800s that black people
Tell
built.
All
James
right.
Fortin that. Tell
So
James
what's the
Fortin that.
what's
Go
the?
ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. I said
Hold
tell
on.
James
Stop playing
Fortin
the
that.
video.
Go
Who
ahead.
playing the video?
What? What? Hold up. What, Jamal?
I said tell James Fortin that. That it was
James
Stop
just
who?
playing the.
labor.
James who?
Who
Yeah,
playing the
Google
video?
James Fortin. Go ahead. Go ahead.
James, please, come on, Jamal.
Stop
Nah,
playing Trump.
I'm trying to bring
African
some
American
reliable
Negro.
sources.
I
Y'all
look,
just going
look,
on vibes right now.
look. Check this out.
Jamal's a
So
African American
I
Negro,
wanted.
man.
Y'all just going on vibes. No, I'm trying to bring
Hold
I
on.
some
love you,
some
brother.
information. Y'all going on
Kala
Jamal's
vibes.
Genesis, you my brother.
Hold
oh
on.
yeah,
Hold
man,
on.
like this. Man, nigga,
Captain
shut up,
America.
Jamal. You
Kala
know,
Genesis, you are my brother.
Hold
I
on.
love you, brother.
So
black people
so
were nothing, black people were built used as slave labor in this country
check this.
overnight.
Yeah,
And the
that's
bottom
part
line,
of
if it
the
wasn't for
story
the
too.
Civil
Yeah,
War, we
I
that's
love
part
you,
of the
still
Kala.
story.
You are my
no, we
brother.
didn't hold up. We didn't. Black people didn't consciously say, you know something?
Oh
Let's go
my
across the
God.
Atlantic and build a country for
Yeah,
the
well, let's build some
19th.
buildings.
They
Let's build
probably
the
didn't do that. What
railways.
about
Let's build also like that. Let's build a bank.
but who went
Let's
across to
build a
Colorado and
look,
Louisiana?
Oh my
hold on.
Right?
What
Who did
God.
built
that,
America? Hold
Colin?
on. What you guys got to do is go to a thing about the men who built America, the Carnegies, the
Yeah, but
Rockefellers,
that's
all stuff like that.
that was
That's what
yeah.
who built America,
Yeah,
right?
but
Hold on.
that was
Built
yeah.
by black labor, designed by white minds.
Hold
No,
Exactly.
on.
you
Come
Hold
have
on.
on,
black
like what are you
minds
niggas
Ain't
Man,
too.
no
doing?
black
Y'all don't
minds
know
built
Black American
Jamal. Shut
history,
up, man.
man.
You know,
Y'all
hold
don't know
on.
American
you ain't no
history,
black
man.
minds, man.
Come
Black
on,
minds.
man.
Why would black people build
Who was
something that
Benjamin
enslaved
Banneker?
themselves?
Who was Benjamin Banneker?
Yo,
Was that a
Benjamin
black
Banneker will
mind,
help
Kyla?
out, but the bottom line is
Kyla,
when you
was
talk about who
Benjamin
built, look,
Banneker a black
I'll be the
mind?
first to admit black people
Tell him.
contributed,
Was
stupidly contributed to a
Benjamin
country that they
Banneker
were
Tell
able
a
him.
to fight
black
out, you know?
mind? Just can you answer that
Woo!
question?
Help
Get
build
him.
this country, man. Stop it, Jamal.
Was
You know?
Benjamin
Get him,
Banneker a
Jamal.
black
That's it.
mind?
Yo, but
Bro.
about Jamal, be
Get him,
quiet,
Jamal.
yo.
Come on,
I
y'all.
say
Y'all,
black
y'all
Get
don't
him,
minds
know
did not
American
build
Jamal.
this
Yeah,
history.
country.
That's
Black
y'all
y'all
minds
We're
did
weak
not
niggas
gonna
build
spot.
this
dog
country.
Y'all know
walk
Yo,
Kala
everything about
Genesis.
black
Africa,
minds,
but y'all don't know
basically.
We are
about
gonna
American
Well, it
convert
was like
Kala
history.
Genesis
Come on,
give
tonight.
me
y'all.
it was a black
Kala
minds who
Genesis is
basically
getting
said,
baptized
What
check this out. It
about
was
by
a
the
black
Holy
James
mind. It
Ghost.
was a
Fortin? What
black
about
mind. Yo,
Me
it was
and
a
Crispus
I
black
is
minds.
Attucks? I
baptized
can
in
go
It
on
was
Kala
a
and
black
on.
Genesis.
Come on,
minds.
y'all. What y'all talking about?
You getting
Get out of here, man.
baptized.
Nah, Jamal, you're drunk. You don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Yeah, I was like, get rid of both of these clowns. You know.
Yeah, I'm like, these
I
niggas
know.
are crazy, bro. Like,
Yeah,
LG
I'm
just
saying,
said it.
man.
Like, come on, like that's
I was
Jamal's
like,
another
obvious
was
one of these
fact.
stupid
entertaining though.
niggas, man. You know.
It
Yeah.
was
Like,
So the
why would
bottom
entertaining.
black
line,
people just make a bunch of buildings and just be like, hey, white people, just take it? Like,
yeah, we just built a bunch of shit, and white people
right?
just
Yeah,
came and
just like, yo,
took
I
it.
just
You
have
know.
this shit. And then now, and right, and then think about like, why niggas can't replicate buildings like right now? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
niggas
we're
in the
black
hood
people
not just, yo,
mostly in the
make a
ghetto and that,
skyscraper
but
real
we built
quick.
America. That's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard like that. You know. You know.
Yeah, like
So
I'm pretty sure if black people like had the schematics and the blueprints, like they came up with it themselves, then it'd be a different story. But that wasn't the case though. I was like, I don't know how they can't understand that.
yeah, okay, so I was not losing the debate when people talk about stupid stuff, and hey, if you're not going to talk logically, you're not going to talk sense and everything. I can't have you on my show. You know, you got to talk logically. That wasn't making no sense. You can't call America George Washington your son. You know that we're the true America. How the fuck are you going to be a true American when the people who founded this country, the people who started the Plymouth Rock. So I guess Black Citizens Major believe the people who were on the Mayflower were fucking were black. What do you call it? Aboriginals, the Mayflower. You know.
I just want to know why he called him his son. That's my thing.
Well, he won't answer the question. I'll let him
That's
back up.
Tyler, you remember when he said that? And I beat him to the punch. When he said that they were, those were his sons, he meant that.
Answer Marcus's question. He won't answer. Don't answer that. You're going out here.
He meant that slave black women who were enslaved raised those kids as nannies. That's what he meant. That don't mean they're your kids. People who got babysitters, the babysitters are not your children's mother.
Right? Come on.
I got hit some dude though. You talking?
This is crazy, man.
What that mean? Like that's what I want to know. Why? What does that mean?
You're back on. Black skin is amazing. Answer the question, man.
You back on?
Yeah, he's back on.
Okay.
Oh man.
Now you try to make it seem like out of my line. He's on. He's up on the screen. You know.
Okay. Am I back?
Yeah, you've been back, man. Don't play that shit with me, bro. You've been back. You know.
Bro, you kicked me off every time.
I ain't you up because
every time I start to dog walk you.
Hold on. When you're
filibustering,
you look.
You've been dog walked this whole time.
Hey, let me tell you how this works. When you're filibustering, you're out of here. You know, you make your points, stand on your points, whatnot.
Bro,
look, hold on. Marcus asked you several times what you say. You refuse to answer him. You're filibustering.
No, I answered that 1,000 times in the beginning. I'll answer it again. Why is Thomas Jefferson and George Washington our sons?
I'm gonna drop everybody down except for you and Marcus right now. He's gonna ask you a question and you answer his question.
Yeah, okay, Kyler, run away because you got dog.
No, I'm not running.
No, run. You got baptized tonight. I baptized your ass in the name of the Son.
Okay, look, okay, hold up. You're talking to Marcus now. He's asking you a question.
Who is Marcus and where is Marcus from? Well, I don't know who he is, bro.
Well, I tell you, he's one of my guests, man. That's all you know.
Are you African, Caribbean? Are you descendant of shadow slaves?
Black American, which we call it here, you know.
A descendant of shadow slaves, right?
Yes, my people were enslaved at the San Francisco plantation. The
okay, that's fine. But College Jennings, you got baptized tonight, and I love you.
No, I'm not getting baptized.
You got baptized with the truth tonight.
Beyonce, dude, you're the dumbest person.
Nigga, you got baptized. I made you look like a fool. You got baptized. I baptized your ass with the truth.
You're the dumbest person. You and Jamal,
the truth baptized your ass. You ran this entire time.
You're the dumbest.
I had to chase you through the woods.
I'm gonna give you one more chance. I'm gonna give you.
You have never turned around to face.
Like I said, this is what I said.
You answer the question.
You already admitted that we're the only Americans. Jamaicans are Jamaicans.
I gotta get rid of him. Get out of here. You won't answer the question. You know what I'm saying? I answer. Yeah, I baptized you. Look, I asked you to answer the fucking question. He asked you a damn question. You know, he won't do that. He said, "I got you baptized." Don't worry about me. I answered the damn question. Here's what I said. This guy don't answer any questions. All he do is run his fucking mouth and say nothing and whatnot. That's how you know. And it looks like to the unintelligent mind, it looks like he's intelligent. He's saying something. No, all he do is filibustering. That's called filibustering. That's the oldest tactic. I used to use that when I was when I had no argument. You filibuster, you know. So I'm gonna give him back one more time. One more fucking time. I'm gonna let him on. If not, he's gone for good. You know, never.
He focusing on you too much for some odd reason. I don't know why.
You know,
shit crazy.
You know, he got all his fucking trolls in here talking about I hate wine. Dude, anybody who believes this stupid stuff got to be.
There you got everybody up in here.
Damn, all those trolls on this FBA trolls in here. But the bottom line is, people what they're mad about is their movement is going down too because they know they're a bunch of fucking fools. This guy's been on YouTube for like about 3 or 4 years, and he still hasn't hit 1,000 subscribers. I'm almost caught up with him, and I just got on.
Jonathan, I ain't trying to support him. I just want to know what he meant. That's it. But y'all could debate. I just want to know why he said that George Washington is our son.
I'm gonna hear it. This is last time. This is last time you're on. Don't mention my name. I'm gonna tell you right now. Address Marcus.
How you doing, my bro?
What's up, bro? What's up, my
Don't mention my name or you're out of here.
Don't worry, brother. You got baptized, so we good.
What I tell you? What I say? I said don't mention my name.
I didn't mention your name. I said you got baptized.
Do not talk to me. Shut up.
He asked everybody, you see, I got him in his feelings.
Funny, dude.
No.
You got baptized.
He's not gonna ask you a question.
No, I'm gonna answer it. I'm just laughing at you.
Go ahead.
You big man.
So I'm gonna give you 10 seconds.
You got baptized. But go ahead. Okay, Marcus, go ahead. Marcus,
yeah, what does it mean that George Washington was our son, or Thomas Jefferson was the son of black people or black Americans?
Okay, that's a good question, and I answered it several times in the beginning, but my dear brother to the left of me, whatever, right, he didn't catch it. But when let me ask you this, Marcus: when you raise a child from birth to adulthood, isn't that child accounted unto you? Isn't that your child? You literally raised that child. You changed his diaper. You breastfed the child, changed his diaper. You taught the child how to speak. You watched the child first time he held his head up, first walk. You gave him confidence. When you do that for a child, take the child from the mother's womb and do everything for the child from birth to adulthood. Isn't that child automatically accounted as your child?
But hold on. But does the mom still play a part? The mom and the dad still play a part, though.
Yeah, small part, but you're doing all the significant raising.
Yeah.
Hey, Marcus, let me help you out. My grandmother, from Georgia, Jim Crow, South Georgia, she worked in a rich people's home, and she raised those kids from birth to adulthood. And you know what? Every one of those white kids called her, Mama, and they called their real mother by her real name, her birth name, and they call my grandmother Mama.
But check this out,
but that is the standard I am using. So I want you to know that's the standard.
From, but do those white people, did they pick up on your grandma culture? No.
Yes, they did, bro.
I mean, maybe the food, like the fried chicken in the greens. Hold on, Kyla. I know I'm from the South. I know I see where you're trying to come from. Maybe some food aspect.
Thank you, brother.
The fried chicken, greens, the food and shit, but what other cultural things did they pick up from your grandma, your mama? You understand? What other cultural things did they pick up?
I don't know exactly what you're saying, but my mother helped breastfeed the child, change the diaper. I mean, my grandmother breastfeed the child, change the child's diapers. She raised the child. But my point is this. No, hang on. My point is this. Irregardless of Kentucky Fried Chicken or collard greens, they called her Mama, and they called their white mom by her birth name. So that's my point. That those kids called my grandmama their mother.
Hold on, she was a nanny. Like, it's different. Like, when you raise a kid, they got to take the culture aspect too. What culture?
No, you don't. No, look, bro.
Yes. It's like,
hey, bro. Regardless of what you say, those white kids from a very rich, wealthy, prominent home called my grandmama.
Just because, man, I call women.
Hold on, have a love for white people.
I call no, mama, bro. That don't mean that's a term of endearment, like, man.
Oh, okay, no. It's not a term of endearment if you actually raise the child from birth to adulthood.
She didn't raise them with y'all value. Like, they don't act nothing like you. Them white people.
No. My grandmother raised those kids from birth to adulthood.
Hey, bro, I got a question.
Hold on.
No, hang on. That's the same thing with Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. Exact same thing.
Let me ask my question, please.
Hold on. My thing, I see where you're trying to come from.
Yeah. Thank you.
I see where you with the food, maybe some food aspects with the southern food and shit like that. But other than that, my brother, like, that's the only culture aspect that they probably got from your grandma. Because they do that.
Let me ask my question quick, please. Let me ask my question to the brother.
Marcus, no, hang on, Marcus. Marcus, it doesn't matter. What matters is, irregardless of what they ate or cooked, that has nothing to do with it. They called her mama, and it's not just my grandma. Tens of thousands. Look at tens of thousands.
Let me ask my question, man.
I'm talking to Marcus. I thought we were talking to Marcus.
Hold on, chill out. I'm listening. Hold on.
Yeah, hang on, Marcus. This is not just my grandma.
That's only slaves in here.
Bro, stop. You said I was going to talk to Marcus.
Black people who want to go back to the plantation. We's Americans.
Hey, Marcus.
I'm listening.
Marcus. This is not just my grandma. Yeah. Hundreds of thousands of our grandmas did this to rich white families, and those kids called their nanny mama. So this is okay. So you agree with me?
But no. I don't. Hold on. If that's the case, why don't we have that power like them rich white people?
That has nothing to do with them being our kids and them calling us mama. No, that's a different story. That's something else. That does not change the fact that those little white kids grew up and called my grandmama mama.
Sometimes they call
it. They call it. And so, Marcus, hang on. Apply that to Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. It's the exact same thing.
If that's the case, why didn't they free us? Hold on. Why didn't they free us?
I'm saying, hold on, Marcus. Let somebody else ask the question.
Because I'm trying to hold on. Why didn't they free us during that time?
That has nothing to do with being somebody's mama and daddy. Those are our sons. That's a different topic.
When these white kids are getting married, you think they're going to bring that black woman to meet their girlfriend or their husband?
I'm talking about raising the child.
These people
raising the child and freedom is two different things.
When those white people are in that social circle, you think they bring that black woman to introduce her as their mother?
You've already accepted that, Marcus. When you raise a child, those are your kids. irregardless of what happens. When you raise a child, those are your kids. That makes George Washington and Thomas Jefferson our kids. We raised them. No historian's gonna debate me on that. Every historian, obviously they raised the kids.
Must even go near you.
What's the definition of a parent?
But it's all fucked up. Like it's all fucked. Like
what's fucked up?
They picked up some aspects from us, but they didn't.
That has nothing to do with raising a child.
Yo, Jamarcus, let Elvis talk, man.
All right, my fault.
Yeah, Marcus, man. Hey, Marcus, I appreciate you, brother. You're a good dude. I can tell you one of them.
1 second, let me come in here, right? I hear your point, brother. You're saying that these kids were raised by black people who some of them were enslaved at the time.
Yes.
And they raised them because their parents didn't have the time of were too busy to.
That doesn't matter. Them. They raised them.
No, I hear you, brother. Let me lay my premise, right? So I'm saying when your parents are needed in your adolescent to adulthood, whether it's the PTA meetings, whether it's somebody who's trying to arrange for marriage, you don't go to the black woman who raised you and ask her for permission to get married to somebody. You don't go to the black mamas who raised you, when you're going to college or you're graduating on your graduation.
You know what his grandmother was? The movie The Help? That's what his grandmother was. These women were angry. They really hated the white people they worked for.
My grandmother did not hate white people. So come on,
let's not personalize it, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying that
the help. A whole lot of us was the help.
These kids don't call those black women.
Slavery. Hell, we was the help for 350 years.
They don't call those black women in important times in their life and introduce them as their mothers.
So yeah,
they don't do that. They do that in a household, but not in a professional, not in a social setting. Do you agree with that?
I didn't. College jumped in. I didn't.
No, you're talking over me. I'm saying these white kids who are raised by these. I hate to say the word because it's kind of derogatory. Who are raised by these black mammies. They don't call on them in official terms, whether it's marriage, whether it's education, whether it's in a social setting. They don't call them their mothers.
Facts.
They call their biological parents and introduce them in their social club, at marriage, and all of those things. Will you agree with that?
Facts.
No, I do not agree with you at all because my grandmother. No, listen to me. When those kids got married, you know what they introduced their mates to? This is my mother. She raised, and they actually said, "This is the woman who raised me. This is my mother." And they still hang on. And they still called their mother by her birth name as an adult with kids and a wife or husband. That's a fact. This was wrong, bro. You're wrong. We raised them. Those are our sons.
BS, bullshit, SIA, whatever the fuck your name is. Let me get Honeyflower on. Honeyflower, go ahead.
Hello. So,
this is the East African, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm East African. I came on earlier.
Well, Honeyflower, can I ask you a question? I enjoyed you going off on the African men a couple of nights ago in college, and you was going off on the African guys. You guys were going at it.
Yeah, you get a kick out of that, right?
Yeah. I was like,
I'm African, so I can.
You can do that because she's African.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give you credit. You stood on business. And you know what I didn't like about it though, when the guy starting to your African men started to threaten you and said that they would slap you and beat you down if you were in Africa, or your brothers would if you were in Africa. You wouldn't be saying that shit, and they would beat you down. That was very sad, honey. That your African men were threatening you with violence, saying if we were in Africa, you wouldn't be saying this shit.
All right, let's move on. Honeyflower, what's your
Honeyflower, I want to say I'm sorry that your men did that.
What's your point?
That's wrong. No, but Honeyflower, that was wrong. That was wrong.
So
to threaten a woman, that's wrong.
So, are you FBA or are you a?
No, I'm an American descendant of American shadow slaves. I'm not FBA. I'm not ADOS.
He doesn't
I'm an American descendant of shadow slaves here in America. Both my mother's side and father's side goes from me, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, slavery. But I'm not FBA or ADOS. I'm an American descendant of shadow slaves.
Okay, so do you totally deny the whole linkage to Africa? You know, using DNA or history books or records, museums, artifacts.
They think he raised.
Do you deny all of that?
You know, honey, what's your name? Honey, what?
Honeyflower.
You got a real sweet voice. It's very, very calming. You should do ASMR. You got a real.
Dude, all right, man. Get to the point, man.
No, she does. Her voice is very calm.
Answer her question, bro.
It's like everything just gets relaxed around you. Shout out to you, sis.
Thanks. People tell me that all the time.
See, there you go, right? See, Kala? Yeah, you should do ASMR. Your voice just real calm. Like everything just calms down.
Other guests on the line, so come on.
I like that. I like that feminine energy just coming in and calming the men down.
Calming nothing now.
No, she's got a beautiful voice. Elegant. And she said it.
This is like
she hears that all the time.
I don't even believe what the fuck I'm hearing.
I like listening to her voice. The voice is very, very
can you answer the question?
Very, very feminine.
So I don't really quite understand this stuff, so I'm not yelling at you or
no
or anything. But so do you you deny the whole Africa thing?
In what regards, like the whole Africa?
Your ancestors coming from Africa, you deny that?
Yeah, some came, a handful.
Okay, so you don't deny that your ancestors?
Yeah, obviously there were some Africans.
No,
that
bottom
came
line, he doesn't believe.
A handful of Africans came here. Just like a handful of East Indians.
He believes black ass was already here in America, and he wasn't a slave. That's
what
he believes.
But everybody admits a handful of Africans were brought here as slaves.
No,
like a handful of East Indians were brought here.
Every black person was here.
A handful of Africans were brought here. Yes, no one debates.
I am not gonna let you sit on my platform and blasphemy our ancestors. Every black person ancestors brought here, unless they came here later by choice. All slave descendants came here. Via the transatlantic slave trade. That's the truth,
Why you don't believe the transatlantic slave
trade? I'd rather
trade?
talk to Honey. She's got the softer voice. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Colin.
So the bottom line is that's the truth. So Honeyfly, the truth is he doesn't identify with this. He wants to create this new identity which he could absolve himself from slavery. He wants to love the white man, love America, love George Washington, love the flag, love all these people are sick. They're really sick. Yeah, and when I say I'm not going to do that,
that's never gonna happen.
All right, look. So I'm gonna combat the people in the chat. So one of the dudes said only 300,000 people. People understand that Black Americans were bred in America. That's why our numbers went up so fast. They had breeding farms for us in Virginia, Maryland.
Yeah, we had more people bred here than brought in slaves.
Facts, Marcus.
And they get hold on. A lot of people like only 200,000 black people over there. We must be Indian. No, we were bred, dummies. And that's how our numbers went up. That's it.
But Honey,
300,000 people, Pinky, turned into like 5 million by the Civil War was over. That's how much. Okay,
Kala, can I ask you a question? Kala, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
And Marcus can answer it too. Where's your proof 400,000 African slaves came here? Where's your proof?
Okay, first of all, it's historical records.
I'm just asking you a simple question.
The historical records, they have records for this stuff. You can go to the Library of Congress and get this stuff.
Okay.
I know, brother, you're ignoramus, so you never went to a library in your life, But believe me, libraries do work, man,
Okay, again, I'm going to ask you again. Where's your proof? Saying it's not proof. Where is your proof? Put it in the chat.
Go to the library, man.
So
you can go to any library. You can go to any library.
Admit, okay.
You can go to any library. They got documents. They got records.
No. Put it in the chat. Where's your link? Kyle, put it in the chat.
I'm not gonna put anything in the chat.
Everybody, Kyle Genesis can't prove what he can't prove it. That's why he can't. He's not. He can't prove it.
There's too much proof.
No, Kyle, you can't prove it. That's why you won't put it in the chat. You can't prove that.
Are you that the transatlantic?
No, I am saying as a fact, you cannot prove 400,000 Africans came here. You cannot prove that.
Hold on. Are you trying to deny that the transatlantic slave trade happened?
Didn't I say a handful of Africans came here?
Oh, not no handful of Africans.
Yes, so that proves that. Are you trying to say a handful of Africans did come here?
Are you trying to say 45 million black people in America are not descendant of the transatlantic slave trade? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying this. Listen. You can't prove anything what you just said, and no one.
Look, the bottom line is, the burden of proof.
That's the bottom line. You can't prove it.
Check this out. The burden of proof is on you.
No, you said no. The burden is proof on you. You said 400,000 African slaves came here. You have to prove it.
I am not going to sit here and listen to anybody.
Why you didn't it?
Anybody? What?
Hold on,
I'm not going to sit here and listen to anybody who fucking commit blasphemy on my platform about the transatlantic slave trade. It's not going to happen. You know.
He's entertaining though.
I'm done.
Yeah,
He's done
don't entertain it anymore because it's just like
it's not funny anymore.
You're
you know,
just entertaining something that's not based in reality, not grounded in reality.
He did say, but he did say some came to Africa, but I don't think he understood.
No, there's no some. We all came to Africa. What they're trying to do is basically say, if you believe some, right, then they can walk around.
Kyler, what's disappointing is brother Jonathan in the chat is agreeing with this dude. Jonathan's saying that the slave trade never happened.
He's not agreeing with dude.
Yeah, he can feel free to date white women, have white friends, and all stuff like that, and basically not be wild about slavery no more. Because
Jonathan need to come up if he thinks that slavery never happened.
With dude. He's not agreeing with dude. He just saying that like
Jonathan just likes trolling and being an asshole.
Hold on, compared to other regions that a handful, I think you trying to say a handful of Africans came over here.
No, handful of Africans. That's bullshit.
Well,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Well, we talking about compared to like South America.
Look. A handful of Africans,
500,000 people.
300,000.
And they were bred in this country for over 400 years. And now you got 42 million.
What wasn't 400?
That's plausible.
So,
it's not impossible.
The Africa, hold on, listen. So it wasn't, they ended that, like the British ended the slave trade in 18.
The slave trade ended 200 years. That was 200 years of Africans being brought to this continent.
I understand that, but you forget that America came up with the slave breeding program. They ended
but that was in the 1800s, right? That was in the 1800s, right? And our population of slavery exploded in the 1800s. You know?
I understand.
Carla, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Who are the copper-colored people that were all?
I have these people, and this dude right here.
Is there a book about that?
There is a book. Hold on.
This nigga's not copper color. I say you're black, nigga.
Hold on. All right, so Honeyflower, it is a book. They misconstrued it. So basically, he talking about the Mandinka people of Mali. They came to America back in the day. They came before America. And a lot of people misconstrued that and saying that we were here thousands of years before.
Where did they settle?
They settled in South. They settled like in South America and like
There's no evidence. But there's no evidence.
Yeah, there's no evidence of that, bro.
I have never heard of that in my life.
That's just stupid stuff.
That's just urban myth about the Olmecs. When I ask people about this, okay, let's talk about the Olmecs, right? They can't give me no dates. They can't give me no history. Hold up, they can't give me not one person cannot give me any sort of references. What's a friggin' what's a damn kingdom?
But did you read the book? Have you read the book before?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I read the book. It was bullshit, you know. And the bottom line is,
Jonathan.
There was no king. You cannot show one king. You can't show one battle, one war, what food they ate. You can't show me on the map where they existed. Not one person can show you anywhere on where they existed, whatever like that, you know. But they go for it, you know.
You got everybody on this chat. You got a lot of subscribers now. He brought a lot of people.
No, these are all the people that fucking.
Well, Kyler, you can tell respectful to the brother. He does sound unstable. He does that cackling, laughing.
Yeah, like I said, these people are mentally deranged. You know, BSAIA, whatever the name is, he's mentally deranged. You know.
He fucking with y'all. That's it.
No, I think he's dead serious. The guy basically like this. You know? Yeah, Ivan Van Summer was a fucking pseudo and a half, man. You know, it's a fraud. He knew it. He admitted it.
Someone in the comment section said the copper-colored people were the natives, the Taino. That makes sense.
Yeah, the Indian people. The Indians call the copper-colored people.
Or black people.
I'll say American Indians, copper color with Native American Indians, right?
Black people copper color, goddamn it.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Black people.
You copper color.
You know? Black people are black.
You ain't black. You're not black.
Black is black.
People
you know?
in Ethiopia.
Some people like me. I'm copper color, but I am not copper color Indian. I'm freaking black. You know.
But they talking about. We're not talking about. We talking about.
You don't think people in Africa look like color? Has the same complexion as color?
I got people over there. You go to Liberia. You got people that's real light skin, brown, of every complexion. You can't tell me.
Copper color refers to the Native Americans, brother.
Average Liberian.
They got almost like a bronze color to them. That's what that's what they mean when they say copper
color to me as well.
Yeah,
like,
Honeywell got copper color. Like
when
yeah,
I
but
go
when they
in the
say
sun,
look, hold up, the
my
real hold
skin
up.
turns
Okay,
like
this
red.
copper colored people that are black, whatever like that, the dark copper color.
I'm copper
When they
color.
say copper color, they're talking about the Native Americans with that slight tan with them. You know, that slight tan with them. They really,
With
if
the
you look at their
jet
skin,
black
right?
hair.
Yeah, the wet black hair and the skin, you could tell deep down inside, you know they're not black, right? But you could tell a black person with copper colored skin still looks black. His skin looks thick.
So
How
it's
come
all,
they
it's
don't
all
have
about the hair. The hair
reservations?
tells you.
Like if
And
they're
the hair
But
black
let him
people,
back up, Carla. If he wants to come up, let him back
up.
up. Post the link, please. Let him come up.
Oh,
Yeah, Jonathan's trying to come up, but Jonathan's saying that he's agreeing with the dude.
Dude, man,
How come
this
they
Which is
don't have
surprising
like
to me. I
reservations
thought
and
Jonathan had
stuff?
more
If
sense than
This
they're
that.
show's giving me a headache, man. I can't stand this pseudo shit, man. Really, I don't.
Bring everybody up. This
Well,
kind of
Carla, the
like
thing about it is he's beating around the bush. He's not getting to the point. He's not saying that they're
he's
Native Americans.
You got this
And
guy. Yeah, he doesn't want to say it because he knows
he don't want to say it because he knows it makes it sound stupid. But he got to say it.
Now he'll beat around the bush about things. He won't say, "Come on, say fuck Africa," and I'm not copper colored Native American. And now respect him if he actually said that. You know?
Yeah, let him tell him who he is. I mean, he's not saying it outright. Say it.
if we deny history, if we keep denying history, we're gonna be in a lot of
you'll be back to
trouble.
slavery. You're
Rosie
back
at
to
home
slavery,
copper
you know?
colored too. She copper colored. I'm looking at her skin. I'm looking at all these people.
Well, I dropped people because you were sounding stupid. That's why I dropped you, Jamal.
Oh, man.
Majority black or brown, MP copper colored too.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah,
So,
Carla.
Ask him those questions, Carla. Let him answer straightforward.
You're not answering any questions, bro.
I answered every one you ran.
No,
You've been
didn't.
defeated.
No, you didn't.
I baptized you. I defeated you on every single point. You even admitted we were the only Americans. I defeated you. On every point.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
No. You admitted Jamaicans are the only Jamaicans, and the Haitians are the only Haitians. That by default means we're the only Americans. You already admitted that by default.
First of all, the
you
black
lost that
people in
point.
Haiti were the majority. You're not the majority.
That has nothing to do with being the only Americans. The majority minority has nothing to do with it. It's all about origin.
This is what I'm talking about, right? You make an assertion, right? And I ask you
it's not an assertion, it's a
logically
fact.
prove it, and you can't do that.
I have proven it over and over again.
Haven't. I'm not
Okay,
I'm not satisfied with
how have
anything
I
you
not
said,
proven any point? Name it. Go ahead.
Look, how are you going to be the only Americans, right? When the people that came here way before you were known as the Americans before you. You know what I'm saying? Americans were called, the 13 people of 13 original colonies were called Americans. Now, they brought you, our ancestors over here, right? How the hell did you become American and then they're not? How'd you magically become the American? Yeah. When people talk about the Americans, Japanese talk about Americans, who are they thinking at? They thinking about your black ass or they think about a white person?
Collagenesis again.
How many
think
about black Americans?
Collagenesis. Collagenesis.
When the world thinks about an American, who they picture? You or they picture somebody with blonde hair and blue eyes?
Come on,
both. Let me answer it. When you go, hang on. When you go to Europe, When you go to America, when you go to Europe, they call us Americans. That's You said, does the world think of us as Americans? Yes, they think of us as Americans.
Ask him if he were here before the white people got here. Ask him if he were here before the white people got here.
Europe, they call us Americans. No, they call us Americans in Africa. Go to China, Japan. We're Americans. I have defeated you again.
Next ask you one last question. Do you believe you were here before the white man? Answer that.
Our ancestors were here before.
Okay, you're biased. You're gone. Fuck off my show. This is what I'm talking about. You know,
he had to take a long pause before you answer that because he knew he would sound stupid.
Yeah, the bottom line is done. I'm done. I can't have a fool like that on my show.
And this is why they have that "we was kings" meme about black people, because it's like black people like to lie and pretend to be things that they're not.
We built America, yet you're on the bottom of it. Okay,
that's why I said, Tyler, ask the key question.
Tyler, we're not on the bottom in America. That's been disproven countless times.
Black people are on the bottom of America. Trust
me.
No,
we're not.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
No, we're not. I can provide evidence based on that. That's not true. And I've done so plenty of times.
You think you got the Indians? Is that what you think?
You know?
No. See, one thing I learned, right? I learned to listen to people, even if I disagree with them. initially, I still listen to you. And one thing that I've understood that is not logical is that there are dark ass people in Australia that wasn't taken there as slaves. Dark ass people in Asia that wasn't taken there as slaves. Hold scholar, dark skinned people everywhere on this planet. But once you say, Kyla, let me finish talking. Let me finish talking, Kyla. Because this looks bad on you, Kyla. This looks bad on you right now. That you believe that white people, whatever white people say, you believe it.
People, Jonathan, all you fucking people who believe that shit. Go over the fucking Black Skins site. I do not hear that shit on my platform.
But Kyla, even the people Jonathan's talking about, we don't have the same hair as those people. The Indian have straight hair. The Aboriginals have more curly hair. We have nappy hair in Africa. We're different kind of dark skin.
All Africans got nappy hair.
All Africans have nappy hair, bro.
Yeah, we have more chinky hair. The Aboriginals have a way broader nose, thicker lips, curlier hair.
Arabs. Ethiopian Somalis and mixed Arabs. Black people just gotta learn to accept who the fuck they are. You know, you don't got straight hair.
There are
you don't
dark skinned Sudanese people that have straight, silky hair.
I got a partner from Sudan.
Dark skinned Sudanese people.
Yeah, the Sudanese are Nihilistic people.
They're not a lot of people. Yeah, they're not the same as West African people.
But hold on, all the features, if black people were the first people, then all the features came from black people then. If Africans were the first people, then all the features would be up.
I mean, where do we get this from, though? Where did African Americans get this that they were here before the white people got here?
I'm gonna talk about hold on. I'm gonna bring me up. I'm gonna talk about my shit. So
I just don't want to hear.
Hold on.
I don't want to hear. I really don't.
No, you know? I'm about to tell the Africans.
I get within my power when that's why I don't go on nobody's platforms. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to crazy shit. You know.
Let me talk about true Africans. All right, so boom. Growing up, it's two things. Growing up, you get the older generation, like, oh, he might be Indian, whatever. So sometimes,
and that was a lie.
Hold on.
Niggas were not Indian.
Hold on, let me talk. So sometimes one of our women will be violated, right, by the white boy. There's one of them. And so they was like, why this nigga so red? And they would say, oh, he Indian. But then you got some cases like down south too, in which, you know, we got Super Sunday, we got second lines, and we dress up as like.
If everybody did their DNA, man.
Hold on.
DNA.
Hold on.
That dude's channel is followed by all women. All the crazy women that used to be on your platform, those are his supporters. They're all women, which is crazy to me.
Hold on. So
yeah, he got another supporter, another woman.
Hold on.
You know,
Jonathan. Oh, that's not Jonathan. I'm talking about Jonathan. I'm talking about the girls that used to be on the platform that went.
Anybody listen to
shit, man. So you had some women that did that, but you had
mental
problems. Had some traditions though too.
Go get yourself some help. I don't want to fucking hear it. I really don't. You know?
You had some traditions too. You know, like the Seminole Indians. You know that
fuck the Seminoles.
Bro, attaching yourself to Indians is a downgrade, brother. You as a black man, you're in the highest social echelon than an Indian, bro.
Hold on, y'all not listening. The Seminole, so in Florida, you had the black Seminole Indians too, and then also like you go down for like Super Sunday or second lines, like you got like in Louisiana, you got like the black Indians too, in which the slaves ran away into the swamps and to mingle with the Indians.
Indians basically held black people as slaves, and that's how you got that thing like that. It wasn't like there was black people. Indians were not but Indians.
But but my thing is, Jonathan. But how do you know they didn't have dark-skinned people in America during that time?
No, because they did not have no dark. But you know why? Because America's a cold climate. You know.
Because the Indians are racist. They would have killed those black people. You saw what they did to black people during slavery.
There was a situation
where they did to black people during slavery.
Native America, there was
Indians enslaved black people. Don't you know that, brother?
And black people kill Indians too. The buffalo.
Yeah, under the watchfulness of the white man. The white man sent them out to kill Indians.
They call black soldiers the buffalo soldiers because they mock their hair. You know.
Yeah. So. The Indians who lived on this land, if those black people here, you would hear about the wars that went on between the quote-unquote Africans and the Native Americans on this land. You would have heard about that. When there was slavery, they bought black people and enslaved them.
Mexicans, Native Americans.
The Choctaw and all these other people were slaveholders, you know?
Yeah.
Ain't no Mexican, no Native American. Well, they got some blood, but half them niggas got Spaniards in there.
Black people, look, Black people have more Irish blood than they do Native American blood. You know,
That's you with that crazy. I ain't got no Irish.
No, that's how it is. I have more. I have Irish
picking
blood in me. You
Well,
know,
you see, Jonathan, but Jonathan,
I
right?
have
But
very
hold on, he
little
said,
Native American
Jonathan
blood.
said blacks couldn't survive the cold. Yeah, we've been here since slavery. And then down south, it's not like cold; it's subtropical. It's like a rainforest down here.
I mean, do you guys not know a lot of black slaves died from the cold weather? They got sick, they got pneumonia, they got cold, they died.
But but if that's the case, how come Kyle is still alive? His people was enslaved in Virginia, Maryland.
People adapt and survive over time, but a lot of them
How
died.
did Kyle people survive in the cold?
Winters came. Black people died in Philadelphia. People died.
How did your people know? How did your people survive though?
You know, hold on. The bottom
Can I
I know
say
why
something
because
real
our
quick,
people look. Our
Paula?
people, my people, lived in a dismal swamp and whatnot, and we make the
It's
earth
cold.
living out
It's
there.
cold
you know?
over there.
And also,
less so than the actual North.
Generations.
It's cold in North Carolina.
Hold on. Black people in America develop an immunity and adjusted to the weather, but that's why they stopped bringing Africans over here because the mortality rate was so high.
Can I say something?
No, it was high because.
Can I speak, please?
Go ahead.
So, so this whole thing, from what I'm seeing, it was created or it came from this guy, Ivan Van.
Yeah,
I told you that.
And he
Ivan Van Sertima.
Yeah, he created it, and then YouTubers like Dane Calloway turned it into a social media new identity for
Dan
people
Calloway.
to leech onto. But really, it came from Ivan Van whatever.
Yeah, they came from before
Now,
America.
Kala, it would be interesting if you do a deep dive onto that guy. And
I did that. I did that.
He recanted a lot of his stuff, his pseudo stuff. He recanted a lot of them later on in his life.
I'm sure if he didn't write those books, then we wouldn't have this issue because it sounds completely made up.
People ignore the fact that he recanted all this stuff and said it wasn't true, whatever like that.
But why did he write it in the first place?
Because he probably was misled during that time. Just how you see some people who are black Hebrews, they're misled at a certain point in their life and then they realize it later on.
In Black America, we really didn't have real education. Black America, unfortunately, right? We didn't really have a lot of educated Black people out there, really, for the most part, right?
Was he like some type of psychopath?
Anybody that came along and could write anything, right? Who was halfway articulate, Black people would gravitate towards. Like had a guy named Rudolph Windsor wrote a book. I took that as my Bible, the Black Hebrews, whatever like that. He wrote the book, the Black Hebrews and whatnot. Come find out, then I realized now I still got the book. He has no references, no anything in the book, right? You know, everybody says
what is
that?
Ivan was Ethiopian. Sociopathy or some
Let
type
Jonathan
of,
come in.
And there's got to be a mental illness for you to make up an entire history that never existed.
But honey gold. Ivan was Ethiopian.
Honey flower.
Was he Ethiopian?
I'm sorry.
I think Ivan was Ethiopian. He wasn't Black American or the dude that wrote that book.
Yeah, he was like Egyptian or something like that.
He was Ethiopian, I think.
He was something like that. You know, he wasn't one of us. You know. Okay, I'm gonna start bringing people back.
It says he was a Guyanese-born British associate professor of Africana Studies at Rutgers University.
And a lot of people latched onto him.
Make up some fake history.
Yeah, a lot of people latched onto him when he's not even somebody who knows their history in depth, and they believe him.
But why? Hold on, something ain't adding up. So he wrote the book, and he recant most of the stuff that he wrote. So
that's what I'm saying. How can you make up an entire history like that?
But why?
Well, people use him as a reference. Nowadays, they use him as a reference after he recanted.
Let me tell you something, sister. This is what it is, right? Our leaders back then loved us. You know, they really loved us, right? That's why they would go up the thing and tell us we were kings and queens. They wanted to make us feel good about ourselves, right? See, I have a different approach, right? I believe in telling Negroes just how they are. You ain't shit. You're never gonna be shit, right? Unless you join the colonization, you're never gonna be shit. Whatever, like that's my approach, right? I ain't gonna tell you. You look at these having Negro on the street. Am I gonna look at this nigga and say you a king, you're a queen? No, I tell you like it is. You're dusty. You're a fool. You're a clown. You're an idiot. Get an education. You know, pull your pants up. That's my approach. You know, let me get these other people. I got pan mulattoism. This is great.
We know pan mulatto.
Pan-mulattoism. Somebody basically,
Mulatto.
you need to go.
Oh, I want to
That guy,
talk.
black skin is amazing, dude. You need to join with him when he wants to be a mulatto so bad. That's all that is.
Pan-mulattoism. Why does it mean?
Hold on, brother. Goddamn. Hey, he's introducing me. Let me respond
what's
right
down?
quick. Yeah, what's happening? And Carla, why you not in Africa helping to fix your shithole continent? And just to the other Africans on the
I'm
panel as
getting
well.
there, man. I'm getting there, man.
With all due respect.
God damn.
Why you not over there?
I'm getting there, bro. I'm going there.
So you rather live underneath the white man nuts in the U.S. in the meantime?
I was born under the white man's nuts. I have no choice.
So you rather stay and complain?
Look, I have no choice. If the white man wanted me gone, man, he should have put the money up right when John Hanson came in 1862. They had a chance to freaking get rid of all of us, right?
No, I'm asking, are you not a man? Why you can't leave on your own? Are you not a man?
Hold on.
You can't leave on your own?
Hold on.
Yeah, let's have a dialogue. You spoke long enough. I'm asking Colin.
Dude, man. Look. I guess what you're trying to get me to say is, why are you still in America? Blah, blah, because I was born here, bro.
So you rather complain living underneath the white man?
Whatever benefits it is, I'm gonna suck it to this.
Oh, you gonna suck the white man dick? Wow.
No. I'm gonna suck my own dick.
Wow.
Hold on.
You just said you gonna suck it.
What you want me to do is sit back and be quiet and let the white man. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yes.
Now, hold on. You're a fellow mulatto, right? Remember, the Hodge twins, those two little mulatto bastards, right?
What's your point? Why are you bringing up?
Okay, I know you watch it. Look, I know you watch it, right?
But what's your question, brother? You watch it.
I got a message. I've been spamming their page, right? And I want them to hear.
Oh, you have an obsession with them. You're gay.
No. I hate them, And I said like this way because I can't wait to run up on this stage and snatch them off the stage, But the bottom line, this is what I want to say.
Yes.
Their mother was a fucking whore, right? Like that.
Carla.
Who loves swinging.
Let them talk that shit, Kyla.
Not,
Yeah.
They're mad because they got that black gene in them from their mother loving black dick and whatnot,
Yeah.
You hear him talking about dick? Kyla's gay. He's revealing.
Kyla, man, that's out of pocket. Don't call her mother whore.
I'm saying, tell me why they hate black people so much. Because their mother
nasty
like
white hoe.
And they put those two little fucking mulatto bastards.
And one mic at a time. So back to the focal point. Why are you not built in Africa right now? Your shithole continent.
I am building in Africa right now.
You're in the U.S. right now using Wi-Fi with the white man dick in your mouth.
I can't be in the U.S. and build in Africa at the same time.
You got the white man dick in your mouth in the U.S. and you crying about it.
Hold on.
In my mouth,
Pan mulatto, where you from?
Pan mulatto. I got the white man dick in my mouth.
Yes, let's get to that part. Who asked that? Was that Elvis? Was that Elvis that asked that?
This Marcus.
Yes,
where you
peace,
from?
bro.
How you doing, bro? Why you call yourself Pan mulatto?
Because I'm a mulatto and I work to unify mulattoes globally. I even moved to a mulatto Wakanda, which is Puerto Rico. That's why I'm calling you all from now.
You just want some Puerto Rico.
I walk it like I talk it. My point is this. My point is I walk it like I talk it.
We got him. We got Black Skins Amazing. This is a freaking crazy. I thought it was gonna be a nice Saturday night.
Yeah, but the point is,
what did I do, man?
Where you from? Hold on. Where you from, Pan mulatto?
I'm trying to answer your question, brother, but I'm being interrupted. The point is this: I walk it like I talk it. I'm Pan mulatto. I live in a mulatto country. You are pro-black and live in a white man's nuts.
Pan mulatto.
How does that make sense?
Hold on.
Puerto Rico is a part of America, brother. You live under the white man's nuts.
Yes, and it's a mulatto territory. It's a mulatto territory.
It's a territory of America.
Exactly.
The white genes ain't working for you.
I have white genes in me. Checkmate.
And they not working.
Checkmate. Your grandkids will look like me. Your grandkids will look like
your mama was a mud.
Checkmate. Your grandkids will be mud.
I ain't trying to look like
your grandkids will be
your motherfucker. Your kids gonna be white.
Your grandkids, whatever I am, your grandkids will be the same thing. Checkmate.
Your mother was a mud.
Checkmate.
Grandkids gonna be the same thing.
Let's not insult each other mothers, man. Let's not.
Let me answer that. One mic at a time. Let me answer that. You brought your black family to live in a majority white country. You think no intermingling going to take place in the future? Checkmate. You probably already got European ancestry. Checkmate.
No shit, dummy.
Checkmate. Okay, brother. So if I'm a mutt, you a mutt.
They got black.
Hold on. Did you hear what you just said?
Black woman.
Hold on. You just said it. If I'm a mutt, you a mutt. You got European ancestry.
Nigga, I'm majority African.
You're a closeted mulatto.
Majority African.
Let me ask you this. Watch this. If you got a cup of coffee and it's 5%.
My grandpa was my grandpa.
Brother, one mic at a time, brother. Use your brain. If you got a cup of coffee
Nigga,
and
you ain't using your
it's
brain.
5%, listen to what I'm saying.
This nigga stupid,
If the cup of coffee is 5% cream, is it black coffee? No, checkmate. You're not
you
black.
stupid
You're a
as shit.
mulatto.
You a
Checkmate.
stupid motherfucker.
You're mixed race.
Mulatto is
Mulatto means half
Embrace your
white,
you
half
know
crackers.
black.
numbers. You was a stupid
Why you
motherfucker.
won't
Doesn't mean
embrace your crackers?
5% black or 5%
You was
white.
a stupid motherfucker.
Why you won't embrace your crack?
Keep your
All right, but hold
black
on. One
ass
mic at a
over there.
time.
You a
One mic
stupid
at a time.
motherfucker.
One mic at a time. Why are you denying your European ancestry?
I
Checkmate.
never denied it, you
Okay,
dipshit.
so embrace
But
your
I'm still
crackers.
majority.
Embrace your crackers.
I'm majority
Kyler,
black.
are you embracing
Embrace
your
your white
European
granddaddy.
ancestry,
90% black. I'm black.
You got a white granddaddy. Checkmate.
No, you
Checkmate. Watch this. Watch this.
If
Elvis, do
I'm
you got a white
80,
granddaddy?
90% black,
No,
this
watch
nigga
this. Hold on, but watch this. Marcus, hold on. Mute up for a second. Elvis, do you got a white granddaddy like Marcus?
No,
Checkmate.
I don't got a white granddaddy.
Exactly. So that means you and Marcus are different. Marcus is a mutt in the closet.
I tell you,
nigga, I'm not no.
Marcus is a closeted mulatto. Checkmate.
Nigga, I could post.
Marcus is a
I got
closeted.
nappy ass hair and everything.
You're a closeted
Well,
mulatto.
Marcus,
You're a
you got a
nappy head
white
mulatto.
grandfather, Marcus?
Yes, he does.
My
Checkmate.
grandpa, he's half white, half black.
Checkmate. Shut your bitch
So
ass
you
up.
got
Mute
a
up.
mix. You got a mixed grandfather.
Yeah, you're a
Okay.
closeted mulatto, nigga.
But who the
Shut your
fuck
So
motherfucking
you're
mouth.
off the wrong.
You need to join my movement, you bitch ass nigga. Yeah,
Nigga,
that's
you
what you
stupid
need.
as a
You need to join this
motherfucker.
mulatto
You was a
movement.
stupid
Nigga.
motherfucker.
You need to join this mulatto movement. Stop hating yourself. Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself? Let's talk
I
about
mean,
it.
it's a
You're a
lot of
mulatto.
stuff
You
going on.
pretending to be black. You're a
Emirs
shame.
and mulattoism.
Nigga said
Yeah,
closet
Man.
nigga. You're a mulatto pretending to be black. You ought to be ashamed of
let me
yourself.
get
Nigga
Mufasa
stupid. Send
on.
your ass over
Let
in
me get
fucking Puerto
Mufasa on.
Rico.
We got
Yeah,
everybody.
I cooked you though.
No, you ain't cook shit,
Yeah, I
nigga.
cooked you, nigga.
You need to cook
You
your
got a white
motherfucking ass in
granddaddy.
Puerto Rico. Eat them
Everybody
boya beans, you
chill.
nasty motherfucker.
Look, everybody chill. Let me get Mufasa on. Mufasa just dropped off, man. What the hell, man?
Marcus got a white granddaddy and he crying about it.
This nigga's stupid as shit. And your mama's a mud shark.
Nah,
Remember that?
he got a
And you a
mulatto
mutt. So
daddy.
what's your point?
Well, your mama and your daddy black.
Yeah.
Marcus.
One mic at a time.
No shit. He from the lower nine. He black as shit. My mom.
He's a
like
mulatto, but you got a white granddaddy. You just
I
Nah,
said my
a
daddy.
mulatto means half
Checkmate.
white, half black.
Is you
He's not half
stupid?
white.
He
He's
got
not
a
half
white.
black.
He got a mulatto. He got a mulatto
So my
granddaddy.
mom like
He's mixed.
70% black, and my
That's not
dad.
100. That means you're mixed.
Is you
Checkmate.
stupid? I said my
That means
Your
you're
mom
mixed.
will be
Checkmate.
75% black from
my
your
mom's
father's side.
70%
That
black.
means
My
he a
dad
quarter water.
like
Checkmate. That means
90% black. So what
you're
that
a
mean? I'm like
quadrant.
80% black, like
That means
89.
you're a quadrant. Checkmate.
Kajun, you
Yeah,
dumbass
you're a
nigga.
quadroon. Checkmate.
What
Yeah,
is
but
Back
he
that's
to the
not a
focal
adding to the
point.
mulatto. That's a person
Back to the
conversation?
who is
focal
only
point.
a
Carla,
16th
what
black.
is he adding
What are
to the
you talking about?
conversation? This
Yes,
mulatto
this is what
guy.
I'm adding. The question is
He's
this:
What
you
the
adding
fuck?
Africans?
nothing.
Well, you gotta wrap it up, bro. What you
Yes,
talking?
you Africans. Why you not in Africa wrapping up your country, fixing it up, getting the Chinese out?
This
Blah
nigga
blah
stupid.
Same
blah.
reason
He
you
Checkmate.
says
Puerto Rican,
Elvis,
he
brother.
says
yeah,
this on
I'll let
intentional
Elvis
all the
handle that.
time.
I'll let
Y'all don't
Elvis
like this mirror. Y'all don't like the
No,
mirror.
the same reason you ain't Puerto Rico, my brother. The same reason I'm here.
No one
He's
cares.
off.
He's just so
Jesus Christ.
annoying, and his voice
Facts,
is annoying, and his points are annoying. It's just
facts
he's
from
irrelevant.
mulatto. Pam, what? You have some crazy ass people on this channel. This
Everything
crazy
about
ass
him is
shit.
Yeah,
just
that Black
annoying.
Skin is Amazing brought all the crazies out tonight, man.
God damn.
The fuck, man.
And the whole
People
thing where
I had
he
to
has to say
apologize to
checkmate
Elvis, man, because
after
I thought
everything
Elvis
he
was
says.
mad. I was like,
It's just
What's
annoying.
God
going on?
damn. What
like,
the
goddamn,
fuck?
you know. Yo, I was missing Chuko tonight, man. I was like, goddamn, man. I was missing.
But that dude, the black skin is amazing. I hear him being mentioned on these women channels, on for black righteous folks,
They love him. They love him there.
And they talk about him. I'm like, well, that's the dude.
This
And then
shit crazy.
the dude is off the rockers, man. He got the cackle down. He laughed like a crazy person.
He won't come out and say, I don't believe I came from slavery, whatever. I was already here. When he won't say that, he'll say we came from childhood. But then when he said, well, no, I wasn't, So these are people that want to run away from their ancestry and history because they're cowards, You got to stand on that shit, My ancestors was taken as slaves, brought here to America. I stand on it because I'm a fucking real man. A coward runs
Y'all
away
great
from his
grandparents
heritage.
so much. Stop. Who? Oh, I ain't got time for this. That's some crazy shit.
A coward
you got some
runs away
crazy
from his ancestry and tries to hide. And
I got some crazy people on this motherfucker. Jesus.
So I hope everybody got that point tonight, man. It's like I've never heard anything like that. A nigga said actually George.
And Kyler, you want to build with these people?
He said George Washington was his fucking son.
You can't deal with these people, man.
You want to build with these people?
You can't deal with these people.
You said say you can't deal with them?
You know, you can't. Now, one thing I have learned something, and this is very embarrassing. When black people who have different ideas, different ways of thinking, talk to each other, y'all can't talk without being fucking emotional. In the minute you have a disagreement with someone, you overtalk them or you want to drop them. But I have seen other races do the very same thing, and they can communicate. Kyla, control your damn self. You and the man.
Here's the difference, right? When two white people talk, right, and they say, I'm Democrat or Republican, right? They both agree there's a constitution. They both agree that they're in America, right? They both agree that there's a law, there's courts. They both believe there's police, you know? They both agree, okay, we may disagree, but let's find out what we don't disagree on. And it's a matter of policy because they agree, the premises, they agree that they're part of a civilization and society together, right?
And it's grounded in reality.
It's grounded in reality, you know? When you basically talk to somebody, right, and I'm sitting there trying to talk like this, and he's talking really in reality, there's no getting along with that. You know, I can't have a conversation like that, you know, with people
that sounds good until you have a debate with one white person who says Pluto is a planet and another white person says Pluto is not a planet.
I won't have a conversation like that, you know?
But the fact remains is that they can have a conversation and not turn it to
too small and too gassy to be a planet. That's
everyone else can communicate. Black people can't.
Hold up, but that's not an honest conversation, though. If somebody says the moon's made
Tyler, you don't determine what's an honest conversation. If you're having a debate with somebody, debate on the fact. Employ your facts. Don't be up there. Somebody is like a goddamn man in his 50s.
Somebody's so far gone in the conversation, right, that they say, basically trying to say, prove that the slave trade, there's no more talking. You know,
he didn't say, whoa. Don't lie, Kyla. He didn't say prove that the slave trade happened. He didn't deny that the slave trade happened. People on the panel, I want y'all to be honest. Did he say the slave trade never happened?
He said it was a handful of people.
No. Answer that basic question. Did he say the slave trade never happened?
He never denied.
You know, that's exactly
what he said. A handful.
Tyler, even your panel said he didn't deny that. So why are you saying that?
No, but he said to me, he said, look, prove that there was that many slaves that were brought here. You can't prove it. Show me.
And Kyla, the same way, Kyla, you can't prove that everyone from Africa came here.
Yes, I can.
All right, prove it. Everybody black. Everybody black. Kyla, if a historian was debating you,
who said it when not? Anybody who says that if you're African, black African descent, bloodline and whatnot, your DNA says African and whatnot, you came from fucking Africa, you know?
But you can't, but
your DNA
but Kyla, wait. But Kyla, there are dark-skinned people in Australia. You said they didn't come from Africa.
Yo, those dark-skinned people in Australia, their DNA don't trace back to Africa.
So every dark-skinned person doesn't trace back to Africa.
But just dark skin
you're contradicting yourself based on that.
The Dravidians are not African. The Sentinelese are not African. The Aborigines in Australia have curly straight hair. They're not Africans.
Wait, hold on. I've been to Australia. That ain't true.
They're not Africans, bro.
But
that ain't I ain't saying that. But dark-skinned people are everywhere on Kyla.
The people
you cannot be so colonized to a point whatever some white America
here, and they're not dark-skinned people, like they're black. You know, they're literally dark-skinned and black.
There you go. The hair will tell you, Jonathan. Hair will always tell you if they're West African people. Dravidians are very dark people, but they're considered Aryan people.
Yeah. What you call
Dravidians are not fucking no Arabic people. Dravidians are
Aryans. A-R-Y-N-S.
They're not Aryans, bro.
Now wait a minute. There has been plenty of things on this platform that are historically false.
White people, right? The Aryans are from Iran and from India. Those are the Aryan people.
Come from Iran. You're talking about the northern Indian people. Those are not Dravidians.
You said I'm talking about the what?
Dravidians are not Africans, you know. They're
they're the real dark-skinned Indian people.
Dravidians are not Aryan people.
They're Aryans. You know what the Aryans are? When you hear Aryans,
white.
Yeah, some people think about Aryans as in the white nationalist Aryans.
I know that.
Aryans are really Arabic, Arabian adjacent people.
I know they not related to Arabic. Dravidians are related to Aboriginal people, bro.
To be clear, let's be fair here. Arabic, it's not an ethnic group.
What?
No,
It's
I'm saying, I said Iranian. The Iranian people are actually
you talking about
Aryan
the Aryan people.
The Persians are Aryan people.
I know that they migrated and went to northern India, and they pushed the Dravidians down south. But the Dravidians are Aboriginal. They're more related to Aboriginal people and the Jara people.
Well, I'm saying that because they're dark-skinned people, right? They're dark-skinned people.
I'm not saying that because they dark-skinned people because they genetically related.
Jonathan was making a point about dark-skinned people all around the world. I'm just saying, you look at Dravidians, they're darker-skinned people, but they have straight hair. They're not.
You do realize, right? Whenever people try to explain dark-skinned people being around the world, they have to be connected to the slave trade.
Not all of them were slave trade, though.
No, but our ancestors were. My
ancestors were.
We know the destination where the transatlantic slave trade happened: Brazil, Colombia.
Yeah, but if you explain it, why did they like have black leaders in India, ancient India, some shit like that? Just say he was a slave. If they say it in some place in the Middle East, he was a slave. Everything black that had somehow migrated had to be in slavery.
Your ancestors came.
Well, Jonathan, these are not dark skinned. The people that these people are talking. That's why I want to get your take, Jonathan.
Hold on, Elvis, brother. You telling me that all West Africans are dark skinned? Slap yourself.
No,
that ain't true.
Listen to what I'm saying, right?
That's not the case.
Are you agreeing with the idea that black people were here before white people came on the continent, Jonathan?
I think they had a group of black people here.
I'm asking you.
I mean, Elvis, as an intelligent person. Black people, dark-skinned people, everywhere else. But in America,
I want to
no.
hear from you. Are you saying that black people were here before white people came?
I think they had a group of black people here.
I'm asking Jonathan. I want to hear him because I respect his opinion. I want to hear him. Are you saying black people were here before white people came here, Jonathan?
I'm saying you can't say that there wasn't because there's black people everywhere else on the planet Earth. It doesn't make sense that there could be zero in America. That sounds retarded.
Hold up, everybody right now is going to source up. Show me the reference, the book where you wrote.
Let me see.
Oh, Colin, you're going to source up too. You got to show us evidence that all slaves, all black people came from Africa. After you have said not all black people came from Africa. Go ahead.
Show me anywhere where black people were here before the slave trade and whatnot. Show me where the source is.
All right, no problem. Hold on. And Colin, when I give you the source, you can't be like, I don't listen to universities.
Give me a real source. Give me a real source. I ain't talking about.
All right, cool. Hold on.
Fucking line. You give me boo-boo.
All right, now, Kyla, as I give my source, you get your source too.
Don't give me boo-boo the fool's blog.
Kyla, as I give my source, you get your source too.
I'll give you the source right now.
All right, get it.
Right now. Go ahead. Well, look, I'll show that.
Something you can put on the screen. Something you can put on the screen. Thank you.
I say what I say is the truth,
Kyla, whatever you got, you're going to go get directly from racist white people. Go ahead.
Not, Oh, here's the Encyclopedia Britannica. Can we all admit that's a encyclopedia record, right? A real source, right? Says in 1480s, the Portuguese ships were already transporting Africans.
Share it on the screen, Tyler. Let's read it.
Okay. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is what real reference is all about. Something Jonathan's not gonna come up with.
Kyla, you're losing this quickly, but go ahead.
That John Hanson was a white man on $2 bill. He lived in the 1780s, whatever like that. long before there was photography. I was a white man, you know. There was another John Hanson that came to America in 1862, but the pseudo spread this around that this was John Hanson, the founder of the Continental Congress. All these stupid, we were already here Negroes and whatnot, you know. The real John Hanson they show you were people, was a man that came here from Liberia in 1862. The other John Hanson lived about 100 years before that, and he was basically a white man, you know. Like I said, man, the person y'all need to listen to is my boy Chief X. I call him the pseudo killer, you know. Chief X and I broke down everything, all this fake ass black history that's been going around. He's like the best person to talk about all this fake history. I don't have time to do all stuff. So I'm tired of dealing with dumb niggas, man, you know, really, you know. But okay. So let's get back to this. Okay. 1480s, the Portuguese were already transporting at 1480s. That was even before freaking Columbus, you know. They were basically used as slave laborers on sugar plantations in Cape Verde, the Middle Island. People, that's the first slave trade first happened in Cape Verde. You know, then they crossed the Atlantic to the Americas, right? That was the first Africans brought to the Americas, right? The Spanish conquistadors took enslaved Africans to the Caribbeans after 1502. But the Portuguese merchants, remember something, the Africans didn't come to North America to 1619, right? So, but at all time, then also people don't understand something. The Africans that were basically brought here in the 1500s became what we call Atlantic Creoles. These are people who spoke, black people who learned Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and everything like that. So culturally, there was Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and English, but they weren't African culturally. So they were called Atlantic Creole. These are black people who had a culture that was a mixture of African and spoke the New World languages. You know, those are called Creoles, you know. Those are the first Africans in the 1500s, you know, even before the large number of Africans came in 1619. Half operating bases in the Congo, Angola area, my ancestors come from. The Dutch became the foremost traders of enslaved people during parts of the 1600s, and the following century, the English and French merchants control about half the transatlantic slave trade, taking large percentage of human cargo from the region of West Africa between Senegal and the Niger rivers. In 1713, an agreement between the Spain and Britain granted British a monopoly of the trade of enslaved people within the Spanish colonies. Under the Asentio de Negro, the British entitled to supply the colonies with 4,800 enslaved Africans per year for 30 years. You know, basically we were just a chattel, you know. Now, some of y'all don't want to hear this, but this is the truth. It's our history, you know. The contract supply was called, the contract for this supply was assigned to the South Sea Company, which the British Queen Anne held some 22% of the stock. Probably no more than a few 100,000 Africans were taken to the Americas before 1600, okay? In the 17th century, however, demand, in the 17th century, however, demand for enslaved labor rose sharply with the growth of sugar plantations in the Caribbean and tobacco plantations in the Chesapeake region of North America. My ancestors came from. The largest number of enslaved people were taken to the Americas during the 18th century. That's the 1700s. When, according to historians, estimate like nearly three-fifths of the total volume of enslaved transatlantic play took place. The slave trade had a devastating effect on Africa. Economic incentives for warlords and tribes engaged in the trade of enslaved people promoted an atmosphere of lawlessness and violence. You know, depopulation, continuing of fear of captivity, made economic and agricultural development almost impossible through much of the West Africa. A large percentage of people who were taken captive were women in their childbearing years and young men who normally would have been starting families. European enslavers, right, usually left behind persons who were elderly, disabled, otherwise dependent groups who were least likely to contribute to the economic health of their societies. Historians have debated the nature of the extent of European and African agency in the capture of enslaved people. During the early years of the transatlantic slave trade, the Portuguese generally purchased Africans who had been enslaved during tribal wars. As the demand for enslaved people grew, the Portuguese entered the interior of Africa and forcibly take captives as the Europeans became involved in the slave trade. Generally, they have remained on the coast and purchased captives from Africans who would transport them from the interior. Following the capture of and abducted Africans were marched to the coast, a journey that could be as many as 300 miles. Typically, two captives were chained together by the ankle, and columns of captives were tied together by rope around their neck, and estimated 10% of the captives died on their way to the coast. Okay. This is a history, you know. The Middle Passage, okay. The Atlantic Passage or the Middle Passage, usually to Brazil or the islands in the Caribbean, when notorious for its brutality and overcrowded, unsanitary condition of slave ships, in which hundreds of Africans were packed tightly into tiers of below the same. Some people don't even agree this even existed. Show me a slave ship, Jonathan. You one of those show me a slave ship niggas, you know? This happened. This is documented, you know. This is documented, you know. So
who has denied the slave trade happened? You are arguing something that no one even denied.
All Africans were brought here in chains, you know.
No, Kyle, see, that's the problem. That's the problem with you, right? We could, if one person,
that's the problem. That's the truth,
Kyle, if one person can be proven that he was a black person and he was not a part of the slave trade, and he came way before the slave trade happened, that automatically debunks everything that you've been saying.
There's always Negroes who want to get away from their heritage because they're ashamed. That's all that is.
Carla's getting away from the heritage. You're trying to. The thing is, Carla, you don't want to run away from white people's lies, even when it's been proven to be a lie. Until another white person tells you, "Hey, Carla, that's not true."
I'll give you $100. I'll give you $100. Look, Jonathan. Look, I'll give you $100 for everybody you bring on this platform that can prove that your ancestors didn't come in slave trade. That was not a new immigrant. That enslaved descendant.
Carla, that's not the argument.
And say he was.
Carla, that's not the argument. That's not the argument.
No.
Okay. The argument is whether black people here before the slave trade took place. That's the argument.
That's reasonable. These things are reasonable. Hello, Elvis. If you say that people exist, how come you can't find them? How come you can't find them?
Kyle, are you looking for them?
How come you can't find them? You can't bring them up.
Kyle, are you looking for them?
I want to see the link. If Jonathan can show us a credible link, this will be my first time seeing this. So I'm ready to see it.
Okay, cool.
So where's these credible people, Jonathan?
Well, unfortunately, Kyle.
Right here. I'm reading real
unfortunately, Kyle. There's this one dude. His name was Juan, right? You ever heard of him? He was a Spanish explorer. He was a black African person from the Congo, and he came over to America on the same ship that nigga Columbus came in on, and he was an explorer.
Okay,
and him and other black people led the invasions of what would become Mexico today. So, Kyla, based on that alone,
I don't know if they can hear me.
No. Look, I'm gonna give you like 1 minute. If you're not, you got it here. We're just
Kyla. I already posted the source in the back link. Why are you pretending like you couldn't see?
I ain't going to back that.
And Kyla, by the way, the Britannica also quotes Ivan Van Sertima.
No. The Encyclopedia Britannica is a
freaking Kyla, if I could show you that the Britannica also quotes Ivan Van Sertima, what you showing is no longer a source because you said Ivan Van Sertima was debunked.
He recanted everything he wrote, you know?
Can I say something, guys?
Also, hold on. Dollar bill. I got one question to ask you.
Yeah.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me, bro.
Hold on 1 second, gentlemen.
I asked you to go ahead, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill, have you ever heard of Juan Garrido?
Yeah, but can I get some levity? Because I was listening to you guys for a minute. And I often have the same argument Kala and I, and in fact, the last time I brought this up, Kala and Elvis were actually in agreement, and I was in agreement with you against them. So what I did was I had to go and ask some questions to old nice chat GPS. And I wanted to know, do West Africans, Australian Aboriginals, and Dravidians share some genetic markers? And it's yes, indicating common ancestrals rooted in early migration out of Africa. The extent and nature of these shared markers vary. Some genetic studies suggest more specific links between the Dravidians and the Aboriginal Australians than between the West Africans and these two groups, but they all share common genetics.
Okay,
the genetic studies have shown that all three
say
groups,
about people from West Africa having
Australian,
Kala, let Dollar Bill
let me
finish.
please, and Dravidians share common ancestors linked to the migration of modern humans out of Africa, which is estimated to have occurred around 72,000 years ago.
Humans, but you can also say the same thing.
It's a fact.
And
I've often heard you and Elvis. I've often heard you and Elvis. You guys are wrong. It's already proven. I've often heard you and Elvis say repeatedly, and I keep telling you guys that you're wrong, that about straight hair. Okay, the people. What's that little animal? The Tasmanian. The Tasmanian people of Australia are the oldest Aboriginals. Okay, from Australia, and I showed you pictures of them. They're dark-skinned people with
Yeah, but nobody in Africa. Hold up, Dollar Bill. Nobody in West Africa has natural straight hair.
Kala, you ain't been all around West Africa to make that point. Don't make it. It's a bad argument.
Most diverse. Everybody came from us. Straight hair, blue eyes. It's a fact. It's already a fact. Whether you or Elvis want to accept it, Dravidians at one time the whole world was black. Everything originated.
Hold on. That's
out of Africa. That's what it is.
If you say that, if you say that Africa, you could also say Europeans. You could also say Europeans, the Peking man, all these other people out of Africa. That's no big flex. We're saying genetically, right? Our genetically in West Africa started like 30,000 years ago, right?
Dollar Bill, you gotta understand that. You know your friend Kala can't stick to an argument without saying, but what about these people? What about them people? We talking about black people.
I don't think you go by everybody that dark skin. I don't say everybody the dark skin is my race. You know, I don't consider.
Well, you don't have to. The proof is here.
You know, I don't consider Dravidians my race. You know,
the ancient ancestors.
I did my DNA right. My DNA. Hold on, Dollar Bill. Have you done your DNA test before?
No, I have cousins that did their DNA test.
I haven't done mine either. Your DNA. To add on to that.
So there you go. So I'm gonna say you haven't done your. No, once you do your
your DNA don't mean a damn thing.
Kala, the one time the whole world was black
years ago, my DNA started in
Southern Africa.
You know,
not West Africa.
But Dollar Bill, that further marks the point that Australia is way far away from Africa than South America and North America is.
Yeah,
way far away. I know I've been there.
Hold up. Check us out.
But they can go everywhere else, but they can't go to North and South America. That's the dumbest shit ever.
I have 1% DNA marker. I have 1% DNA marker from the Philippines. You know, I don't know how that happened. I have 1% DNA marker from.
Because you had black people go to the Philippines.
But bottom line, I have 1% marker from Native American. You know.
Kala, at the end of the day, the problem that you have with yourself, Kala, is that you think you know it all. And when you think you know it all, new information sounds crazy to you. And that's bad. That means you stop educating yourself a long time ago.
I have no marker. Johnson, you never did your DNA test, so you can't talk, you know?
No, I don't need to do a DNA test, Kala.
If you got,
I don't need to do a DNA test to prove what. All right, Kala. You done your DNA test. Are you going to move to the Congo, or are you going to move to Angola?
On one hand, we're going to quote science. Hold up. How you on one hand? Hold up. How you on one hand gonna quote science, and then on the second hand you're gonna say science don't matter? Come on, that don't make any sense.
Science does matter.
I didn't say science don't matter. I said I ain't did a DNA test because that don't matter. Kyla, you did a DNA test. It ain't made you no smarter.
Have you done a DNA test?
Kyla, you did your DNA test, and it has not made you any smarter. You ain't moved to Africa. You just found out where you're from, and that's just about it. Congratulations.
What the hell you are? Oh, your DNA, John Johnson, your DNA test will tell you everything about your story. That's it. It'll tell you the whole thing. Did your genealogy? They will tell you where your ancestors are, whoever like that. Put your grandparents' names in there. When they'll tell you all your family
Kyla, I know all my, I know my grandparents.
Hello, can I say something?
I'm not looking past the 1200s to find out who the fuck they were.
Could you wait for a second, please? Research.
Okay, so bottom line, I know my whole family. I know my DNA, everything like that. So I'm not in the dark about who I am.
Kyla, name one of your families from Africa.
I just want to know if it's understood that all dark-skinned people are related.
Africa. I only know
yes, they are.
In America.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, they are.
And if you say that now, you're just being a dummy at this point.
All right, so I guess the dark-skinned Indians are black people. We should consider them black and consider them and recognize them as black people, right?
Do you know that India?
Let me guess.
They are black people.
Okay. All right. You do that little laugh behind that statement. You don't believe that shit, Jonathan.
Well, you don't have to believe it. That's what
you don't have to believe it. The fact of the matter is, black people are black people. And you ever notice something? Hey, it's always black people that try to tell other black people they're not black people. Kyla, you ought to be ashamed of yourself saying the shit that you say.
You could go to India and tell the 10 million Indians in South Asia that they're African people.
Elvis, I can go to northern Nigeria. And I could tell the difference between somebody from Igbo land.
No, I'm talking
about. And I can tell the difference between an African American and the typical African.
I'm talking about a dark-skinned Tamil Indian or Sri Lankan person from Sri Lanka.
That doesn't change the fact that they are dark-skinned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you guys are saying that dark-skinned people are all related.
Yes, they are.
You can't go to India in South India and tell those dark-skinned people that they're African. You guys are brothers. So they know you're not.
But Elvis, that might mean that they got the same education that Kyla has, and the thinking is limited.
A couple nights ago, hold up, I'm talking. A couple nights ago, I let an Indian guy up here. Remember that guy from Caretrue? Hey, why you let an Indian guy up here? I thought Indians were now.
Kyla, you let up a slow ass Indian dude.
Okay, so in other words, basically, on one hand, you're saying that Indians are our brothers now. We're all one race. Now you're saying, well, why'd you let an Indian guy?
Come on. We share genetic.
Kyla, was that a black Indian dude? No. You know the difference. Why you acting like you don't know the difference?
Well, what do you mean a black Indian dude? Have you seen a dark-skinned Indian? They look similar, just their complexion is darker. A dark-skinned Indian have the same kind of nose like a regular.
But somebody got to explain why is their complexion so dark? Why is their complexion so dark?
Does that mean that
by Kyla's logic,
complexion?
Yeah, why they complexion so dark?
Why do you think they got darker complexion?
You guys are now claiming Indians. Okay, man.
We don't have to claim Indians. It's just what it is.
Yeah, so let me
wait, now pay attention. Everybody in the comment section, listen to Kyla's thinking. Because we say that these are dark-skinned Indians. He said now we're claiming to be Indians. This is his thinking.
Is not unique to Europe, right? There are Asian people who are light-skinned. There are Europeans who are light-skinned. Dark skin is not unique to Africa. There are Asian people who are dark skinned.
Wait. Now hold up, Elvis. If dark skin is not unique to Africa, then it damn sure has to be similar to North America and South America too.
Well, that's the point I'm saying. All dark skinned people are not the same as West African.
Yeah, but Elvis,
people.
I agree. But what happens when you mix those dark skinned people with the other dark skinned people that came over?
That's what
by
I'm
the
saying.
slave trade. You get a new dark skinned people.
I want you to say it. So you think that dark skinned people live
in the
United
States? Start getting upset.
Dark skinned people live in the United States before slavery. Is that what you're saying? That's what I want to know.
African thinks this way because he wants to think that, you know, this is his claim over us, that he's African and we're not real Africans. That's why
I'm not even here to argue tonight. You just want to go there. I'm not going there.
Exactly what he's saying.
I'm not even saying that. I'm asking Jonathan about if he believes dark skinned people was here on this land before white people came.
Look, this is the problem, right? The African American is the most lost people when it comes to identity. Africans will tell you right now, they'll know, okay, these people are from India. We're African.
We're not
Kyla, I hate to say it, you got just as much education as them people. Don't think you're superior intelligently in comparison to them people.
And see, that's the idea that we have to be some type of lost tribe. That we are lost.
Your ancestors came from Africa.
On the most African Americans know more about Africa than Africans who live in the continent.
When an African
know they were African
looks crazy.
They didn't even know they were African.
Think you're insane. You guys don't know who the hell you are.
Kyla, listen. Is it hard for you to say that you're wrong about something? Kyla, is it hard for you to say that you're wrong about something?
You're basically
Kyla,
look at you, listen to your voice.
Are there dark-skinned people? Are there black people in Australia?
Also in the Pacific.
Hesitate.
Dollar Bill, you gotta understand. Kyla has made this argument. Africans never had a reason to leave Africa. Why would they leave Africa? Dumbass argument.
I gotta say this. I gotta drop there right now. I gotta get this point out.
We left in many different stages. All the world.
The African basically will tell you. The African will tell you all the time, right? He'll say, only the African American will say, "Oh, I see all people as dark, as black and whatnot," because we're color conscious, you know. The African basically knows that there's certain patterns and rhythms and talk and everything like that links Africans together. Like you can take an African in West Africa, put him in Southern Africa, he'll fit right in because there's something unique about the African culture.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's why the problem they're having right now.
What are you talking about?
He does not fit in Southern Africa.
No, I'm talking about I'm not saying they're going to get along, but they understand. They understand who's African and who's not.
No,
you know,
actually, we understand.
That's the difference between us and
they do.
That we basically we call Kamala Harris a fucking African American. Come on.
No, I never call her.
If Kamala Harris was in Africa, do you think she could have been called? If she was in Kenya, right? You think she could have run for president and talk about she's a fucking
absolutely.
Kenyan?
Because you got Indians that have been in
Kenya.
She couldn't. All that time,
she couldn't.
They worked with them.
You cannot. In Africa, you cannot be Indians and whatnot. Look Indian and whatnot and call yourself an African. It doesn't work like that.
You kidding?
You know,
in Uganda,
the richest person like this.
Indian.
What?
Not true.
Who you talking about? Who's an Indian?
The richest person in
who's
Uganda is an Indian.
Who
Indians
who Indians said that holds public office, a large in Africa?
Plenty of offices out there.
Even in
South
Indians
Africa,
as head
Indians in the ANC.
Yeah, Carla, they're the Indians in South Africa called the Gupta. The Gupta family is running a lot in South Africa. There's some Indians in Kenya. There's some Indians in Kenya who are helping the economy.
Okay, look, South Africa is a more modern society, you know? That's the whole thing. They're a more modern society. So you still have Indians in South Africa.
Than West Africans. And they will stick out in West Africa and do stick out in West Africa. So I don't agree with that.
Who sticks out in West Africa?
West Africans stick out.
Who sticks out in West Africa?
Their culture's not the same.
Not necessarily, you know. Not necessarily, you know.
The fact that
not necessarily. It's only when you talk about people like Nigerians who do shops and whatnot, who hustle on the streets and whatnot. But the bottom line, you see Nigerians and other people in Africa. Matter of fact, check this out. I had this one lady in Liberia, right? My lady that was doing my manicure, right? She said she lived in South Africa. How you like it? Well, I liked it and whatnot, but she talked about it was just so the crime was. I said how they treat you? Oh, it's fine, man. I got along with everybody. You know, so this like what you call my boy Flo lived in South Africa too. There was a lot of Liberians who lived in South Africa.
We will stick out less. You know why? Because we look.
I didn't even know that. You know,
South Africans more than West Africans. That's one. Okay, and some of the things that they do. See, you know,
you go to Africa, bro. You'll see people that look like every phenotype of Black America. You go to Liberia, and you see every representation of Black America.
West African, you have more in common, and you can communicate with a South African, even on this show.
Well, yeah, the extreme West. I'm talking about you got a lot of West Africans that are world travelers. You know, everybody sits there and like coming.
It's a fact. Those are not.
Did you kick Jonathan off? Where's Jonathan?
Yeah.
They're not. That's why
I was trying to talk, man. When I was trying to make a point, man, he's sitting there running.
Kyler, come on.
Kyler, you dropped everybody. You dropped me and left everybody else that was talking to. That's a lie.
Well, what's up with Ben Yusuf? He's been real quiet.
Everybody else know how to calm down.
We're not lost people. In fact, we know more about Africa.
I'm not saying we're lost people. I'm saying like this. I'm saying like this. Hold on. I never once had a conversation with a Liberian about their racial identity. They realize they're Black. They realize they're African. You know,
like they Black.
Only the Black people in America will.
Colin, do you consider the East Africans to be Black people?
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Oh, I don't.
Can't you tell the difference between the East African and the West African?
Jonathan, there's a race, and then there's ethnicity within the race, right? So you have differences within a race of people. You have Slavic white. You have Baltic whites. You have different kind of white people within that race. That is white.
Yeah, but Elvis, what you didn't listen is Kala said, according to Kala, you could drop a Black African off anywhere in Black Africa and people would not know the difference. That's not true.
Well, there's certain differences between the West, East,
and South. There's hella differences.
Hella. Yeah, there are phenotypical differences.
Unless it's somebody, unless it's somebody from South Sudan, for the most part,
South African men. South African men have those kind of beady heads. I hate to say it, but like the Khoisan, the Khoisan people,
like that, yeah,
they have real
it's
beady
okay to say they got the
heads.
little beady hair.
Not West Africans.
Yeah, West Africans, our hair texture is, it's similar but a little different. We can get the waves if we trim our hair. The South Africans, their hair is a little different than ours. They sometimes have a little lighter complexion, a more flatter, like Asian looking face for some of them from certain tribal groups in South Africa. So there are some phenotypical differences among South Africans and West Africans for sure.
And you know what else?
The East Africans have a bigger forehead. They have sometimes straighter hair. They look different than West Africans. So there's differences.
Do you know that the South Africans are highly immersed in African American culture? I can guarantee you they can tell you more about African American culture than West Africans can.
I don't know about that, man. I guess
African Americans are South Africans, Tyler. We accept that. African Americans are South Africans.
I don't know. I haven't been to these other countries, but I say like this: when I'm in Liberia, I swear to God, I'm in Brooklyn. I swear to God, I'm in Queens. I swear to God, I'm in the Deep South. That's what I feel like,
Yeah, because we founded that country.
Well, I know, but the bottom line.
Your ancestry brought you down from South Africa.
Tyler, your point of view is only that of a Liberia because you've only been to Liberia.
What you don't understand is this. There's so many Liberian Americans. There's more Liberians that basically Liberian Americans that it's like 20 times the size number of Liberian Americans that resided in America over the years and came back to Liberia than there were American Liberians. So the culture is also not just American Liberians, it's also people coming back from Philly, people come back from Minnesota, Rhode Island.
Look at you, Colin, being more open-minded. Look at you.
Are immersed in African American culture.
Yeah, but South Africa is not more immersed in Liberia. Liberia basically is fucking Black America.
Colin, you drank that true syrup tonight. I like it.
No, I'm just telling you the truth, man. I still
Elvis,
basically
he got beat on so badly, he's starting to open up his mind.
Don't
That's a
say
good
that.
thing.
That dude was on his Jonathan. He didn't get beat up. That dude was just on him.
Elvis and people like Grand Jeter, but but
Is
the
that
bottom
my
line,
man Vinny Joseph?
when you go to Nimba County, Cape Mount, and Monrovia, that is like Black America overseas. You do not know the difference between Black America and Liberia because the people dress the same, look the same, everything like that.
Carla, don't stretch it. Don't stretch it too far.
Now your boy
only thing you might see in Western Liberia is that when the indigenous women wear the carry stuff on.
They wear the dashiki, as you call it, Ankara. They wear the traditional cloth.
Yeah,
they don't dress the same. In the city, you might see some girl wearing a tank top.
Other than that, when the girls wear the capris and shorts and the skirts, like that, it's like a Black girl in America.
And different parts of Africa, South Africans know more about our culture.
I don't know.
I'm just telling you. I look at that.
They may know about the culture, but Liberians actually live Black American culture. Right?
Kyla, I think you need to travel more.
Well, no, I will.
You can't just go to one country and be like, well, this country knows more and acts like this country than other people. That ain't true.
That West Africans know less about African Americans than South Africans?
Who said that? What did he say? Repeat.
I'm asking Jonathan if he believes that West African knows less about African Americans than South Africans do.
Absolutely.
I'm asking Jonathan.
I don't think so.
Absolutely.
I don't have a clue.
Okay.
I would have to go to South Africa to know that.
Can I prove it?
Yeah, but the bottom line, South Africa's got their own culture.
All I would say is one thing.
South Africans are some of the least traveled Africans. They like to stay in their country. Nigerians come to the United States. Ghanaians come to the United States to go back home.
I only met one Black South African in my life. And she was
so there are a lot of West Africans who come here and live amongst African Americans and get to know them intimately.
They don't mess with us.
That's not true. So the people who stay in Africa, they know you more than the people who come and live amongst you.
Exactly. They know us more.
Okay, Jonathan. Oh, they revere you more. That's what you like about them. They revere you more.
You go to the club in Liberia. We're not, I got videos, man. You go to the club in Liberia.
Kyla, you got to go to more countries than just Liberia.
All I know, I'm not saying, we're only asking about Liberia. You know what I'm saying?
Can I make
Liberia's any example, Yeah, like West Africa or not, from what I'm hearing.
Kyla, it's safe to say that you look at Africa through the lens of Liberia and Liberia alone.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what Dollar Bill said. So, like people in West Africa, African Americanized. I'm saying based on my experience in Liberia, that's not the case.
In Johannesburg.
Yeah, that's true. Chris Brown did that. Beyonce did that.
Africa have a greater economic might than most West African countries, so people can afford to go to a conference.
Hold up. You have Liberians. You call Liberian radio every day. You would swear you was in Brooklyn, You got Black conscious radio in Liberia. You got Black gospel
stuff. That's not what I'm saying to you.
Stuff like that. Everything in Liberia is Black America. The African Methodist Episcopal Church. Everything in Liberia is Black America. Right? Garvey.
That's not what I'm saying.
Everything in Liberia is Black America, except the way they run the country. Just say that, Colin.
Well, Black America running a country? Can we run one fucking city that's not running?
Technically, yes, Colin. Technically, yes, Colin.
Show me a success story of Black people running a city in America, Jonathan.
Atlanta, the one that you brought up so many times before. You want me to keep naming them, or you want me to stop?
Tell me, why are the white people trying to separate and form their own city, and Black people trying to prevent it?
Let them do it. Because
Kyla, have you ever noticed that when you're disproving, you be like, well, what about these white people?
What
about
these
white people? 90 million people. I said, show me. Okay, let's talk about Baltimore, Jonathan. Is Baltimore something to brag about?
I haven't
been to Baltimore, so I can't say.
Some successful Black ran city.
Kyla, I don't speak. Unlike you, Kyla, I don't speak in places I've never been to.
Look what he did to that great city I was born in.
I'm not qualified to speak on cities. No, I haven't. I've been to DC. I've been to New York. I've been to Philadelphia.
They come to New York unless you check in.
I ain't got to check in with nobody.
You got to check
New York
in.
City, Eric Adams turned that place into a fucking shithole, man.
No, he didn't. That's not
Yo,
true.
New York, yo,
New
look,
York
I
is not even that bad,
drove
Colin.
through there, Charlesville.
He did
When I
not
drove
turn
through
Dollar
there in
Bill lives there. It's not that
Kyle
bad.
ain't seen New York in 20 years. He can't tell you.
I seen a fucking dead body in the fucking website.
Oh, come on.
Oh my God, that's Dollar Bill.
Kyle be lying his ass off.
I told Dollar Bill about that.
I went down the street. The
Look, I said,
motherfucker's
I saw
dead,
a
man.
dead
Like,
body laying in the road. Laying in the damn road, car flipped upside down. I came back, got gas, whatnot, and I said, "Let me get the fuck out of the city, man." This place smelled like Bangladesh and whatnot. It smelled like
oh
Don.
man, Colin, that's your home state, Colin. You can't be disparaging your home state like that, brother. You were born there.
Man. I said, all I thought was Eric Adams, man. I said, man, nigga, that was your neck of the woods, Dollar Bill, Webster Avenue, man. I told you about that, Dollar Bill. I told you about that. You know,
come on,
like, damn.
You go. Virginia is so damn violent.
No, Virginia's off the chain,
Virginia
man. Get out of here with that
so
shit,
damn
man.
violent. Negro.
Oh no, don't even try it, man. Don't even try it. Come on, Virginia, man. Don't even try it.
I went to Virginia in 1981.
Yeah, back in '81. Yeah,
That's
man.
the
It
first
was
time I seen Negroes.
Now this is like the best place.
Yeah. Virginia, I mean, Colin, there's parts of Virginia that is violent, like Norfolk, Richmond.
The southern part, this part of Virginia is the best place for Black America to live. Right? I'm saying.
But that's
no, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
What happened to the
no, it ain't.
rest of them cats?
Virginia, Virginia. Oh, look, I'll find it.
Kyle, when you start making six figures, make that claim.
Guys, here we go. You guys do other. Okay, Virginia Beach, nice place to live. Let me put it at the top. Virginia Beach.
No, I did see it was ranked, I think, in the top 12 most desired places to live in the United States.
It is.
So, yeah, it is desired at someone.
Elvis, why is it why do you think that is?
I mean, because a lot of white people live there and a lot of uppity black folks live there.
We have 40-year history building shit right. That's why.
A lot of uppity people live there.
Black city, right, Colin? It's mostly a white city.
But Colin, number 12 is not number 1.
In the stadium in Johannesburg.
What? And people with money don't move to those areas.
Jonathan.
Okay.
Hold up.
Okay, Virginia Beach black-owned restaurants. Like I said, this city right here, man. Like I said, Pharrell did that something in the water tour.
Oh
God!
God!
You saw was nothing but black vendors, black businessmen out there, and it was just amazing.
There's a lot of black excellence in Virginia Beach. We'll give you that.
There's a lot of black excellence throughout the United States of America.
No, not
Kala, can you explain to me why the people in Oakland could come up together with hundreds of millions of dollars and then add another $6 billion in capital, but y'all can't do that in Virginia Beach or Virginia in general?
The caliber of people in California is not the same.
Y'all just like to point
really well.
That's an excuse. Kyle not from Virginia. He's from New York. That's New York money.
We have African American studies started right here in New York.
I'm from New York, but
I want to get Dollar Bill take on something we discussed earlier, right?
Philadelphia.
Dollar Bill, I wanted to get your opinion on something.
He said, the guy you're capping for tonight, Black Skin is Amazing, said he sees George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all that as his son.
Yeah, that I get that part. I want the other part.
And explain why though, Kyle.
No, but still, that's not a good explanation, Jonathan. You're smarter than that. But Dollar Bill, I want to get your take.
But he's not being literal when he says it.
Yeah, he did.
So y'all gotta be more honest about that too.
So Dollar Bill.
I said, ask him, what do you see when you see Mount Rushmore? He said, pride.
Okay, hold on, Kyle. Let me ask my question real quick. Dollar Bill, it's reasonable at times. So the question is, you're smart enough, and we can be honest. When I know Dollar Bill always talk about how many inventions African American have, so I think he might go the other way. He said that black people built this country. I made a point that yes, black labor built the United States, but white minds architected it. Do you agree with that sentiment, or are you saying that it was built by black minds and black hands?
Let me try to explain to you guys when I said that black people built America. I didn't mean that physically.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Guys, can I make a statement? He asked me a question.
But that's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
But guys, can I answer the question? He asked me a question.
Yeah.
Okay. So I did not say that when I say that black people built this country, I don't mean physically that we built, even though we did have a major contribution physically and intellectually. What I'm saying to you is that capital itself, that we were the capital that built America. We were the credit. We were the insurance companies. We were the chattel, okay, that fueled even
could we say that we built somebody else's
part of America, including the railroads. It was the contributions by the Freedmen Bank, okay, that fueled. And if you don't believe me, you can read the book.
Elaborate on that with the Freedmen Bank. I've never heard about that.
Hold on. I'm gonna answer your question because it's a comprehensive question. Read the book, The Color of Money. Black America built this country because this country was built on our backs. Okay,
so let me ask you, let me ask you a question, right?
Institutions,
John Bell, can I ask you a question, right? Can I ask you a question? Okay, now you say we built the country, right? So in other words, basically, if we could build a country, how do we basically why can't we pay ourselves reparations?
Well,
see, that's not what I said, Colin. See, this is the thing that people.
He said that black people didn't build it literally, Colin. That's what he's saying.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Dollar. I got a question. Based on what you're saying, Colin, those black Americans did not build Liberia.
No, it has a difference though.
There ain't no difference.
It has one difference, right? There were no white people at all in Liberia.
They had white.
No, they didn't. Hold on. The white governors had to be chilling because he kept dying. Dying. They called Liberia the white man's grave. They couldn't live there.
Kala, when they were making their constitution, who helped them make it?
Oh, they wrote the constitution. Hillary Teague.
There was no white people involved in helping them make it.
No white people. It was
there's no white people. In the infancy, there was white governors that was running it for the ACS, but after they broke away, they wrote their own constitution.
Yeah, they were on their own.
But what ended up happening in order for them to go towards independence? Because I read about it. Go ahead.
Because what happened? Go to independence. They basically realized, right? When they got the confidence. Remember something? There was 3 different territories called Liberia. There was Montserrado, right? It was actually 4. There was a Grand Cape region, and there was Mississippi, right? Sino, and there was Maryland. These were all independent territories, right? They governed themselves, right? Liberia did not exist. Right? Liberia was just that strip of land that was where Montserrado is. Right there is like a 40-mile strip in Grand Bassa. That was called Liberia, right? The other places were territories that later joined the republic. So they had an idea to create a republic, and all they did was get indigenous people in the interior to sign up and say, and some of them just because they saw what was going on in French Africa. They say, something, the Samora Toure, as Elvis will tell you, they were like, he wanted help from Liberia because the French were so brutal in that area. And Liberia used to be twice the size of what it is right now, 3 times the size of it right now. But they lost territory to the British and the French, All these people joined the republic, right? And they joined the republic because it was a black republic, right? And they figured they had a better chance than dealing with a white, because the people that basically stayed on the British side, the French side, these people suffered. And all of French West Africa, they were in a brutal colonial system. Liberia, the people who joined Liberia, the 5 people were the first ones to join Liberia. They really prospered, right? Because they were in a fair situation. Same with the Gribbles, the seaside Gribbles, they joined the republic, This idea that white people created Liberia, no, they did not. White people were long gone when this was going on. It was men like J.J. Roberts, men like Elijah Johnson. It was men like Randolph Cooper, Hillary Teague, John Jay. It was men like Drayton from Maryland. It was all these men, these pioneers, black pioneers from America and the Caribbean. Edward Wilmot Blyden, he was from the Virgin Islands. E.J. Roy, he was from Newark, Ohio. All these prominent men. The Liberia attracted the best black men in the world, at the time. So the notion that, black national, look, the best black men in the world, J.J. Roberts, right, came from came from Petersburg, Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia, and Petersburg. He was had a shipping business, in Norfolk, between Norfolk and Petersburg. These were prominent black men. Benjamin Anderson, right? His family was in the shipping business in Baltimore. He came and basically explored the mouth of the St. John River. These were black men who were explorers. They were the ones who basically made the treaties with the natives and all the stuff like that. They're the ones who put mapped the country out and created the territory and everything like that. It wasn't no white people doing that. So that's a difference.
No, Kyla, I like that explanation. That was a very good explanation. Now, in translation, before slavery and without the black people that were in Spain that came to the United States of America, white people didn't accomplish a damn thing in these colonies.
We're saying
and if you believe that that's not true, I want you to show me the first. Hold on, Kyla. Kyla, let me finish. Let me finish my question, Kyla. You so antsy that you so antsy to talk. Let me finish.
I'm gonna make your argument for you, right? Before the Africans start coming over here in America was nothing. New York, New Amsterdam was a friggin' shithole. America was really nothing, nothing, right?
That's why they brought them, because they needed that labor.
The slave trade, right, and mercantilism, right? It was European, British mercantilism which built
mercantilism.
I say mercantile, whatever. So
but the capital that built it was us.
That's what basically built the new world, right? It was basically
we built the entire world.
They basically had all the land that they could span, manifest destiny, span sea to shining sea, right? Span the land and grow crops and whatnot. Young white men were given land, right? They were able to purchase labor for free, right? And they had a ready-made market for their product, which was the British, British. And what happened was, after a while, America started shipping goods themselves to Wall Street and buying some stuff. That was a conflict, right? Because America said, "What the hell we need the British for?"
They started sending stuff to where?
Well, this is what happened. Before the Wall Street was created, right? Most of the stuff was done through the British mercantile system. British basically, you produce the
whoa, Carla, if you don't mind me saying something, it wasn't the British that started. It was the Dutch.
Yeah, but I'm saying
all of New York was Dutch land. It didn't become British till later.
Actually, the people who control the 13 colonies was England.
No, Carla. Before there was 13, there was more than 13 colonies. We got to stop this dumbass talk.
When the Dutch were here,
there were more than 13 colonies, and there were way more. Hold on, Carla. Before you go rambling, there was more than 13 colonies. Those were 13 English colonies.
Yeah, but
there were still French colonies, Dutch colonies, Spanish colonies.
The Dutch had New York, New Amsterdam. That's what the Dutch had. The Spanish had Mississippi, and Florida,
And what did the British have?
The English had most of the territory and on this Atlantic seaboard, and eventually they took over the whole.
But Carla, wait a minute, Carla. Which one was the developed one?
The developed one was the places like Boston, which was English. That's why they call those states New England, because it was basically a colony of England. They call it New England, and they called New York City New Amsterdam. That's the truth.
Now, Carla, to debunk what you're saying, that ain't true.
Okay,
the Dutch had the most. The Dutch was the first colonizer ever.
What's that called?
And they were the ones that started the slave trade, and they was the ones that first imported slaves, and they wasn't from West Africa, by the way.
Dutch trading company, Carla.
Yeah, Kyla, you're wrong about a lot of shit, and we're going to break down why you're constantly being wrong. Let's talk about. Hold on, Kyla, calm your ass down. You don't know everything.
Look, check this out. Look,
you don't know everything, Kyla.
Jonathan, he's cooking a little bit.
Just to try to challenge me, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No one's challenging you. The fact of the matter is, you don't know everything. If we talked about what the Spanish people built, they sucked that.
Get off my fucking show. The 6 states in the damn Northeast are called New England for a reason. They're called New England. New York is called New Amsterdam for a freaking reason, right? The bottom line is this: the English basically dominated this area. The 13 colonies were colonies of the British Crown. That's the truth, And the bottom line, there's no truth. So he's such a contrarian. even though that's the truth. You're gonna sit there and waste my time talking about a bunch of nonsense. Just leave it alone. That's it. Now make your freaking point after that. New England, New Amsterdam. That's it. They all became part of what we call the 13 colonies of America, by 1776, And then in 1787, there was a constitution and it became a republic, the United States of America. That's basic fucking American history. Damn, I'm saying that arguing with people not fucking educated, not read, they're gonna argue with me on that, Damn, Florida was a Spanish
what do you disagree with him on, Carla, on that point?
I have no idea. He just calls it disagree just to disagree. I have no idea. He's just so ran to get in an argument with me. He just starts debating me on every fucking little thing. I can say the fucking sky is blue. No sky, particularly the sky is fucking pink.
Oh,
damn.
man.
You gotta be more tolerant. Jonathan is a good contributor to the platform, Carla.
Fucking basically just argue me just to argue me, If you ain't got a good point, then shut the fuck up, If you're trying to advance the conversation, then you talk like that. But you just argue just to argue, just to prove that I don't know everything. Yeah, I never said I know everything. I know something. Shit. I wouldn't be on this show, if I didn't know something, Jonathan. Damn, give me some credit. God damn,
I mean, you know something, Carla. Jonathan wants to share his knowledge too. Let him share his knowledge.
You can share your knowledge, but you don't have to keep challenging me. Nobody's gonna listen to the Jonathan Miller show. It's not gonna happen.
Come on.
It's not gonna fucking happen. Nobody's gonna say,
Carla, the problem that you have is when you believe you know something, you think you know everything, and it's not true.
I know everything. I do not say I know everything. But if I'm talking about something I know, then you should be quiet. If I don't know something, I'll shut up.
Yeah, but Carla, what you know is not true.
Look, there's things all the time. I say like this, I don't know. Like when people talk about Chahore and whatnot, you don't see me getting that conversation because I don't fucking know. I don't know nothing about the guy. I don't know what's going on. I can't tell you anything like that. I'll let Shake James and all these other people who know what they're talking about talk. Everybody knows that. If I don't know something, I'll be quiet. Let people talk. I don't have.
All right, let's hear Jonathan on knowledge on the issue, Carla. We heard you. Let's hear him too.
Yeah. My knowledge on the issue is that the Dutch are the ones that kicked off the slave trade, and because they kicked off the slave trade, they had an advantage over the other colonies. Therefore, their area were always the most developed at that time period.
Hold on,
Carla. Let me finish talking. Their areas were the most developed at that time period, and then the rest of the colonialists copied them and said, "Well, since they're doing the slave trade, we'll do it too." Because prior to that, wait, Carla, you can't say actually because you can't debunk history.
Hold on. If you talk about in America or you talk about all the Western Hemisphere,
in America,
are you talking about the North America or are you talking about the whole hemisphere?
Both.
No, actually, it was a Portuguese.
No, Carla.
He's right. You heard about Suriname?
Keep doing your
thing. The Dutch Guyana in Suriname.
People who started the slave trade and took the most slaves over were the Portuguese to Brazil.
They took the most over. They didn't start it though. There's a difference, Carla.
They took the most. The Portuguese took the most slaves.
I didn't say took the most. When did I say that, Carla?
That's the most successful. The Portuguese had Brazil. They had the largest territory.
Yeah. They took the most, but they didn't start it. Do you know the difference between starting something and doing the most, Carla?
It was also hold on. You say it was started. It was actually the Pope's the Pope of the Portuguese.
Did the Pope bring slaves over from Africa, Carla, or did he just allow it?
We're going to basically allow slavery because blacks have no souls. That was the Dutch. That was the Portuguese. So then again, you're wrong. No.
See,
Spain and Portugal started that shit.
Carla, when you losing the argument.
No, it's not losing the argument. You keep saying
you're losing the argument because you just revert first. You
didn't make your.
The Portuguese did not start the slave trade.
I got two people in the chat room: Principe, Spain and Portugal, right? Kwame, Spain and Portugal. Some people did their history lesson. I thought it was common knowledge, right?
They didn't do the history lessons. They didn't do the history lessons.
No, the Dutch had a better finance system. That's why they was able to take over the slave trade from all. They had a better finance system, than the British and all these other people like that. And then the British came in and mastered it. What the Dutch did. The Dutch had a better, superior finance system than the Spanish and the Portuguese.
Colin, in terms of America's development, right? The Dutch had the most developed. You want to say it's because of finance?
What was developed? Actually, Boston was more developed than New York City was. You know that, right?
It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
New York City didn't get developed till the Irish start coming in.
All right, Jonathan, I think you have to concede the point, right? They're saying that it was the Portuguese who initiated the slave trade. The Dutch was a part of it, but it wasn't the initiators of it. So I guess
it was
that
the
point
Portuguese. I thought that was common knowledge.
No, it's not common knowledge. The reason why I can say that is because it was.
Let me go take my L and be quiet, whatnot. Let me go take my
Kala.
You're both wrong.
Yeah,
you're both wrong.
Who's
slave trade originated? Okay, almost 1,000 years before that. It was the
Arab
slave trade.
Man, come on now.
We're not talking about the Arab, bro. We're talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
Dollar Bill, I can see to you. Dollar Bill, you right.
I'm right.
Dollar Bill, it was the Arab slave trade. That's right, Dollar Bill. You right.
Okay, Jonathan.
But to be frank though, we can look back on all the development that was taking place in North America. And you can no one can deny.
So were the Dutch in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which was the French? Were they in the Baton Rouge and New Orleans?
Kyle, you got to give it to them, right? New Amsterdam, New York, aka, was really thriving. It was the economic hub.
Actually, yeah. The only Manhattan, Manhattan Island was thriving, but the rest of New York was like a shithole. New York was
but the rest of New York wasn't. All of it wasn't belonging to the Dutch. That's the problem, Kyle.
Manhattan was.
When you had people like John Jacob Astor coming over from the Netherlands and starting big business and doing fur trading and all those things.
The Dutch basically came in there later in the game, but the bottom line is who basically actually taken over this area. 13 colonies of English. English took it over.
No. And this is the problem that I have with you, Kala, because I'm helping out the FBA people at the moment, okay?
Oh, don't start.
The fact of the matter is, Kala, if we look at the Spanish,
Jonathan is a black AmeriKKKan,
whatever you want to call me, anti-white people. That's what I am. Now, at the end of the day, Kala, if you want to look at the oldest building in Spanish colony North America, they brought that building over from Spain. They didn't build it in America.
Your leader tonight said that he loves you.
Kala, why are you listening to this dude all the time? God damn, you're a real fan.
He came on my show, He came on my show, man, First time I ever had almost 100 people in my chat, I was like, damn, so.
Well, you had to bring it, try to break them on a lot more.
He's talking about black skin is amazing.
Look, if that's what I gotta get the chat to deal with a bunch of fucking FBA.
But Kyle, I don't think Jonathan followed that, dude. I'm hoping that. I'm praying.
I don't follow him.
Can I say something to you guys?
Jonathan, you be saying the same thing he says, man.
Can I say something, guys? Can you hear me?
Not even close, Kyle.
Actually,
you say like this.
Actually, America was a shithole until the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, America was backwards. I don't know what Johnson talking about. Until the Industrial Revolution, America was like a backwater country,
In 1865, started the Industrial Revolution in America. Okay, until then, it really wasn't great.
It was agrarian society. It was an agrarian.
Okay, it was slavery.
Agrarian, same thing.
Agrarian, not agrarian.
No, not really. Agrarian has to do with people just growing crops.
Yeah, we were growing crops, but we were growing crops, all right, man. With slavery.
All right, to make life simple, can we just all admit, right? Without the slavery, these white people ain't shit. They didn't build shit. They were dying. They weren't surviving. They were eating each other. Can we admit that?
Well, how about this? We admit that.
Can you admit that, Kala?
Okay, Jonathan, but the bottom line is this. They still
so
got the money.
1865,
for your reparations,
when America was industrialized,
What is
there
that?
was
What
a
is
process
That
of
was
the
a whole other
government
thing.
and the
Hey,
railroad,
Carla.
So
which
they still
was
got they still
financed on
they're
the
having
back
the last laugh
of
because
the
they got the
Hey,
money.
Colin, you know what the difference is? They were intelligent.
They got the,
Colin, they were
they got
intelligent enough to keep
they
the
got the money.
majority because they seen what happened everywhere else.
The Johnson, man.
Don't say that,
Hey, Carla.
Jonathan. That's
One thing
traumatizing.
Ben wants to know is,
But that's the truth, though,
Elvis, can I
Elvis.
answer your question?
If the Americo-Liberians kept the majority, they would be ruling Liberia today.
I'll stop, Jonathan.
Hey, Carla.
Yeah.
And you know when you say in New York it was called New Amsterdam, that was because of the Holland was over there with the Indian Trading Company. They had it together. That's where that name came from.
No,
So you're saying the Dutch didn't actually rule Manhattan?
No, Holland is a
I
place.
thought the Dutch had Manhattan.
No,
it was
Holland is a specific place in the Netherlands.
That's why they called it New Amsterdam, because Amsterdam is where it is now. So they called it New Amsterdam, and a place called York. Okay, that's why they call it New York.
It was a man named York. That's where that name came from. I'm
but
talking about
a man named York and a town in England named
I'm
Yorkshire.
talking about
Yorkshire
Holland,
in England.
Holland is in Amsterdam.
Yeah, but that's why it was called New Amsterdam, because they were over there too. They had their hands in the slave trade. They were down there in South Africa
that's
also.
why they call it New Amsterdam.
Exactly.
Just
yeah.
like
So
when Colin said to you, and he was correct. Okay, and they call certain parts of New England, right?
Yeah.
And so you know, even when they have Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. So what we're talking about, we understand that. Is that my man Ben Yosef?
Yeah. What's up, brother?
Hey man, how you doing, man?
All Ben wants to know is where's his goddamn money, man. You know,
I love
his reparations.
Ben wants to add to the intellectual conversation.
I like Ben likes to talk shit. I love Ben. Ben cusses out Africa and stuff. He makes me laugh.
But you know what I'm saying though, far as white people having the money, power is always in flux. It's like football.
Let me just say something, because I know a lot of people are talking about Irish. Remember, there were three things that they used to say about the Irish: no blacks, no Irish, and no dogs. There's a reason why when the Irish came here, they were not even white. That's why they were called.
They paid less than black people were.
They weren't white. What were they?
They were not white. White was a concept, you know. Irish.
I'm asking a question for understanding. I'm not arguing with you.
No, but let me tell you what their name was, because you get a lot of these pseudo intellectuals who will tell you that black Irish meant that they were black people. No, they were not. They were called the Black Irish because you could take them for work. They would work cheaper and work less than black people would. That's why they call them the Black Irish.
Yeah,
well, that's what I'm saying. When you say they weren't white, you mean racially they weren't white, or just socially they weren't considered white?
White is not a race. It's just like black is. It's a social construct.
Yeah, because the Italians weren't considered white at the time. It's like a club you get to join. You know
exactly.
Well, the Italians are a little different because a lot of them came from Sicily, and they had admixture from the Moors, and they consider them to be partly black because they had black blood.
If you weren't Anglo,
I had an Italian friend of mine
considered white.
He was African, man.
First of all, Italy is only 15 miles off the coast of Africa.
No, we're talking to Sicily, the southern part of
I know it's a boot.
Italy.
I studied Italian. Un palate italiano.
A lot of Italians came from Sicily, especially the ones in the East Coast.
Well, they don't just come from Sicily. That's just the bottom of the boot.
I would say a lot of them did.
And most Italians in America come from Naples.
It's not. It's not Napolitano. Is what he said.
Napoleon Italian.
Napoli.
That was the biggest cultural influence on us in New York.
Yeah, and the Irish had the advantage over the Italians because they could speak English already, and then they had the draft riots where they attacked black people, and then they kind of
I got the book. It wasn't the Italians just attacking us. It was the Irish.
Yeah, that's when they had the draft riots. I'm saying.
I got the book, brother. I got the original book. in my hand.
Ben Yusuf
My
came to
father gave
drop
it
some
to me.
knowledge on us, man. But I
They,
keep
there
saying
was
though, right?
there
So
was
I was
Joshua.
saying the dude was saying that these black, I hate to say it, it sounds disrespectful, but these black mammies was raising these, future US presidents and being their nannies and taking care of them and breastfeeding them.
He said
And
that
as
was
such, they are their
I
mothers, and
can't really
African Americans are their
imagine
fathers.
how
There
this
were
motherfucker
slaves,
said
brother.
that
So what are
shit,
you
man.
talking about?
No,
Well,
that's the argument
even
that the
the
brother
Pope,
was making. That's what I'm saying. Do you
even
agree
the
with
Pope,
that
even the
these were
new
their
Pope,
mothers?
Pope Leo, had a
Now,
Haitian great grandmama.
in Africa, y'all would call someone mama if they raised you.
Oh,
I
hold on.
mean,
Jonathan,
Jonathan,
stop
let's
saying that.
Hey,
come.
keep
Jonathan,
that
stop saying
same
something.
African mythology.
That's
Stop it,
another thing.
Jonathan. You're being
Jonathan, stop
so.
He
acting.
cannot
That was
do
some crazy shit that
Jonathan,
he said. But
yo,
keep
Right.
that African mythology.
Okay, they just called him out on his bullshit, Jonathan. Stop it.
Franklin,
First of all, the
hold up,
word
James
mammy.
Madison and Ben Franklin, these were Northerners.
Listen, all I know is America in the Western Hemisphere wouldn't be shit without black people. Therefore,
Not,
give us
not
all the
African
credit.
people.
And that's the end of it.
Say African
Yo,
people.
go get that reparations check, man. But you
Say
can't be like,
African people. Don't just
Kala,
say black.
Kala.
Say
I
African.
think I would get that reparations check before you build Afristan.
well,
Let's
okay,
try to within the
Bill
next 10 years,
African
let's
with the
try to get
reparation checks,
one
Tyler.
done.
okay, I guess we're both never gonna get it because you
Hold
never
on.
get that
Because
reparations.
Jonathan, what you want to do is you
You're
want
never
to
gonna
start
see a
this
reparations.
argument with Kala about this BS. And it's all BS. Just basically, we were African people. So listen, so go back to true African. Okay, you're absolutely right. The mammary, okay, is what they call the breast, the mammary, right? And so you have a lot of so-called white people, okay, who have African ancestry, but choose to ignore it, just like the Pope said his family didn't talk about it. And they built this social construct in America based on racial features. So much so that in America, it influenced the Germans, right?
And that's
And
where Hitler got his stuff from.
exactly, from America. So when people don't understand that, so when the Irish
Well, if that's the case, let me ask you, go to Dollar Bill. Let me cut you right there.
That is the case.
If that's the case, what you just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, black skin is amazing saying he's an American, right? And we all know America is the birthplace of white supremacy and black slavery.
Yes.
What is he saying? That I said
America is not the birthplace of white supremacy.
It is, man. America is where Hitler learned.
It's Spain that did that.
Absolutely, where Hitler learned.
America in Virginia, Jonathan understands something. In Virginia, check this out, Dollar Bill. Have you ever been to Petersburg, Virginia?
I've been through there. Yeah.
Oh, well, now you go down there. Most of the black people and white people are crazy because Petersburg used to have. No, so that's not funny, right? Petersburg used to have the largest mental health sane asylum in the world. You know, Petersburg, Virginia. They used to lock people up, right? Basically, if you with this thing called eugenics at one time, right? If your parents were drunkards, they would just go and lock you up because you're gonna come with drunk. They would prevent people from breeding with each other, stuff like that. They put normal people, right? They start giving these IQ tests. When I say, "Oh, you're retarded," they put them in meditation. Virginia has a whole thing about eugenics and everything like that.
A whole history.
Some people are going to destroy the race because of race mixing and stuff like that. That all was started. Hitler studied all this stuff. You know,
you're absolutely correct.
Jonathan
don't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to that, Colin. You're absolutely correct. He doesn't know shit what he's saying about that.
What now? Didn't the Spanish separate light-skinned people from dark-skinned people after they reconquered Spain?
And don't forget the Portuguese.
Those places are small in comparison.
The bottom, compared to what America.
Oh, now y'all going by what place is bigger than smaller. We're just talking about the concept. We ain't talking about nothing
White
else.
supremacy started in Europe. It started in Europe.
Actually, didn't start in Europe. It started right here in the
Black
New
people
World,
lived in Europe, okay, even in Russia. Okay, in fact, one of the czars of Peter the Great was influenced, okay, by a man whose grandson, okay, was a Haitian who also wrote the Conte Monte Cristo, okay, Alexander Dumas. I had this same argument once with a Chinese friend of mine who's about 20 years older than me when I proved to him that Peter the Great's godfather was a black man. So you could say
a mulatto man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, well, you ain't mulattoes when y'all Africans marry them, right? All I'm saying to you is this: that even the Venice of Moore, the Moor from Venice, who was a black man, Othello, was depicted in Europe. So the whole idea that black people were inferior was not in Europe at that time. What it concentrated, it was in America.
In the New World.
Okay, even Shakespeare was said to have possibly been black.
Oh man,
and his girlfriend was definitely black. We can go on to what's that guy that composes all of the music?
Bach or Mozart?
Mozart. Was it Mozart? Which one of them? One of them was black, and they proved that he was black, right? So in Europe, you're going to see a lot of prominent people who were, if we look at them with our eyes and say they were black people, right?
I mean, a dollar bill, you going down that rabbit hole that even the Greeks were black too?
No, I didn't go. I didn't say nothing about no Greeks.
Okay, I just want to know.
Well, I want to go down that rabbit hole.
I know, John,
and
you
say,
want to go down that rabbit hole.
Wait. Now, not even that, though, Elvis. I want to go down that rabbit hole in which the first time Jesus was depicted as a white person.
You Negroes need to start specializing.
And that's that very white person that they spread around the world. That was the beginning of white supremacy.
Okay, they live.
It didn't start in America.
They live off the Aegean Sea. They live in the Mediterranean, just like Italy is in the Mediterranean. Okay.
Yeah, dollar bill. I mean, they might have some black blood, like somebody said. They might have an ancestor who was black and as such. They have maybe a curlier hair.
Oh, they even had black skin guys.
But they're not,
you know, a movie on this,
like James Franco said, same, but different, right?
Did a movie on
they might have some black blood, but they weren't black like you and I, dollar bill. You can agree on that, right?
Now it's not black like us.
No, I'm saying, let's be honest. A person who have 20% black blood is not the same as a person who have 80%, right?
Race, the whole idea you have on race and the invention of the white man himself was created in America.
Percentage matters, right? If a person has 20% and they look kind of black, they have some black features.
You could have two parents with one black and one white. One kid come out black and the other one come out white. They could be twins. Do you know how I know? You ever heard of a man called Judge Bruce?
Yeah, we heard this story before.
Also known as Let Him Loose what? Bruce, right? Who has a twin who has white features, who came out looking white.
Yeah, but that is extremely rare, right?
No, it's not rare.
It's hella rare.
It's not rare when you're dealing with people who are mixed. It's not rare at all. It's rare because of people who come from the same so-called race. But people who are mixed, it's not rare at all.
Mm.
So the whole idea
the point that I'm making, dollar bill, is that most of these people had a splash of black blood in them.
In America.
But they weren't black like you and I.
You can't revise history.
Well, I got a question. I think y'all know. Did chattel slavery start in America, or did it start in Haiti or South America? Which one?
Brazil, you're hurting my brain tonight, bro. This is not Jeopardy, bro. This is not a trivia show.
I'm just curious.
I don't know.
If anybody know the answer, tell me.
It was
I can
Brazil.
research it, but listen, I know one thing. The widespreadness of chattel.
So the Portuguese started the classification.
Okay. I didn't say that they didn't start something. See, you're not listening to what I'm saying, John. Your head is hard. I'm saying to you that people.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm just tired of this conversation.
They didn't gain any momentum.
Listen, everyone's an intellectual.
You always steer the argument to what you know, so you know.
Who, me?
The lights down on you. No, I'm just saying anybody who's arguing, right? You want to steer the argument to which Jonathan is trying to get away from it, but Dollar Bill
I'm
wants to
trying
go
to
back
steer the
to it.
argument to what I
I
know.
don't want to stay on it. At the end of the day, black
Yeah.
people
I have
built
multiple knowledge.
America,
It has nothing to do
and
with it.
that's
I
all
don't
I
know
really
everything.
care about. That's
I
been
don't know everything.
proven. And white people suck without us. All right. And oh yeah, and another thing was already proven that black people can travel out of Africa, even though somebody once said that they had no need to travel out
wait,
of
wait, wait, wait,
Africa.
wait, wait,
But
wait.
but it
Wait,
was but it
Jonathan,
was already
Jonathan,
proven
Jonathan,
that they
Jonathan,
did.
Jonathan. I don't know
That's
if
good
she's
enough for me.
Wait, wait, wait,
Jonathan, stop
Jonathan.
making
I
the
don't know if she's
assumption
trolling.
that people are
I don't know if
traveling
she's
out of
trolling or she's
Africa
being serious,
because
right?
they want to be
MP
Indian.
in the chat said that
They,
her
the,
mother had 2 kids. One of them looked like her, and the other looked Hispanic. So I don't know if she's trolling or not. So maybe she's trying to confirm what Dollar Bill is saying.
She trolling.
This is what
I
happens
think
when
she's
you
being
mix,
for real.
when you mix the so-called race. It is not. It's not as rare as you think it is. Okay,
I
so let me
haven't
just
seen a
say this
Dollar
to
Bill.
you.
Have you seen it, Jonathan? I mean, my mother had me and my sister.
I ain't never seen it.
Yeah, I'm a little brown skin. My sister is way darker.
But your father's not white. We're talking about a so-called white person.
Oh, you're talking about white
and a
people?
black
No, we're talking
person.
about MP who's clearly black. I'm guessing your parents are black.
I mean, if you want to
She said
say
she's not trolling.
like black people can have a child that's lighter than them, yeah.
Did I say that?
I see that all the time.
She
Did I
said
say
her
that?
mother is dark, black woman. Her father is mixed, or her mother is mixed, or something like that.
Exactly.
We're gonna
It's
talk about
possible.
building
Yeah, I
Afghanistan.
mean,
In that
you
area
once you're
like that.
mixed, you have
I just want to
recessive
build
genes and dominant
Afghanistan.
genes
God damn.
that could show up in your kids down
Like
the
the
line.
Cape
I get it.
Verdean. Those Cape Verdean are mixed up.
Dollar, show us some of your new Afghanistan AI work, please.
Jonathan, why you trying
Jonathan,
to
what is
get away
wrong
from the
with you this week,
conversation?
bro?
Dollar Bill wants to
What
tell
do
you
you
what
like,
to hit
man?
you up.
I ain't gonna lie, Elvis. Let me be honest, right?
Be honest. Come on.
I don't like these non-productive ass conversations.
There you
Why
go.
do you feel it unproductive?
We've
They
transcended petty
they
arguments
aren't
and
productive.
fruitless conversation.
I have seen this on this show and on Dinah's show, and I'd be like, man, no wonder why we always behind in everything. We find the dumbest shit to
people
argue
need to
about.
talk. Listen,
They don't. They
people
really
need
don't.
dialogue. Dialoguing is a way for people to exchange ideas, okay? And
These
to
ain't
come to
ideas.
and sometimes they come to a consensus, sometimes they don't. I mean, but people need to learn. You know what? Let me just say this, man. And this is what is phenomenal about this show and even some other shows. This is the first time I feel in our recent history that people from other continents, okay, are actually converging and talking about the things that we talk about. Can we do better? Absolutely. Right? We can do better. But the whole idea that we're engaging one another and people are listening and sharing different perspectives and different ideas, that we're no longer in a vacuum to say, well, this is what West Africans think. You know, this is what other people, we don't know until we exchange ideas and have dialogue with one another. So I think
like that dollar bill.
it might be you might have grown tired of it and you don't want to talk about it, or you like to attack Kala, or you and him got this thing going on. I don't know. You feel it, whatever it is. I told Kala,
We ain't having enough shows about building Afghanistan. These shows turn into diaspora wars or FBA, non-FBA wars.
Kyler been on a good road tonight with defending his blackness.
You want
so
to be in
appreciate
Africa.
He's black. Shit.
You live in Africa.
Nothing to defend. We all know
claim to
that.
be Indian and was here before Columbus came.
Agenda. I don't understand that. Can you explain yourself? You're an enigma. How can you are in Africa, but you're anti-African?
But Dollar, I'm not anti-African. What the hell are you talking about? You ain't never heard no shit like that come out of my mouth. That's crazy.
The FBA to me is anti-African. They don't want to be African at all. They rather think, first of all, let me just say this. The Chinese and Asian people came over the Bering Strait. Africans did not come over the Bering
But Dollar Bill, Ken Jonathan agreed that his lineage is foundational Black American without being anti-African.
We were never the foundation of America.
Meaning that slaves were here before the foundation of this country, before the founding of the country.
We were Africans brought here from the slave trade.
And we went through
The American part is what throws me, right, Jonathan? Because you
Bill.
guys wasn't considered American citizens until much later,
Bill.
Exactly.
after the founding of the country. So,
What's up, my brother Ben?
That don't matter. That don't see in Africa, right?
I mean, you guys been talking all day, man. Let me ask him a question.
Ben, talk.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
All right, what I'm saying is this though. If that with that philosophy, then you need to tell the Jamaican and the Haitian and the Dominican that they hate Africa because they don't call themselves African Jamaicans. They came over here the same time we did, since they got more of a connection with Africa than we do. They look more African than we do. Everybody went through an ethnogenesis.
Oh, okay, I know that ethno shit, right? Here it is. First of all,
you didn't let Ben speak. Say one sentence, Dollar Bill. You jumped out.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Ben.
So with that philosophy, with the Brazilians and everybody else, how come you don't consider them anti-African? Because they came over, they went through an ethnogenesis. They have a total different language, culture, food, and everything else. So how come we always have to be associated with Africa and they don't?
Because the Brazilians are associated with Africa.
Let me answer.
They study Yoruba religion. They go back to Nigeria. They go back to Ifa. They're really connected with the continent.
No, they not.
And that ain't true either.
Anyway,
African Jamaicans.
First of all,
y'all know what I realized, right? There's always a little segment of the population. Black America has it too. The Gullah Geechee does this, right? They're very connected back to Africa.
No,
and
what I'm saying is this, though. What I'm saying is,
there's a connection
why
in
don't
Brazil.
they call themselves African Jamaican then? Why they just,
because they ain't got no retards in their country
called
like that.
Afro-Brazilians.
They are called, man, I'm telling you.
The Afro part came from America, by the way.
They're called Afro-Brazilian, but there's a national. Let me say this to you, Ben Yusuf. There's a national program. I won't say program, but it's like a thing that the white Brazilians are trying to kind of breed out the black Brazilians. I forgot what it's called, but it's a way so that they marry white. They lighten the race, right?
But they did it in
mostly
Argentina.
in South America.
Yeah.
They're trying to lighten out the race.
But
And make them
my
almost
point,
ambiguous in terms of their racial makeup.
Why you don't tell a Jamaican to call himself an African Jamaican? Why do you?
Because Jamaican is a nationality, right? It's a country, So it's it's partially a root. No, I get it, but Jamaicans know that they're ancestrally Africans, right? They don't deny that.
We do too, but why do we got to call
hold up. As someone that goes to Jamaica all the time, there are people there that say they're Jamaican and not African. Cut that shit out.
A lot of Jamaicans tie their roots back to Africa.
And a lot of them say that they're not African. Just because you don't go to their spaces and listen to them talk about it.
When people say they're not African, it can be true and false at the same time, right? Because again, Africa is a physical place. It's a continent. And then an African could be some place that you descended from, right? From a lineage. It can be a lineage and it can be a physical place on a planet.
First of all, Africa's a continent. So what I'm saying is
that's what I'm saying. But African is also a people, a lineage too.
What I'm saying is, why doesn't the Haitian say African Haitian? They say Haiti only, Haitian only.
And you know of all the Caribbeans, the Haitians are the ones that tie themselves closest to Africa. So I'm just telling you, they identify by their nationality first.
You know what I realized?
Listen to me. What I'm saying
is, the people in Barbados don't give a fuck about none of that shit. And that's probably why they're thriving right now.
Why are you calling us African Americans and nobody else has to call
I'm not calling you that. I'm not calling you that. The people who made up the name, they saw their fate.
That was white people who came with Jesse Jackson because they want to associate us with that bullshit in Africa. First of all,
we were already associated with Africa.
I stopped being an African when them bastards sold me to the white man. That's when that shit ended. Fuck Africa.
That's valid.
Mother Africa is a crackhead hoe who sold her children off for 2 crack rocks.
And then what? And what that make her kids?
Okay. What does that make her kids? Her kids grew up to be something way fucking better than she is. That's why they over there struggling.
I mean, if a crackhead have a baby, what does that make the baby?
That'll make the baby a crack baby.
Okay.
But the baby is separate. You understand?
I'm just using this analogy and throwing it back at him. That's
I mean, within meth babies and all kinds of other babies. We don't go around saying meth babies.
Crackheads don't have clay babies if they're using while they're
tired of
pregnant.
people trying to chain themselves on to our greatness. Africa didn't invent shit. We are the
man.
ones that
Yeah,
did the
you said.
music, the patterns over here. Ain't shit coming out of Africa. Ain't
Africa
shit
has
coming
their
out.
own music. They have their own stuff.
Everybody got their own music, but they
Yeah.
ain't fucking with us. Okay,
I
they
mean,
coming
yeah, you
over
can
here.
say you guys have good music. That's fine, but they have their own
Yeah.
music too.
Listen.
Hell,
None of
Eskimos got music.
that
God
shit
damn it.
matters. None of that shit matters. How about
Yeah,
Black Americans compete with Africans to see who can defeat white people first? That'd be a better competition.
Africans have
That's a
submitted.
more
They
meaningful
gave
Let's
up.
not
competition.
get silly here,
Africans
okay?
have submitted
We're
to the
gonna
white
go
man.
off the Richter scale.
They're not
Really.
fighting
I
white
want to go out
supremacy
the
in
Richter
Africa.
scale because these weak ass
I'm not.
conversations are weak as fuck.
I mean,
Well,
then
you know
don't
what it
talk
is?
about it then, man. Drop down then. What I'm
Who?
saying is that
Well, you
No,
here,
this is
dog.
supposed to
is
be
not
this is supposed to
fighting.
be about building Afristan.
Africans
That's
are
not
not
what
fighting white supremacy.
that is not what the title of the thing is. It said, "Are you a
What's the
proud?
title of it?
Are you a proud foundational American with 3 Ks, like in the KKK?"
Yeah, I'm a proud foundational Black American.
That's good.
That's good,
And you know
John.
that means
Well,
you
I
join
would
the
think that
KKK.
everybody should be proud to be that. If you're from America,
I'm an African, just like any other African. My African
that means you're
story.
a proud
I'm a
foundational Black
color-blind person.
African. What's the difference? You're
I'm a
still a
color.
FBA.
It's
Take it.
different. I don't let America, which was designed for and by white people, define me. I happen to live in a space
Africa was
because I was brought here
designed by
as
white
an
people.
African, not a
The way they
slave,
carved that shit up is ridiculous.
enslaved, okay, in America. And that's
They
it.
were
We're entitled to
enslaved
the
in
rest of the
Africa.
continent. And you can tell me whatever you like or what you think and how many foundational shit you are. Okay, the bottom line is you can drop me off anywhere in Africa. And if I don't open up my mouth, okay, or have the dress that's so distinct, they couldn't tell me from no one else.
But Ben Yusuf,
over 80%.
You have African goddess in the chat that's telling you there's one person who's fighting white supremacy. Maybe you disagree, or maybe it's Jonathan too. Traore is fighting
Oh, we
white
love
supremacy.
Traore is loved by African Americans.
Yeah, no. The thing is, African goddess Traore is doing it, but no one's helping him. Unfortunately,
Even
he
your
needs
boy
help.
He
Tariq.
got 2 other countries that's helping him, Jonathan.
Even your boy Tariq.
No. Those 2 other people and the people from those countries, they're not on the panels.
Even Tariq.
In Burkina Faso, they're not on the panels in Burkina Faso and Mali or Niger. They're all in America or the UK talking about what he is doing now. Oh, it's amazing, motherfucker. Go help him.
Your brother Cuddy's out there helping him by selling his rocks.
Yeah, but he's not.
And
He's
making
not one.
jewelry.
He's not one of those people. The people from these places, Africans or African Americans, that really praise him all the time, should go help him.
But
You
Jonathan,
really,
people are not crazy.
really
They
go
know
help
that
him.
the country is unstable. They're not going to risk their life.
Don't matter. Don't matter. Go help him.
Allowing
That's not how it works, man. Come on.
people to take
Go
gold
help him.
or mine gold in Ghana anymore unless they can name.
But Ben Yusuf, man, I've heard you say this like 10 times.
Yeah, that's
you're
his
just so
favorite
mad at
statement. He likes
Africa
the crackhead.
for the slave trade, man.
Africa is a crackhead mother.
Yeah.
He got it right. Hold on, y'all can't do that. No, y'all can't do that. If he feels that way, he has a right to feel that way.
I get it. I mean, but it's like at this point, he's still angry about it, and I get it. That's a conversation that
He
we
got
need to have.
listen. His people were sold into slavery. Okay, they were beaten, murdered, tortured, raped, chopped apart, all kinds of horrible shit. The last time I checked, Elvis, if some people did that to you, would you be happy with them?
No, I'll be mad. I get it. I'm not.
All right, with it. He's validated in his way of thinking. I support it. Go ahead.
I mean, he used that analogy, but I'm saying that's maybe try a different analogy.
What is history? Okay, Shakespeare said it best. What is past is prologue. It's history. And so, are you going to continue being some type of victim? Are you the perpetual victim now of the African world?
That's not being a perpetual victim.
It is. It
happens. No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not.
What do you want to do now? You want to cry for the rest of your life? Mommy, you need therapy or what? What is it that you need to help you?
No, I realize, Dollar Bill. If someone did something to your family, right, and y'all suffered horrible atrocities. Your ass wouldn't think that way unless you got the
I'm not
love
a
of
black man,
Christ.
huh?
Well, dollar bill people suffer slavery, just like Ben Yusuf people.
My family didn't suffer. I'm just saying to you, you can't make that argument with me. I'm not a white man. I'm not even light skinned.
I don't know dollar bill.
They call it Wesley Snot bill.
And
He
I'm
black like
older
Wesley
than
Snipes.
you, so I'm older at a time when I suffered more than you do. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, but dollar bill, you can't make that statement because he has a right to think the way that he wants to think. If you want to be overwhelmingly tied to people who sold you,
Africa with 2 or 3 damn wives, you travel across the globe. You
yes,
make
indeed.
money. Now, what are you suffering about? Who's oppressing you?
Jonathan's free as a bird. He's doing anything he wants to do. You're free.
Yeah, I do what the hell I want to do.
Exactly. So why?
But Ben Yusuf, last time I checked, he's in Canada.
Exactly. Ben ain't
But
fighting
dollar bill, people have a right to think how they want. Dollar bill, you don't get to tell a rape victim how to think.
You
don't get to do that.
Victim, Jonathan.
Twice your age.
I
got an education.
400 years of being fucked over. That's worse than rape for me. But go ahead.
You laughing at in the chat, Colin? Like that dollar bill.
I've overcome more than you. When they didn't have anything, when we couldn't look at TV across the globe, we didn't have internet. You guys did. We had movies, okay, that were in big giant cassettes called VHS.
But dollar bill, it's so easy. It's so easy to say that. It's so easy to say that. But unfortunately, that's not how this world works. The world don't work that way, dollar bill.
You telling me
I can't listen, dollar bill. I can't go to the Igbos who be getting slaughtered by Fulani herdsmen and be like, y'all gotta forgive them.
Nobody's asking you to forgive anything.
That's history.
That's not what I said. Hold up, Jonathan.
We are one peoples.
I gotta mute his ass for a minute because he's on some bullshit. Okay? Nobody asked you to kumbaya. Nobody asked you, okay, to say that certain things didn't happen in your life. However, you can overcome it. Jonathan is an example of a person who's overcome it. And then he wants to give me this victimism. I'm not taking that victimhood. I'm not accepting that. My mother went to school. Okay, on her way to school, she used to have to pick cotton to make extra money. But that didn't stop her from owning 3 homes in America. Let's stop with the victimhood. Let's stop with, oh, we're so downtrodden. We can't do that. We can't do this. It's because the white man. I'm 60 years old, raised my 2 children, bought my house, educated myself, and I went back to school in my 30s. I had my degree, okay, when I was about 21, 22. I went back in my 30s with 2 kids. Let's stop the bullshit.
Dollar bill, you've been colonized. Because that's not what it.
Let me talk. I'm the co-host, damn it.
Not colonized. Colonized.
Listen.
No one, you bringing up an argument nobody has brought up.
There's nothing that you can't do. Stop with the victimhood shit. I'm not going to accept it. If you want to accept it, and now at my age, if I want to, I can make more money than I ever made in my life. Which means, listen, my daughter is making more money than I raised her on. I only raised her on maybe 1/3 of that. So let's start with the victimhood. We live in the most developed country, one of the most developed countries, not the greatest, in the world. And all people can sit down and do is, oh, you know, they owe us this. No, if you want something, you got to take it. No one's going to give you crap. If you want an Afro-stand, you might have to take that too. Stop with all of the victimhood. I can't do shit. I'm not going to tell the next man, you got the most powerful passport on this planet. Use it. Travel. Open up your freaking mind.
Won't you just admit you lost the argument?
Yourself is in Canada.
Ben Yusuf, he lost the argument a long time ago.
Now he talking about
No, I
some
didn't
shit, some
lose
white
argument.
man shit. You can pull yourself up on your bootstraps.
No,
I ain't talking about that.
Dollar Bill, nobody brought none of that shit up. No one
He
is
lost it
saying
already.
that because of slavery we can't go anywhere.
Well,
That man is in Canada right now, bro.
That the only way they're gonna get something is that the daddy white man is gonna admit I was wrong to you. I did you wrong.
You Dollar Bill, you embarrassing
What are you
yourself,
talking
man.
about?
He embarrassing
Bullshit.
himself. Because
If you
we
want something,
weren't talking about
get
shit
it.
about no white man. We was talking
At
about
all.
I'm as African American as African American.
You are a generic African. You a
I'm not
wannabe.
gonna be a victim.
You a goddamn wannabe. You a generic
No,
African.
nigga, I'm not a wannabe. I'm it.
Why you ain't over that end?
I'm not.
Even Africans don't want to be over there.
I don't have to be in Africa, because Africa is in me. You dig? If you want to go to Africa and be in Africa, that's fine. I can
Pan
be in
African
Africa
is
wherever
Bill.
I am.
That's his middle name.
I don't
Pan
have to
African
be
is Bill.
physically in Africa, nigga.
He wanted to side with some niggas that sold their own brothers and sisters
every
into
Jew is
slavery.
in Israel? Do you
You
think
want to
every
be down
Jew
with
that
some
have their
traitorous
own
niggas?
country?
You want to be down with some traitorous ass niggas?
What traitorous niggas are you referring to, my
They
brother?
sold their own brothers and sisters for trinkets.
People sell their
Not
own
not
people all
every
the time.
African sold slaves.
I didn't
Bro,
say
Ben
everyone
Yusuf.
did. Every German
Do you
wasn't a
know
goddamn
the
Nazi.
Irish sold their own brothers
Right.
into
So
slavery?
blame the ones that
The
did, not the
Italians
ones that
sold their
didn't.
own people into slavery. Okay, the Greeks, the Romans. Get over it, brother. The word slave itself is a European ethno word, okay, for Slavic. Get over it, man. It happened.
I ain't never been to get over. I
Move
said I don't
on.
fuck with them. I'm not a fucking African.
Well,
Hold on now. Dollar Bill. The beef between the British and Russians because they ain't got over it.
Well, you don't get over it then. I don't know. Get you some therapy.
The beef between a lot of these groups, the Turks and these other places, they ain't got over it. Don't tell people to get over something they ain't got over.
Cry you a river. You know, we can have river dance one day where you Negroes that want to feel sorry for yourself can sit down
What
and
are
cry
you
rivers.
talking about feeling sorry? Dollar Bill, you have to say that. Dollar
shit.
Bill, you have to say that to a whole bunch of poor people who says, I couldn't get nowhere. You ain't talking on the panel to none of those people right now.
I know. So why are you acting like you want to?
So why are you saying it?
I'm one of those people, Jonathan. I can't get nowhere.
What you say,
shit.
Elvis?
You can't. Well, Elvis, you're African. Of course, you can't get nowhere. At the end of the day, Dollar Bill, you're not Ben Yusuf is not one of those people, and neither am I, and neither are you. So the speech is not needed for us.
It is, because the other people that are listening to this bullshit y'all are talking.
I don't think
You're
the
not
people.
the only one in
I
the
don't
show.
think the people in the chat room might even need that speech. Princip, he came from Haiti. He's thriving in America. He's making $1,000 a week.
By tomorrow,
MP makes good money. Ain't no poor people in this chat.
I'm the co-host. I don't do that shit no more. By tomorrow, over 600 people are going to be listening to this broadcast. And I refuse to sit up here as an African American, okay, who at the age of 2, okay, was living in a tenement building with both of my parents, and rats were in my crib. I refuse to be a victim. I wasn't a victim then, and I'm not gonna.
Man, you talking them white boy talking points, man.
No, well, you know what? I'm not. Is that a white boy talking point? I'm not telling you about
that's what
my
they tell
life.
black people. Pull yourself out for your
My
bootstraps.
mother's dark is my mother was dark as coal, so I don't know how the hell I can get a white
So let
boy.
me ask you this, Dollar Bill. Where can you go get
This is
citizenship
my
in
life.
Africa then?
You're not listening, are you?
What
Did I say
country?
you had to be in Africa? Did I say
just said what country you come from? Africa's the continent. What country in Africa?
Oh, my people are the Gullah Geechee people.
Okay, I'm Gullah Geechee
They
from North Carolina.
They come from Sierra Leone and that area. You have some of my ancestry from my cousin's DNA. They come from Angola. They come from the Congo.
Then you
Some
all over
come
the
from
goddamn
parts of
place.
Nigeria. We come from the continent. Over 80% of our DNA. And if you don't like it or you don't like them,
all mankind comes from Africa. You know that, right?
No, you see what you try to do is you try to take the ball and push it. You ask me a specific question.
Okay, go ahead. So you come from all these places.
And then you're taking a specific and you're applying it to a general. Listen, I like you, Ben. I think you're a nice guy. You don't have to comply with me. I'm not your compliance officer. If you've got a bone to pick with and you don't like certain things about Africa, that's fine. I'm not a kumbaya person here saying, oh, let's all, join. I'm talking about people who want to join something and it could be done here in America before it even goes to Africa. To see ourselves as a people, the same way the Hispanics got together and stopped calling themselves just Puerto Ricans. They still call themselves Puerto Rican. And just Dominicans, they still call themselves Dominicans. And just Mexicans, they still call themselves Mexicans. But they collectively have come up with an identity that represents them in their totality. Latinos.
Okay, they don't even get along together, but go ahead.
They didn't get along with each other no more than we did. They just survived. See, this is the whole thing. This is the whole thing, Ben Yosef. You think that they don't fight each other, they don't cuss each other out, they don't talk about each other. They do. But what they realize is that they had to get together to fight against you. And see, you don't think you need anybody. That's the arrogance of us, okay, who are American citizens who've been here in America. We think we don't need nobody but ourselves. We are sadly wrong. And the scramble for resources and wealth is going to be in Africa. And we've got a birthright connection to it. You don't want no parts of it. You're not interested in having any of it. That's fine. But don't tell another person who says that they see the generations to come, because America's not giving you nothing. Donald Trump already has doubled down. He's going against certain structures, okay, in the African-American community, the museum being one of them. He doesn't care anything about anything else other than the so-called white people. He's reached out to Africa to bring those South Africans who he feels were discriminated, who he feels are his people. Interesting thing.
I agree, Dollar Bill. Now, what should we do about it? Lead us.
I'm not asking you to lead you. What I'm saying to you is that you engage in dialogue just the way you're doing right now. You network with people who are resource, and I think you're a fantastic resource. You're an individual who's on the continent engaging in business and commerce in Africa. This is what we have been locked out of in America. We don't have the connections and the links to even deal with our own people, our own tribe, okay, in Africa. If we can do those type of things, okay, we can create a hegemony here in America.
What tribe you belong to in Africa? I'm curious.
Did you just hear any word I just said, or you didn't hear?
He just named like 18 of them.
So he belongs to all these tribes.
All of them. All of them.
So I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood, I'm GD, I'm ISIS, I'm just all this shit, right?
I don't even know.
You're amalgamation of them, Ben Yusuf.
Okay, I got you.
Ben Yusuf, remember, there was an ethnogenesis.
Just like the Nigerian can go back and say he's an Igbo. He don't belong to 18 different goddamn tribes.
You can pick the one you want to. Okay. You know what? Take you a test, pick you one.
That's not a good idea. You pick the one that accepts you, not the one you want to.
Yeah, and find out.
Don't get your heart broken.
I'm sure somebody will accept you. You probably come from some kind of, maybe you a dang Igbo like Chuko.
No, I come from the United States of America. That's where my blood and bones are from. I don't need to go back to Africa for that.
Grab yourself.
I got my tribe. My tribe is the
You know what I realized? I said this before. I blame this on the conscious community with this whole damn we don't know who we are, we lost who we are, dumb shit.
Yeah, I hate lost Negroes. I hate them.
I know who I am.
It's the dumbest shit
I
ever
want to slap
to
the
go
shit out of
around saying that shit. And unfortunately, everyone that's brought that up, or I understand why they said it, but it just really wasn't needed at that time period. And ever since then, niggas are trying to find out where they from rather
Yep, I
than
know where
trying
I'm
to
from.
focus on building
I'm from
anything.
down south.
You're absolutely
Yeah,
right about that, Jonathan.
and being Yusuf, that's a beautiful thing.
And
You
he's
ain't
in
got to go
Canada.
no further back than that.
And he's in Canada. He talks all this shit about America. You must mean North America. You're in Canada.
Well, the African is every damn where. So now what?
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine.
Why can't the African go to Canada, but Ben Yusuf can't go to Canada, Jonathan? Why?
He can go anywhere he
Canada
wants.
can't be only for the Africans.
No, I'm just saying to you, he talks all of this shit about America. He must be talking about North America. Right?
My
Which
people were
includes Canada.
here before the United States was founded. We didn't immigrate here. We were here before it started.
I hear you. So,
You know what I'm saying?
He's technically right, though.
That we should all go up and freeze our nuts up over there in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia.
Well, how far back were you here, Bill?
According to the host earlier, black people can't survive in cold places.
Listen,
so Ben Yusuf, just let me know what kind of casket you want. You want the white pearl or the gold?
He has his own opinions, and I have mine. I respect his opinions. This is his show, and he has the right to have any opinion he wants to have.
Even the wrong ones. We all have the right to have wrong opinions.
Everyone is entitled, right? Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Don't be so sure.
Not everybody now.
Not everybody.
India is a very weird place. Some people in India shit out their mouths, I heard.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. As far as I know, everybody's got an anus unless they had some kind of procedure or they were born.
But Ben Yusuf, how far back were your people here? Before Columbus or before 1776?
Well, we were here before the United States was founded as a country.
Okay.
Now, since you want to be a jackass, Elvis, hold on. Elvis, 1,000 years ago, what were your people?
Somewhere in Africa.
What? We want, you better know, you supposed to know where your people from, Elvis. 1,000 years ago, where were they?
Somewhere in Africa. Now, if you actually
so you don't even know where your people
I'll
were?
tell you where they were.
No. 1,000 years ago. 400 years ago, where were your people?
Yeah, 400 years ago, when people was in southern, I would say southern Sudan. That's where they were.
So you're not even a damn Liberian.
You're not even a Liberian, for real.
What was the Liberian?
Nigerian? How old is Nigeria?
There was two groups of people that was in Liberia, and everybody.
Wait a minute. That bothers me. Because for a long time now, people been calling these people in Liberia natives. They even the native to that area.
We're not Liberians, right? Liberia was a country that was formed in the 1700s.
Yeah, but you're not native to that land.
Oh, but our people came into the land in the 1400s.
Nobody was native to that land.
No, there are two ethnic groups that are native to the land. Everybody else met there. The Gola
people, are they called?
The Gola people, which is where people think the Gola Geechee comes from. The Gola people and the Vai people were there when we came into the land. The Vai
basically a bunch of smaller tribes are the real ones that's native. What y'all do? Kill them?
No. The Gola is there. The Geechee and the Vai are all there. But they were the people that other people came in and met there. So the crews came in from Ivory Coast. You know, the Mende, other came in from Guinea and other places. But when you talking the 1400s, 1500s when they came in. So yeah.
And you go back even further. And this is the problem that we have with this native bullshit talk. Because everyone migrates. Everyone migrates.
The people on the land didn't call themselves the native. The people who settled called them the native, or the people that they met there.
Yeah, but in the modern day, people just throw out that word native. Like native don't really have a fucking meaning. It really don't.
It just means usually people that You met there people who were there already before you, or
Hey, Dollar
indigenous
Bill,
people
how
who were
old is
there before you.
Nigeria?
Like
1960.
10, 20, 30, 40,
So
about
how old
60
is the
some years.
66
Nigerians?
years old or something like that.
64,
Yeah, we're
maybe
older than
65
Nigeria
years
as a
old.
country.
It was
Correct?
1960.
Yep,
Yeah,
so
that's
we're older
100%
than
correct.
Nigeria.
The
What'd you say?
Constitution.
You know what I realized why we have the identity crisis? It's because we don't have our own country. If we had our own country, we'd be arguing about this dumbass shit. It would just be whatever we'll call let's pretend it was called Afghanistan. It would just be all
We're just bad
Afghanians versus
people.
Nigerians versus this or that. We
We're
wouldn't be
just bad
arguing amongst each other about, hey man, I was already here, blah blah blah. That's really just the
You know
problem.
what it is? It's another way of people trying to exclude you. See, it's the whole list of exclusivity. So, when you talk to people like Mike Omawali and those type of individuals, they want to let you know, oh, the African, as if you're not an African, right? So, Jonathan, the other night, before I banned Mike Omawali, he said to me that the African. I said, well, tell me this. If my DNA is over 80% African, right? You got a bad phone, Ben. You got that Obama phone. It's not coming through. And you have a baby with a white woman, which makes your child 50% African. I'm more African than him. Man, when I said that, he's gonna be accepted. See, the whole thing is, I don't mind being accepted, but I don't have to be accepted. I'm not a lost Negro. I know that these things have been happening, or you guys want to call them your ethnogenesis, whatever, over 400 years. And we are, a different type of African. Absolutely.
And
We're
Dollar
not
Bill, if you had
better.
a baby by a white woman,
We're
it
not
wouldn't be
better.
50-50. You know that, right?
We're not better. We're not worse.
But you said you mean the baby would have more white blood because Dollar Bill got some white blood, so it would be
Yeah,
more
exactly.
like
It wouldn't be
51,
50-50 because he's not
52.
pure African.
I didn't say me. I said the Nigerian guy who has a baby with a white woman. That's what I said. I didn't say nothing about me because nobody well, I don't want to say nobody, but I know me. I don't have babies with white people.
I'm just saying nobody in America is 100% African who came.
Did I say? I didn't say that. Did I say 100%?
Ben Yusuf,
No.
do your kids identify as black?
Yeah, of course.
Well, aren't they majority non-black?
One is half Filipino, but he's
Well, you
black.
can't be half because you have some white blood in you, Ben Yusuf.
This is how it works. He's black, whose mother just happens to be Filipino.
That's what I'm saying. So you have a lot. You have a percentage of white blood.
Is she an
So
indigenous
that means
Filipino?
that child is like 40% black, maybe another 10% white, and then another 50% Filipino.
Yeah.
So majority of his DNA is not black, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay, but he identifies as
like
black.
the rest of us here, we're mutts. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a mutt.
You a mutt?
Well, that's all cool. Yusuf, have you been to the Philippines?
Yeah, I used to live there. Shit, I've been all
What's
over.
it like?
I'm not a big fan of it. I like Japan more.
It's a lot of poverty in the Philippines compared to other.
Did you marry an indigenous Filipino who are black?
No, you call the Negritos? No, I didn't marry a Negrito. No.
Yeah, the Negritos with the blonde hair, blue eye, but dark skin.
No.
I want to go to the Philippines. Am I gonna get robbed?
Are you trying to get another baby from the Philippines?
Oh, brother, I gotta spread this African American seed, nigga.
See, hold up, but my son, he's born in Canada. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't born in the Philippines. He has a Filipino citizenship, and a U.S. citizenship, and a Canadian citizenship.
Oh, you got three.
Boy, he's a international gentleman.
Hey man, when he get older though, he's gonna be able to
He's
make
a
some
winner.
moves. You know what I'm
So
saying?
what do you consider yourself to be, Ben? Who are you? Are you an African American? What are you, man?
Black American. But my grandmother.
Don't put African next to Ben Yusuf anything.
Don't say nothing African. Because nobody in your family's African. I do a DNA. You ain't gonna have no African in you, right?
No, I didn't say I didn't have no African in me. I got some European in me. Shit.
No,
What
yeah,
does that mean?
But you don't call yourself an African
How much
American. You call
European
yourself
do
a
you
Black
have in you,
American.
Ben?
Huh?
How much European do you have in you, Ben?
About 30%.
I don't know. I haven't done a DNA test, but just
You
doing
don't know that.
You see his grandmother picture up there. She's almost a mulatto lady.
He has 4 grandparents.
Yeah,
I keep telling
you got like 30% white blood for sure.
Oh, come on, stop, y'all.
Ben Yusuf, I'm guessing you're light skinned, right?
No, I'm not light skinned. My mother and grandmother are, but I'm not.
He's not light skinned.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, you know what, Ben? I'm gonna get you a dashiki, brother.
I ain't got no problem with the dashiki shit.
And I'm gonna get you a Swahili name because
he don't want to be attached to the crackhead.
Why
mother
don't
who
get
told
him
him
the
to
East
go through
African
their
name?
pits.
Oh no, Swahili,
and Swahili
is a
Arab.
Bantu
You
language.
know that, right?
It's not
Swahili
even.
is
It's
Arab.
not even. First of all,
It's heavily influenced by.
It is in East Africa and in South. Do you know why the reason that it's in South Africa is because it's a Bantu
The Bantu
language,
went down.
right?
But Dollar Bill, you shouldn't say that because that validates the Afrikaners' theory that they wasn't there when they went down there, and so they weren't native. So fuck them.
The
I
Bantu
don't care
were
nothing
a
about what
Roman
Afrikaners
tribe.
say.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
You got
measure nothing by
Bantu in
Afrikaners.
Somalia.
It's a Bantu language. It has some Arabic in it, and no one controls it. African Americans can take it, and we don't have to worry about
Swahili
people from
is made by
Yoruba
Arabs,
land
though.
and all of those other people.
It's heavily influenced by Arabs,
saying
but there's
that-
a lot of words in it that's African to it.
saying
Ben
that
Yusuf.
we stole it from them. Because I noticed
It don't
now,
matter. I'm about to steal it. I'm about to steal from the Yoruba.
Yeah, well, you go ahead and steal. That's fine. I don't have a problem with the
I'm
Yoruba.
gonna steal from all of it.
But my thing is, my people, okay, are gonna.
I need a Yoruba wife. I need to meet some Yoruba. You know, it's funny, right? All the times being in like Lagos and shit, I really haven't run into Yoruba people. I always run into Igbos.
Oh, Chukwu's people.
It's very strange.
It depends on where you live. There's a lot of Igbos in Lagos. Lagos is a metropolitan city. The Yorubas like to claim it. I mean, the Lagos State is a Yoruba place, but Lagos City is a metropolitan place that has
And
a
you know
mixture
how
of
much
almost
cake
other
soap they
tribes.
use in Nigeria?
Huh?
How much what?
Cake soap they use in Nigeria.
You mean bleaching cream or bleaching soap?
Bleaching cream, every damn thing over there.
And
They
so
ain't got nothing.
In a lot of places.
They ain't got nothing on Jamaican.
In the Philippines also they use a lot. I'll
and
tell
in
you this: in the
Japan.
Philippines,
Yeah, white
they
people
even have an
bleach,
ID.
especially the Asians. Even
Yeah, they
Southeast
have an
Asian,
ID. Hold up,
Koreans,
they have an
bleach to
ID.
be really, really white and pale.
Yeah, they have an IV system that they put in the Philippines. It's some way it fucks their liver up to turn them white. You can look
Wow.
that up online.
Yeah, I know the Asian, even the Japanese, when they get a little tan, they want to be super white, almost pale looking.
And hold up, and look at South Korea
you know why
with
when you
the
come up
eye
in,
surgery
Ben?
going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, you know I like when you come in here, man,
What's
because
that?
I'm gonna be one day we're gonna have what I call is you know, like they had those what do they call that when they take the possession out of you? What is it? Exorcist, right? We're gonna have the African exorcism. We're gonna have some African exorcism for you. Because I know the idea of you being African just repulses you.
You don't want to be associated with this crackhead African mama.
I'm a different ethnogenesis happen to be. You know what I'm saying?
You know, you got to be like
and that's fine.
Okay,
y'all know why I like coming on this platform. I get to bring the anger out of Colin Dollar Bill every single time.
Don't you know that the Japanese
Colin was cool the last couple weeks, man. You brought that shit out of him tonight, Jonathan.
Don't you know that the Japanese originally came from South Korea, from Korea in China? You do know
some
that, right?
people say that the Japanese came from.
I want to hear Colin. Colin's a Japanese expert. I've never heard that.
No, but what I'm saying is that China was first, pretty much, and those different groups broke off, and through genetical drift and geographical locations, they became different people. So the Japanese, if you rewind the clock, were Chinese people at one time. You see what I'm getting at?
It's plausible. I don't know the history of it.
Okay, then. So they don't still consider themselves Chinese anymore because 10,000 years ago, somebody...
You're right, but they still consider themselves to be Asian.
Yeah, the
That
race,
whole
they're
thing.
part of the same race,
See,
Ben
that's the
Yusuf.
thing that
They're
you're
not
not
They're
part of the
getting,
different
same race.
Carlin.
Don't you know?
nationalities now,
They
but
have
they're the
their
Don't
same
you
own.
know
race.
I
them?
didn't
It's
say
those
that you
Asian
couldn't
groups
be
hate
your
each other.
own
Did you know
individual,
what the
but you're
Japanese did
still
to the
part of the
Chinese?
collective.
Yeah, they're
And you know
still the
what?
same race. They fought wars, they enslaved, they
They
turned
still
each other,
Asian
but
people.
they're still
I'm trying to get
Asians.
you to understand that.
Guys, Asian is not a race; it's a
It's not a
geographical
race. Russians are
location.
Exactly. It's a
Asians. You do
construct.
know Russia is in Asia, right?
It's
Part of
Li-
Eurasia.
Russia is in Asia.
It's called
Kazakhstan is in
Eurasia.
Asia.
Like we
It's called
said, right?
Eurasia.
A race. We have races on
Turkmenistan.
this planet, right?
You
It's
know,
made of sure.
Turkmenistan is in Asia.
The
There's
races
a
are
lot of
made of
Chinese
sure.
people that aren't even Chinese people.
Yeah, the
Those are
races
just
are made
maps,
up, but
y'all.
the people who are part of those races have some similarities, right? So again, the
No, the East
continents
Indians don't.
No,
are a
ain't no
physical place.
similarity between Turkmenistan and Chinese and
oh
No,
yeah,
yeah,
there is.
hell no.
Turkmenistan, they look
You
Asian.
have people from the
There are
area,
people from Turkmenistan who
like
look
the part
Asian,
of
Jonathan.
Okay, but
the
you see,
great
you say
Yeah.
look
India's
Asian.
in
What is
Asia.
it
They
to
don't
look
look
Asian?
Chinese,
I'm
Japanese, and none of
asking
They
that
you,
shit.
do.
what is it to
Hold up.
look Asian?
Hold up for
What
a minute.
you thinking of a
Hold up.
stereo?
Hold up for a minute. This is where I have to come in with the disclaimer. You both of you guys, before I let you back, are absolutely wrong. The great Costa Sioux, okay, who is of Chinese ancestry and Russian ancestry, they look exactly like their Chinese ancestors.
Do East Indians look
Well,
Chinese?
do you even see Vladimir Putin? You can tell he got a little bit of Asian in him, right?
Yes.
If you look at
Exactly.
it.
So
Do
stop
East
saying that.
Indians look
They don't look
Chinese
like
though?
them. They
Yes
do.
or no?
No, just how Africans, some of them look different than others, but they're from the
All
same
right, so it's
continent.
not an
Just like
Asian
when
look.
we send you to Nigeria or South Africa, you don't say nothing and stop cussing Africa out. They're gonna take you for one of them Ebos or something.
Leave my Biafra people alone.
Like I'm saying is there's no particular look for Asian. When you go to
No,
Southeast
you know,
Asia,
there's a general look.
no, it's not. East
Yeah,
Indians don't have slant eyes.
it's not called
Pakistanians don't
slant
have
eyes. They
slant
just don't,
eyes.
their eyelids. You know, they don't have that barrier between the
East
eyelids.
Indians don't
They
look
got eyes
slick
that don't
like
open.
the
That's what they
Japanese.
Yeah,
are.
Jonathan, stop being
Jonathan's crazy.
racist.
No, that's what my wife says. That's what my wife says.
Well,
The
I'm
eyes
not
don't
sure that's
open.
You're going
And
derogatory.
she's
like
But
on
right.
a
She's right. She's
stereotypical
right.
Asian.
Ben is married to an Asian, so don't say that.
They
The
can't
point, the
see.
point here is they have a similar look, right? That's why
No,
people
they
categorize these
do
people into the
East
same
Indians
race.
have a similar look to other Asians, yes or no?
Listen,
No,
the Indians are different people, right?
It's in
But they're
Asia though.
but they're
It's a
still in
listen,
Asia.
peninsula.
listen to what I'm saying, brother. Asia is a continent, is a physical place, is a continent, right?
No, it's
But then
not. It's
the
a geographical location.
what did I just
Not
say
a
just now? It's a
continent.
physical place. That's also a geographical location, a physical place. Meaning it's a tangible place that exists. It's the same thing, brother. What I'm telling
Okay,
you,
what's an Asian?
they can
Geographical
be
location.
anybody who live on a continent, right? Or originated
It's
from
not
there.
one continent in Asia though. They got islands. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah,
got
It is
but
the same
peninsulas.
it's still
continent.
part of the continent of Asia.
It just happened to be islands, archipelagos.
That's
Yeah, they're
not
on the same tectonic
true.
plate of that continent. So I'm just saying
You
that
know what?
you can
Some people,
categorize
you
people
know
who
that
It's
live on a
not a con. What's
landmass,
the continent?
is
I'm asking you,
Asian,
what's the continent?
Island, Pacific.
Asia.
Did you know that?
God
May
damn, it's not one Pacific landmass in Asia.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but they all encompass Asia. They could be different islands, but they all make up
But
Asia. Just how
Elvis,
you have Madagascar that's not on the continent of
Afghanistan is in Asia.
yeah, they're all Asians. That's what I'm saying.
But they
But
don't look
again,
nothing alike.
there are people.
they don't
Listen,
have to look alike. Do you
yeah,
look like every
they can be
African?
Asian based on their geographic location,
That's what it is.
but then there are
That's why I
also
be always
Asians
arguing
who
with
are
Elvis because him and
ethnic.
Ola
You can
think
say
they're the same
ethnically or
people.
racially
They're
related.
not.
You can
I
have
keep
multiple
telling you,
races living on the
Elvis
same
and Ola
continent
are
and
not
consider
the
them to
same
be
people.
Asians, but then ethnically they are
They're both
different,
Africans, right?
ethnicity. There's a difference to it.
You call Ola and you call this is the argument that me and
Like
Elvis went
take for
over.
example the Brazilians and the North Americans. They're both Americans, right? Because they live on a continent of America. But one of them is white, another of them, is Latin American or Hispanic or Latinos. So you can be
This is
from the
what
same
happens when
continent
this is
classified as the
what
same
happens
thing.
when you let white people run everything. They just confuse the shit out of everything.
Do
No,
you
but
know
Exactly.
what
That's
a
why
race
we
continent
race is
is?
not
arguing.
the same as geographic location because you can be an African and be white.
You don't know what a continent is.
Okay, you can teach me, Ben Yusuf. I'm not stuck in my words. Teach me what a continent is.
It's basically not
Australia
really
is
a
the
continent,
right?
Do you know that Europe isn't a continent?
I want to learn from him, Dollar Bill. He can teach me what a continent is.
Europe. If you look at Europe, right? Europe isn't a continent. By everything that you say, what a continent is, Europe isn't.
Yeah, because you got the UK as an island.
So Europe is not a continent, right? But we refer to it as the continent of Europe. Why do you think that, Ben?
Well, you can say Europe, parts of Europe is the continent where you have France and all of them connected together, connected land masses. And then you got places like the UK, Iceland, which are islands. Same in Asia. You got India, you got China.
You know why they're connected? They're connected because the people who wrote the maps, who drew the maps up.
I can see a land mass. Fuck who drew a map. I can see land connected together. I can tell an island. You understand?
I love my man. Ben, you got to call every night, man.
So, Ben, I want you to tell me what a continent is, brother. I still want to learn it. I want to learn it.
A continent is
Google
a continuous land mass. It's like the Philippines.
It's not a continuous
It's a geographical location.
East India.
No, that's not
it has to be, I think, on the same plate, on the same plate of
tectonic plate.
Yeah, because Madagascar is a part of Africa. It's not on the same land mass as Africa, but it's on that
guys,
plate.
I'm the only one with Google. You guys don't got no damn Google.
Just like Africa would be an island if it wasn't for, you can have an island and a
Dollar Bill can't use Google for everything. I told Google I got a cough, and they told me I had HIV.
Enough land mass.
That's possible. Anywhere you travel.
That's all you guys to be on the phone and stuff.
That's why you have Southeast Asia. You understand?
Yeah, I'm saying in Africa there are multiple islands, like the Cayman Islands, like the Seychelles. I'm not thinking the Cayman is in the Bahamas. It's in the Caribbean. Yeah, it's in the Caribbean. My bad. But the Seychelles and other islands are off the coast of Africa, and they're considered to be part of the African continent.
Yeah, they can be considered that. But what I'm saying is, you have East India.
You're breaking in, Ben.
It's that bad phone you got, that Obama.
Yeah, and you got like the Philippines, which got over 7,000 islands. Those people look very different. You can't tell me.
Are they on the Asian continent? Are they on the continent of Asia?
A large continuous expanse of land, not sea, not islands, a large bulk of land.
So is the Philippines a continent then?
A continent.
Is the Philippines
of other continents?
Is the Philippines a continent?
Hold on. Let's see what Dollar Bill's reading. I want to hear what he's reading.
Okay, and the reason that it's considered to be a continent is because the people who drew up the maps. Okay, the British live on an isle or an island.
Yeah, and Japanese a peninsula. I mean South Korea. Sorry.
So they're not part of. So, and if you look at a continuous part of land, a bulk of land.
Yeah.
Okay. Europe is not a real continent.
So let me ask you this: the Philippines a continent or an islands?
No, Philippines are part of Asia. They're
is it an island or continent?
That are part of the continent. They sit on the continental lines. So I'm trying to tell you that Europe itself.
No, I didn't, Johnson. I didn't lose no damn debate.
Tyler came in with that.
Tyler, I had to bring you out of retirement.
You win the debate. You gotta freaking make your point. If I lose the debate, I'll just say, okay, I didn't know what I was talking about. The only time I lose the debate, I don't know. But you can't come up here and say stupid shit like you were already here. Yeah, I was trying to slap slavery.
I think you triggered Colorado of a poll. Why you do that?
Yeah, I was here. The native.
I knew it was gonna work.
Check this out. If you can't if you're looking like you black as the ace of spades, talking about your copper colored, you gotta talk about you love George Washington and all these other people like that. The people that said your ancestors were 3/5 of a human being.
Wait, he said he loved George Washington?
Yeah, he said they were our sons, man. We loved them.
Tyler, he said pride. He didn't say he loved him. He said pride.
Well, basically the same thing, you know.
Oh,
So bottom line, when you say
I'm about to say if he
right,
says that, he cooning.
I'm saying that's what you following, man. You know, you was up
I
there.
don't follow the. I don't follow no. Listen, at this point, when I come on this platform, just know I'm trolling my ass off. Majority of the shit I'm saying, I don't believe.
I know you don't.
But for entertainment purposes, if we gonna be stupid, let's be stupid together.
I'm saying the bottom line is this. Then you got J Mall up there, man. I had to mute that motherfucker. Carl, why you mute me, man? Because you act stupid, you know. And all Jamal's good for is going to the Dominican Republic and shit, you know?
You let Jamal come back. Yo,
Jamal, I look forward to seeing you in the Dominican Republic one day.
Jamal is funny, man.
Jamal said he goes there for the library. They have good libraries.
I want to go kill them libraries too.
You might have to.
I've never been in the library like that before.
And Kadola. They're my two resident Nigerian dudes, man.
Yeah, but this black skin is amazing, guy. You look, man. I thought I have to apologize to the Negroes on 125th Street in Harlem. I really apologize, man. I thought Lord Abba and all these niggas are crazy when I was like, damn.
I hate to say it about the brother, but he does sounds off kilter, man. His laugh is real scary. He cackles real loud.
When y'all gonna be honest and just say that dude's entertaining as fuck?
He glazes Diners like crazy. Diners got embarrassed with him and had to kind of push him off a little bit. Yeah, I don't know his angle, but he's a weird dude.
He does what to Diners?
He glazes Diners. He goes on Diners platform. Oh, Prince Diners, I'm a big fan of you, man. You know, you came out of high school. You was a 5-star. Yeah, I follow your whole career, man. I mean, Hustle Smart was on the panel. He was just. I hate to say it, but
you know, he reminds me.
What show is that? I need to listen to that.
He was there at a couple shows.
These guys got a crush on Diners.
Yeah, everybody was like, "What's wrong with this dude, man?" He was just praising that. Oh, I love you, Diners. You know, I love you, brother. I hear you, bro. Let me just tell you, I really love you, man. I'm a big. Diners was laughing, but that shit was so embarrassing.
He must have been capping.
Nah, he was for real. He followed his whole fucking high school career from California all the way down to Georgia. Yeah, it was crazy.
Diners wasn't no damn star in high school.
Diners was a 5-star recruit. What are you talking about? From Sacramento.
What the fuck does that mean? A 5-star recruit from Sacramento?
He was the highest ranking in his position and got recruited to the University of Georgia.
This guy basically is like Philip Lindsay. Fucking got a crush on Diners, you know.
Philip, I don't know. I don't see that with Philip.
Well, Kyle, you got a crush on Diners too.
How the fuck I got a crush on Diners?
You call Diners every day.
Diners was a stud, bro. You can't take that away from him. Dude was a beast of a football player. Just got injured. That's all. But
Diners
he's a top-notch athlete.
That's okay. Now the only other crazy stuff is that he's friends with Bucci Bear. And that motherfucker's crazy.
Brandon did a good show yesterday, man.
Hey, now, hold on a second. Hold on. Y'all watch a lot of shows now. What the hell y'all be doing during the day?
I come across. I don't watch those, but I do skim through the highlights and whatnot. All I know is I saw Afro Dumbass up there, so I said, "What the fuck is fool got to say?"
Afro Dumbass was in Brandon's show.
Brandon gave him a shout out on the show yesterday.
No, Brandon had him on
because crazy.
Because
I know he's
Traore.
Yeah, Traore Wilson, Brandon had for dumbass on there. You know, like what the?
Yeah, we know. See, I told you that Brandon.
Where for dumbass at? I like debating that dumbass.
Okay, yes, Barudi's going at that dude, man. Barudi said that.
What Afro Damas, a male prostitute or something like that, to get money to come over here?
What do you say? What do you say, Ben?
His ass to them Frenchmen that go over to Gambia.
Yes, Ben, he was.
That you said no. Say that again. You said something about Diners Amir.
I said Diners. I said Afro Damas. He's Gambian.
Oh, Afro Damas. Okay.
Yeah, them Frenchmen be going over.
He's up here. He's giving us all life like what we need to do in America. I tell him.
But Barudi is talking about that black skin is amazing guy. He said. FBA refers to white enslavers, rapists of Africans as his sons. Yeah, that shit was crazy. He, Mazungu's, kind of dude who enjoys being under Mazungu nuts, literally, figuratively. Poor black males image for kids and ladies.
Bottom line, anybody who basically that motherfucker wanted to debate, man. You got to be insane, man. You got to be.
No, the dude was just loud and was controlling your panel, Colin. I didn't want you to get mad either, but he was kind of like, hold on.
No, let me tell you something. You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Nakmeezy. You know, Nakmeezy does the same freaking thing, filibusters. You know, that's not winning a debate. You know, that's arguing. And look, you know why I know that? Because I used to do that when I first started. Because I didn't really have nothing. When I first got on Block,
You still do that, Colin.
I don't do that now.
You do that. You do that with me in particular. Anytime you lose the mic,
I basically look.
you drop me off.
Debate
Colin, you
right?
filibuster, then you get mad and drop people immediately.
Fuck my show.
I tell you, those 5 states in the Northeast are called New England, man. That's not a filibuster. That's just a fact, you know.
Colin, let me give you a secret, right? Let me give you a hint.
I'm just telling you facts, you know.
Let me give you a hint, Colin. You can control the microphone volume of the people on your show. Your mic should always be louder than the panelists, so that way you can speak over them and call them to order.
I tell people all the time, look. Also, I asked them like 6 times. Ask them Marcus's question. Oh, see, Colin, I'm baptizing some stupid. I said, look, nigga.
He said you got baptized by the truth. That's what he said.
Look, if you're gonna fucking listen to the question, I say, so you're not here to debate. That's what I'm saying. That's when it's over. I should have ended it right there. I say you're not here to debate. You're here to filibuster and do ad hominem attacks. Could you just play around with that? And to people who like uneducated people who are low IQ, that looks like he's winning. You know, that's not winning a debate. Just like Kamala tried to do with Trump, just get up there, and basically, if you're entertaining enough, people think you won. No, it don't work like that in the real world.
Yeah, whoever's the loudest is the rightest.
Yeah,
that's exactly how it works.
Only low IQ people like Jonathan believe that shit. You know,
that's exactly how it works. Colin, you kept getting so emotionally and just dropping. It started looking bad at one point.
There was nothing emotional said because he was saying everything that came out of his mouth was bullshit, you know.
But God, and then I thought he was
debating you. Why the hell was he talking to Marcus?
Well, Hustle Smart came up there and said, "Yo, look," he tried to talk about Hustle Smart, you jumped off. He said, "Look, Colin asked you a question. I set a trap for him. He just fell right into it, right?" I said, I went to Baltimore. You say you're from Baltimore. I knew he's from Baltimore, right? So I set this beautiful trap for him.
He ain't got no Baltimore accent.
He's from Baltimore.
He's from Maryland, not Baltimore.
He ain't got no Baltimore accent.
I've heard him many times. He's from Baltimore, you know. Don't let anybody tell that he reads a nice bridge.
Baltimore speak with an accent. He ain't got
that nigga's actually from the fucking ghetto. You know, that nigga's a ghetto nigga.
Oh, man. Colin, his whole premise was that these ladies, they seek them on you, Colin. These ladies that go on his show. He came in as their champion to try to, debate you. That was the whole thing.
And the bottom line, and they still lost. Think about it.
But Colin, Elvis, do you think Colin won a debate or the BS do whatever his name is?
He goes. Colin asked you.
I think Colin won the debate on substance because the dude was saying outlandish shit. But he wanted to debate on style. Colin won it on substance, but he won it on style because he overtalked him. He dominated the debate.
You know? If I look my points and whatnot, and you basically come up, I asked him a simple question. I said, "You're from Baltimore, right?" Okay. I said, "Look, back in 2010, I remember I was coming up from DC, right, and I had to take a train. I was in Baltimore, right, and I had to go from Baltimore. Then what comes next? DC, right? That train ride from Baltimore to DC, and then what was the next? Philly, Newark, New Jersey. Then we had Grand Central Station, where was the most depressing ride I ever had in my fucking life. That was the first time in my life I really seen the impoverished side of Black America. I said, you have people in your city of Baltimore, right, who are living living in houses I don't think no human being should live. It's almost like a third world condition. You see those places. Everybody been in Baltimore.
Yeah, those water up houses.
Those houses were built back in 1800. You know. 1800, and you have people with clotheslines out there. When I said people live like this in the world, then it dawned on me.
Connecting with the Africans.
There's a thing. So I said, Black people said one. Guess what? You are done. You're banned from my show. You know, I was like, I want these people gone. All these people supporting white supremacy gonna come in here and talk about this. Talk about stupid.
Colin, why don't you just get to your 1,000 subscribers?
Yeah, a lot of these people are subscribers. They might subscribe to you too.
I asked him. I said, so clearly there's a white America and there's a Black America. The burden of poverty and stuff like that and struggle is on the Black side. White people have like 1,000 times more chance of living successful, dying wealthy than Black people do. That's America.
Can you explain what's going on in Kansas and Nebraska and them old poor ass states?
Oh no, look, even in Kansas, Nebraska, you still got rich people there. Every place in America, well, Idaho, whatever like that, you got white people that got fat. Look at Arkansas. People say Arkansas is poor. Yeah, you got poor Arkansas, but you also got places like the Whitewater Rapids, but like you got parts of Arkansas like white heavens. People make a same thing with Mississippi. People think Mississippi's poor. Yeah, Alabama's poor. No, you got some rich white people down there, Talladega and stuff like that. You got people that are in the poorest area states in this country. You got white people who are extremely freaking rich, extremely.
Talladega is in Florida, right?
No, Talladega is in Alabama.
Yeah, it's like in Wyoming. There's a lot of billionaires up there.
Yeah, I thought it was in Florida too.
You got white billionaires in Texas, rural parts of Texas, and oil.
I got a question. Why do y'all equivalent of huge success to billionaires? Like that's a very small amount of people.
If you want those reparations, man, those are the people you better hit up for that shit.
Kala. If you want to do Afristan, you need those rich people help too. Now, at the end of the day, why do y'all try to equivalent that to like white success?
Pay off, man. You better start sucking up to them white billionaires, bro.
Kala, I'm not you.
Okay. No, you ain't gonna say. I can't see other way.
Kala, you work for them people. You in the insurance business.
You know what's gonna happen? Kala, Jonathan, Bantu Mandinga is gonna be up before the Supreme Court arguing the reparations case, right? They'll get down to the last thing, the final opinion, right? And then basically the government's gonna call as a star witness. Black Skin is Amazing and Dane Calloway, right?
Yeah, I think you brought this argument up before. It's very easy to
defeat. Okay, then they're gonna say Jonathan Miller, Bantu Mandinga. According to you were not slaves because you were born here. You were already here for slavery. Slavery never happened and whatnot. According to Dane Calloway, Black Skin is Amazing, and the FBA movement, right? And they're gonna be case dismissed. You lose your reparations case.
The Calloway don't speak for us, so I don't know what that would be brought in at.
Oh, but I forgot Ben Yusuf. You, Benton Mandinga, Ben Yusuf. When y'all go up there to get your reparations check, y'all gonna be in for a disappointment. So BSA they went in one time, college, and ended up blocking him. I never blocked Nagmeezy. He just said he'll never come on my show again.
No, you blocked him.
No, I didn't. He ain't blocked. He's not blocked. He's not blocked from his show. He's not blocked.
He blocked.
No, I did not block Nagmeezy. I did not block him. He can come up on this show. He can come on the chat room, but he chooses not to. Because really we have nothing to argue about because his whole thing was I was a Pan-Africanist that let anybody listen to this show knows that I don't let Africans get away with shit. Elvis will tell you that. I don't let Africans get away with shit.
Is that true, Elvis?
His whole idea was I let Africans come up here and
when you're right, Kala don't let you have your victory. He'll block you and drop you off. I give him that.
What?
When an African is right and he wins the argument, you get mad and you drop him and block him.
No, I don't. Yeah. Well, the bottom line, no, I don't think they're never right. Because Mike Olawale always talks so much. I never kick Michael. Dollar Bill kicks Michael.
Dollar Bill be blocking people left and right, man. You gotta put him in check. Block everybody. You block me, like Mike.
I never kick it all out and whatnot. I let people say like that, but like I said,
block Ola.
Let me give you an example. Right, there was a chick that basically came out and said, that sent to the African guys. I hope you saw it. African guy, did you see that video I sent you? There was a chick. I don't know if she's Jamaican or African immigrant or not. She got arrested because she was stalking some white guy that dumped her, right? Just used her and dumped her. And she came to his job and he had her arrested, called the cops. And she was telling the cops, well, I'm not like them. I'm different. I'm not Black American. And she was telling them, telling the cops, shouldn't you be out there unaliving our Black American? She said unaliving because she did not want that deleted off social media. She said unaliving. Shouldn't you be out unaliving?
I mean, Carla, you think that's the sentiment of all Africans? You got one.
I have no idea, man. But I'm telling you, under your comment, it's under the comment. You comment,
Carla, for you to say you have no idea, that's out of pocket. Most Africans aren't stupid like that.
Well, I don't know.
Don't Carla, really, you don't know.
No, you know.
That's just
I don't know.
I mean. I hope not, but I don't
based on your statements, Carla, you think that way because you say you're African.
That includes you too. Hold on, but look, I'm saying when you say, if I say I'm African, I'm saying African Americans are African. I'm not saying I'm African and African Americans are different. I come from Black America. You know, that's where I come from.
No, but you're African. We can't have this argument that we're African people, then we're not Africans.
Hold on. Black Americans are Africans, technically, you know? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not African like Elvis, like a continental African. No.
Don't say it like it's a disease or something's wrong with it.
No, I'm not saying it's like a disease. I'm saying I am not a continental African, right? I'm my body, my everything like that. Different. I almost died, man, last year.
Why you keep bringing that up? That was your own negligence. You should have took the shots.
Okay, but I'm saying the bottom line, that shit hit me hard, man. Like goddamn,
Africans they die from malaria too.
We take the shots and we're careful when we go there.
Africans, every time somebody say I got malaria, they just shake that shit off and give me like 2 days. And I don't know what the hell they do.
If your immune system is built up for it, fine. But your immune system wasn't built up for it.
I ain't met nobody like that yet.
They just shake it off, right?
Hell no, ain't nobody.
Most Africans in West Africa get malaria at least once a year, Carla. At least.
Yeah, they always get malaria when they can shake that shit off, man. You know.
And they got a high death rate from malaria.
No,
babies, the kids especially, kids die from
I got malaria. I'm suffering, man. They're in the house, like,
How was it, Carla? How did it feel? Like, did you feel what? Overwhelmed? I can't remember.
Good, man. I was like,
I can't remember how it felt. I'm sure I had it while I was in Africa. I don't remember how it felt.
I almost went into a coma. I lost all consciousness.
Did you have like a super high fever?
Yeah, well, I don't think it was funny, Jonathan. No, what's so funny?
Did you have a super high fever, Carla?
Yeah, mother went into a coma.
That's why I went to the hospital, you know.
Carla, do you got any underlying
I don't know how it makes you feel. I can't remember.
The bottom line is they said you had malaria. That was all I had, malaria, you know.
No, I know, but I'm saying, do you recall it? Like, was he like your skin got really high?
I had a phase. I was dizzy, and I went to and my heart rate was up. You know, so they took me to the hospital, ambulance. You know,
if you have underlying issues, that might exacerbate it too. Maybe that's.
Oh no, I don't think.
It
was a malaria. You know. I don't lie. It was a malaria, you know.
Were you overweight at that time period or something? Were you fighting hypertension or something?
In the hospital, I was the first case of malaria in the hospital's history. You know.
Yeah, that's why sickle cell.
You told me Liberia, and you said you were the first case of malaria. Was it a new hospital that was built the day before?
Not in Liberia, fool. I had caught the malaria when I got back.
Oh, when you got back, okay. I thought you were talking about in Africa. Okay.
No, not in Liberia.
But how you don't know you got malaria from America and not Liberia?
Elvis, you got some explaining to do. There's a doctor that was doing surgery in JFK.
Yeah, don't talk about that guy.
No, I ain't want to talk about it. It's something we need.
Elvis, what your doctor do? Was he crying?
This dude,
what's wrong with you, man?
He
ate his patient.
He had a fake degree.
Let me explain it, Carla. If Carla wants to talk about it,
he was running around with a fake degree from somebody that was dead in Sierra Leone.
So the guy, he was protected by our current vice president, Jeremiah Cone, who has a private hospital.
Like come on, man, Elvis.
No, listen. Let me explain it to you.
You don't politicize me.
No, just listen to what I'm saying. Our current vice president has a private hospital in Ganta in Nima County. It's called the Esther and Geraldine Cone Medical Hospital, right? And this guy is the managing director of his hospital, right? And this guy doesn't have the credential. He's been operating as a doctor in the country for like 10 years. He even sat as the president of the highest medical board in the country. And the thing about Africa sometimes, especially in Liberia, is about verifying credentials. They didn't do their due diligence to verify this guy's credential. And he just carried himself as a medical doctor. He's been performing surgeries. He's been doing medical stuff for decades, and everybody just accepted him.
You remember that dude, Dr. Dollar Bill? You remember that dude like a decade ago, that fat kid down in Florida that was basically a doctor? They put him in jail, whatever like that. Remember? I believe he was a black immigrant too.
Now so the thing with the dude is that
the majority of the African nurses are fake. They got fake degrees.
Yeah, and that was a Liberian too. They call him Stanton Witherspoon. You know, his father passed away.
Yeah, that dude's gonna be 100 years for his shit, man.
He still hasn't gone to jail yet, Carla. That dude hasn't gone to jail.
Trump administration. Once the Trump administration find out who he is,
the dude father died from medical malpractice. He got like $1 million in settlement. He used that money. He was already a nurse. He opened a nursing school, and then he started selling fake medical degrees or nursing degrees to to students for like 15 grand a pop.
Right now, my business, I'm moving different. I'm looking for doctors, hospitals, nursing homes.
Yeah.
You know,
Instead of doing a 3-year project, you give them 15 grand, you do it in a year.
Emails up there. If you know anybody that runs a hospital,
Yeah, they made $114 million over that scheme.
Whatnot. We're selling new products to hospitals and whatnot, and that's my new expansion in business. Email me. I'll make it worth your while. I'll basically pay you real well for referrals. So.
All right, cool. I'm gonna get the best hospital in Grand Boston for you, Colin.
Yeah, I'm talking about in America, fool. You know, I say that's the whole thing about America, right? See, I make my money because I build the government, Medicare, Medicaid, and all these
Don't overbuild them, Colin. You know, there was another Liberian dude called Dr. Cancel, right? Dr. Cancel was a big political figure in Liberia, but he has stole a lot of money from the U.S. Taxpayer by overbilling them. It's still like over.
Colin, if you got to do that to build Africa, and I support it.
In Africa, bro, probably millions.
Yeah, he stole like $13 million from the government by overbilling his patient. He was like a psychologist or something, and he stole money, and they put a arrest out for his warrant out for his arrest. Dude bought a helicopter and everything in Liberia, flying around the country with stolen money.
The native Liberians just say, you know something, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Let's try to bring these Congo people back.
Hopefully, and you know what happened to him, Colin? He came back to the United States. You know how they got him? His wife and kids came to the country and they arrested them and held them as hostages. So his wife had to call him and plead with him to come back and turn himself in.
Yo, check it out. You heard about those 2 Liberians that disappeared? One of them
I just want to finish the story real quick, Colin. He turned himself in.
Elvis, you heard about that? There's 3 Liberians that came here on some educational program one night. Well, come time to leave, man, they all disappeared. They had to hunt them.
I hear about that, but let me just tell you my story. I know you want to talk about that one, but I'm just trying to tell you.
I'll be like this, Elvis. I ain't calling ice on them. That's what I promise. I ain't calling ice on them.
Okay, I hear you. So,
dude, was the one that called ice on them.
dude turned himself in, right? Like a week before he could go to trial. What he did, he already had a heart condition. I mean, he was brave. I give him that. He was brave. Dude went in his basement and just put his treadmill on like super fast and started running. Had a heart attack and died in his basement before his trial. So he pretty much killed himself by exercise. But he knew he had a weak heart and he just kind of overworked his heart and pretty much killed himself by exercising.
All right, brothers. It's like 4:00 in the morning.
So,
I'm ready to go.
That was crazy.
Dollar Bill sleep, so I hear snoring. So we gotta end the show. I'll talk to you. If y'all want to stay on, talk. Y'all can. You want me to?
Nah, Carl, you got to invite the dude back on so you guys can do a part 2 of that debate.
No. You got
to beat him in a debate.
Right. I can't have that on my show, man. This dude, man, if you're gonna talk to me, you gotta talk sense, man. You know, I really thought he was gonna come up with some real compelling argument. Because my argument was this, right? I'm saying that I'm a U.S. citizen, right? I'm saying you cannot have. Look, you cannot. 2 things can occupy the same space. That's science, right? 2 things can occupy the same space at the same time. You know, that's just relatively fact physics. You know. 2 races of people that are diametrically opposed to each other can't both call themselves American, right? Something got to give. And I told you that Hawaii, right? You know, I look at Mount Rushmore, right? I look at the Alamo. I look at California, you know. That was all basically the work of the white American, right? The white American, Texas. They came to California, and white Americans took over California from Mexico. They took Texas from like that. It wasn't black men that took Texas. It wasn't black men that took down California. It was white men, you know. They did what? The massacre of the Native Americans, right? Are we going to take ownership for that too? No. I'm like this. They put them on reservations, whatever like that. The bombing of Pearl Harbor. He actually said, yeah, they bombed us. Well, we bombed them. Who's they? Who's us? You know? So basically, once somebody says something like that, I get it. You're a Captain American Negro. I should have played my Captain American Negro. Matter of fact, I think I will. Hold on.
I think he's talking about the U.S. government, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he said
but Kyla, is he allowed to be proud to be an American?
Oh well, no, not on this show. You know, no, so he's a Captain American.
Patriotism, man.
That's called being a Captain American Negro. Okay, and like every time, like I said, this is what I used to play with Nack Beasley all the time, right?
But at one point in time, too, Carl, you was a proud Americans on the Africans, right?
Yeah, when I was in 4th grade. Captain.
But you do know the government doesn't represent the people of America, right?
Yeah, like I said, but look, white
Who they
America,
represent, Ben Yusuf?
white America and white America and Black America are two different things. We're two different nations, right? There's a white nation and there's a Black nation, you know.
And we were here first, Carla.
How were you here first? How you?
We were here before the Irish and the Italians and the Greeks.
No. You were not here before the Dutch and the English and all these other people, you know.
The country wasn't even founded then.
Yeah, I know, but the bottom line is this. Who founded the country? Who drove the Constitution? Who basically had the Constitution?
It don't matter. We was here. I don't give a fuck who did it. I don't care if the aliens
did it. You ever heard about Martin Van Buren?
How you gonna go claim something that you had no part of? Ben, back in those days,
we did. We fought in the Revolutionary War.
Eventually, you know what? Somebody gonna say, "How much for the nigga?" You know,
we put blood in this country. You understand?
You know, all you were to these people that founded the country was a bag worth a bag of.
I don't care. I don't matter about them. Fuck what they think.
It doesn't matter. It does matter. They're the ones who built the country. The Constitution you live on.
No, we were the ones. We were the special sauce. Without us, this country.
So in other words, Ben, was any Black people at the Constitutional Convention?
Yeah.
It don't matter.
No, there was no Black people at this country.
We built the country.
What Black people was there, Jonathan?
On white people.
You don't talk about.
I don't know. I wasn't there. Shit.
Why are you trolling? Why you say something stupid like, "Yeah, we were there"?
Because you're supposed to be ending the show. Why are you prolonging this? Dollar Bill is asleep.
I
want to see the video, Jonathan. I want to see the video he's talking about. The birds.
No, I'm gonna show you the video. I'm gonna show you the video of that one black guy that was sitting next to Anthony Hamilton.
We can't see it, Carla. Show the video. We can't see it. Carla, it's not playing on the screen.
That's why we every time a Captain American Negro comes on, like.
But Carla, you are more American and more patriotic than anybody over here.
Who?
Everybody else fought against America. The Japanese, the Germans, these white people in the Civil War.
Against white America. They fought against the U.S. government, white America. We had nothing to do with that, you know.
They killed Black people too, Carla. Don't do that.
Let me say this: during the Iran hostage situation in 1979, Iranian students, militants captured the U.S. embassy. You know what they did to all the Black people?
They let the Black people go, Carla. We know.
They let all the Black people go because they say y'all not really Americans.
I don't give a fuck what they think.
But they say they're not really Americans. They say the issues wasn't with the Black folks.
The only Negro that said, "No, I ain't. You can't send me home and whatnot." You're the real possibility you could have got killed. You would have sat there as an American rather than saying, all those Black people say, "Yeah, you gonna let me out? I'm out." He said, "We're not gonna do this to the Black people because they're victims of America too." See, we're victims of America
because the Black people as hostages weren't worth shit. That's why.
No. Just the fact of the matter is, they said that Black people aren't truly Americans. So
that's not what they said, Carter. They said they had no issue with Black folks.
Yeah, so they had an issue with America. They had an issue with America. So by not
with white America, they knew the difference. Black America and white America.
White America, Ben, you're not white.
We are America, Carla. We are.
Ben, you're not white, Ben. Yeah, Ben, you're not white.
No, I ain't got to be white.
Yes, you got to be white to be American. You know,
we are the original.
Why do you come up with that notion that you have to be white to be American?
Everybody else is
bottom line is this.
Carla.
Yo, check us out. Because the white man, like Elvis, let me ask you a question. In the United States, Donald Trump is planning on shutting down all the embassies in Africa. Maybe he was ending flights, whatever, aid. He's already cut off $500 million of aid to Africa. Do you agree with that or you disagree?
I'm indifferent.
So that means you're not an American, you know.
What?
Yeah,
most Americans say, "Yeah, cut these motherfucking Black people off."
No. I'm also an African, and I'm also
so that's why you're an African. You're not an American, you know.
It's not
you can
going
be both,
to the people anyway.
You're not an American. No, you can't. No, you can't.
That money's not going to the people.
Your loyalty and your allegiance with Liberia, you know, your homeland.
Elvis, you gotta understand. Carlos' belief is that if you're not 100%, you're not American. Which would mean that a lot of the white liberals aren't American either.
Nope, they're not.
They
wasn't for it either.
I tell you what about white liberals, right? Oh, they talk all that stuff like this right now, but they and the conservatives play golf together. They live together. They marry each other. When it really comes
Tyler, you just did a business trip and white people were there.
Comes out to white people, there ain't no difference between
political affiliation is not a tautology of a person's character, Colin.
Yeah, most governments are corrupt in countries. Shit, that don't mean it had nothing to do with the people. Look at Mexico; they are narco state, but that don't mean they're proud to be Mexican.
Yeah, but the bottom line is this, man. But those are people are forming the government. You basically been. I mean, you can be proud to be American, I guess, you know. But
I want to know where you get this ideology from. Is this somebody you're learning from? Or is this somebody? Is this something you just came up with on your own? That you have to be white to be American.
What ideology?
That you have to be white to be an American.
It's just live my whole life in this country, right? And I'm saying to myself, I said, what most of the problems that black people are going through is the fact that once I believe this, right? Get white people's racism don't bother me no more. It don't accept me no more because I expect.
And they on the way out, Carla. They're
not on their way out, nigga. You know,
they're not multiplying.
Election and whatnot, and they're more emboldened. When he was sitting there signing 200.
Carla, you voted for the guy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You emboldened him.
Advocated for him and talk about his policy and how he's best for the country.
I think I'm the only person that didn't support Kamala Harris, but still didn't vote for this dude either.
I want there to be a fucking race war between blacks and whites.
Why? You will lose that war. Why you keep saying that?
No, we'll win that war because everybody.
Are you out of really? You think you will win that war too?
The race war been going on since we.
Nah, because unfortunately, Colin ain't savage enough.
No, John.
Me on one hand would be sitting there studying ways to try to wipe off a whole bunch of
How many black people you think go to the gun range, Colin, and have a gun and know how to use a gun?
Look, first of all, you can't deny your heritage and say you were already here and talk about you gonna go to the race. White man knows who he is, right? He knows where he came from. Only black people are confused about what their identity is, you know.
Those white people don't know where they came from. They'll be like, I'm part German, I'm part Polish, I'm part Hungary, I'm part.
We all know they came from Europe. You're the only one denying that you came from Africa, you know? Let's be honest with ourselves, you know? Yeah.
I don't think Jonathan is denying it. I was surprised when he was talking like he was trying to deny it.
Yo, look, I like
the only person willing to live in the continent is the one that's going to deny the African heritage.
Something, right?
The foolery out of these mouths.
I would love the Brody to come up here and explain to me what is an African idea. You
got to read Brody's comment. That's a good criticism of you, Colin.
No, Elvis, you're an African player. Give me an African idea. What is
Ubuntu?
Well, okay. Perfect example I'm talking about. What is Ubuntu?
Ubuntu is a social idea that says that we are because I am because we are. It's about community economics and lifting each other up collectively to mutual.
Yo, check this out. That's an idea, but tell me anywhere in the world where Ubuntu works.
It's working on the continent, Carla.
It don't work nowhere.
Yeah. It's working on the continent, right?
That's why you have to learn about it.
Ubuntu is working in Rwanda, Eastern Congo, man. I see that Ubuntu working all over, man. I see it working in South Africa, where the blacks are trying to take
the African Union is a form of Ubuntu.
Oh yeah. The African Union is the biggest joke on the fucking planet. You know?
That's what he said. Every African idea you hated. That's what he said in his comments. Anything African you want to disparage.
Elvis, it's not just it's every black idea.
Right.
As long as it's not his idea, he doesn't like it. That's how it works.
Hold on, Jonathan, man. Look, I told you I support your reparations, right? I want you to see you get your reparations. You know,
Jonathan ain't waiting for reparations.
Help with a strategy to get reparations, Colin. Give us a strategy.
I expect Jonathan to get his reparations, any day now. The reparations coming in the mail, Jonathan. Any day now. Keep checking your mail, bro.
And I don't expect Afghanistan to happen if you have to leave. But at the same time, at least we got a talking point.
At least I know that, man. But the bottom line, you really
that came from Elijah Muhammad.
You better not be making margarita early this morning.
You and Ben think there's a reparation.
I don't know who the fuck that is. I think that's Ben. Over there mixing drinks.
Maybe Ben about to drink some Overton.
Yo, John must be an African guy. African is a clown union. Yeah, it is. It's a fucking joke,
We're just talking about African ideas and Ubuntu. Carla,
you know what the problem is, Elvis? I've learned this by watching these panels that these aren't like people that can come up with ideas to solve problems. So they'll argue.
So what is your idea? Jonathan, what is your idea, little great one? What's your ideas?
All right. So in Liberia, I think I brought this up before. Build a coalition.
You don't know anything about the country, bro. I do. So tell me your ideas.
Yeah. But an intelligent person would say, you know something about the country. Elvis knows something about the country. Another person knows something about the country. Why can't everyone come together and figure out a way to go into the country?
Liberians are not stupid, man. You can't just roll up and talk about I got your ideas and whatnot. They got their own ideas.
They were stupid enough to get taken over.
Oh look, no, look. The bottom line is this: it is what
Stop trying to make it seem like people are just overwhelmingly smart and can't be tricked into doing some shit.
The American Liberians, so-called, never coming back to power, bro. Get used to that. It's never happening.
Yeah, with that mindset, no, of course not.
I'm just being realistic with you. They have no desire to come back to power.
It'll happen again.
And that's what I mean, though, Carla. The problem is you don't have a vision. And you don't have the wherewithal.
Look, I have a vision.
I think Carla, when it comes down to you, the desertion is just too much.
I got a house there, a lovely wife, family.
That don't mean shit.
I got everything I need in Liberia, and I got business connections. What the hell are you talking? I got everything I want right now in Liberia. So the bottom line
except the Afro stand, which was the number one goal. If the goal was just getting a place in Africa, you could have done that 3 years ago.
Is my family, my house in Liberia. That's my African stand. How about that?
Oh, Kyla, come on. You never say that. You never say that. You can't say that now, Kyla.
No, I'm saying like
African is a piece of land that's controlled by.
I'm like this. I say that African is just an idea, right? If people don't want to get behind the idea or try to put in work, whatever like that, I can't make it happen. So I put it out there and whatnot. I'm just the architect,
Carla, ideas are wonderful.
Oh yeah, but
if you don't try to bring your ideas by putting work in action together.
I gotta get him off. Jonathan, you have never fucking did one thing in your life. You can't even fucking do a YouTube channel. Don't tell me about a fucking idea. When you can basically do a YouTube channel, you haven't contribute shit to this movement. Say what you want about Brandon, but at least he fucking built the channel. Same thing with Afro Think Tank, and whatnot, so they doing something. I at least put together a platform, that I'm dedicated to.
But he's doing something on the continent. He's hiring Africans in Africa.
Oh, that's him, He's hiring Africans, and you on the continent hiring, that's fine, and just like this. But so I'm like this. My ideas a little bigger, my grander. I am not ready for it. I look, bottom line, I don't know where the so-called African stand is going to be. I like that, Could it be Liberia? Maybe, but I seriously doubt it. It could be this country, whatever like that. I don't know much about Africa to talk about this because when I get ready to do something, I'm going to be deliberate. I'm going to be for real. I'm not going to be like, let's do something. I ain't going to let somebody tell me do something, just do something. That's that fucking CIA shit. The motherfuckers like Jonathan always want this information out of you. You don't know what the fuck am I doing, You don't know what I'm doing, when I'm like this, only certain people know what the hell I'm doing. I'm not going to say and get on YouTube. Like, why would somebody get on YouTube and tell me and reveal what the fuck I'm doing? I'm not going to say it right. Like, if Jonathan was smart, he would call me or email me and say, Colin, what's going on with that? And I tell him off record, But he's stupid enough to say, like this, well, Colin, what are you doing? Why would I fucking do that?
You're not building Colin, you're the leader, right? You gotta build cordial relationship with
I don't look. The bottom line is, unless you're in my circle, unless you're in my circle, unless you're people like somebody I can trust, I'm not telling you shit, No,
it's not even about telling you you're in a touch, but just
no, it doesn't work like that. Look, I am not looking for support from YouTube. Because I know most of you guys on YouTube are nothing but a bunch of deadbeats, None of y'all got
Jonathan showing you that he has a business. He's
none of y'all got any money. None of y'all could contribute. None of y'all could do shit.
Jonathan contribute. I can't contribute for shit, but Jonathan got some money.
Nobody can contribute anything. Nobody can even contribute time. Say, Colin, something, I was working on this. Let me show you my PDF file of what I've been working on. That'll be working on my guy Ibrahim in the UK. He does work on his own. Dollar Bill does do AI work for me. David Hitt does AI work. We're not, but the bottom line is this: most of you motherfuckers don't do a damn thing. We'll sit online, we're gonna run your mouth. What the fuck?
You alienated us. You made us feel not welcome in your movement. You put us
the bottom line. I don't
aside. You tell us that it's just
if you're not
exclusive for a specific group of people.
Worry about Liberia, get stuff to do, and see what you can do in the what you call,
Tyler, you don't even know what you need if you knew what you need, you'll say, you know what?
I know exactly. Look, I know. Look,
I need this from you, Jonathan. I need this from you, guys.
Well, this show is not going to be discussing what I'm doing. I got a whole network of people I'm talking to and building whatnot. We got a trade mission coming to Liberia in July. You know, prominent African Americans are coming to friggin' Liberia in July. I'm part of that. I'm promoting that. You know, so
are you going back in July?
What?
Are you going back in July?
I don't know. You know, I don't know.
Like in September.
You know, I don't know when I'm going back. I'm just talking my head. I don't know why I tell you guys anything. I don't like people doing my moves. What's important that you guys know my moves? Why you guys asking so many questions?
You are the one that Lewis said, I'll be in Liberia in February.
Oh, you guys want to? I said,
you say your moves, Carla.
Are you ready to or you just playing?
But the bottom line is, you're going to arguing me all day. I don't need somebody trying to drag information out of me on my show. You know, if you guys are really serious, you would just email me right there. My email right there, right the fuck there. You could basically email me, and you want to know something, I'll fucking tell you if I think it's appropriate. But don't ask me. I tell you many times, do not ask me shit on my fucking show. You know, because too many people listening. Oh, why is that so hard for you guys to fucking understand?
I didn't ask you anything.
You know?
Yeah, I didn't ask anything either.
Oh, you keep asking me about this. Ask me when I'm going. What's my plans? Where's the Afro-Stand? Dude, that's none of your business. None of anybody's business. Unless you're in my inner circle. If I don't call you on the phone and whatnot, if I don't talk to you or not, I'm not telling you shit. People I talk to all in regular basis every day.
Colin, what's your? I'm asking you something here, but it's benign.
What?
What's your plan to expand your?
I'm not going to tell you shit. You know. I'm like this. People join this platform. They like this. Obviously, the views are going up. I get 600 views in one day. When that's more than a lot of other people that with like thousands of subscribers. You know, I get 600 views.
Scholar, the people who you talk about.
You know what I realized? I know what the issue is, right?
The views are going up.
Last month, I had to give a report on the company, right? The wins, the failures, the losses, the plans, what went right, what went wrong, how we plan on fixing things. I don't think you ever had to do that, Kyla. I think that's what it is.
Hold up, bro. We're not in business together. I don't have to do shit to you. We're not in business together. We're not making money together.
So, Kyla, what's the point of this? Jonathan comes on the show.
Jonathan, he comes up here to fucking troll and be annoying. You know, he goes at every channel. You know,
so Jonathan doesn't have any back
anything to this platform. He hasn't contributed no intelligent conversation, nothing to this fucking platform for the most part. You know,
you just have to tap into what he's good at. That's part of being a good leader. You got to see the potential in people.
I don't have to do shit. You know,
and utilize them.
I don't have to do shit. You know. If people come up here, if you're not going to be part of what I'm talking about and whatnot, you know, I don't need you. What's that? You know, I mean, what's so part about that? If you're not going to be part of what I'm doing, you're not going to be productive. You're always going to do a bitch and moan about what I'm not doing, man. Get the fuck out of here, you know? Go do it yourself, man. You do it yourself. You feel it, that you could do what I'm doing and whatnot. You know, if you could do a show like this 6 hours a night, 7 days a week almost and whatnot, you think you could hold an audience like this and everything like that? And answer emails and everything like that, and gather people. I fucking got people all over different parts of Africa emailing me on. I guess too much to fucking handle, you know.
I want to ask you a question, right?
So the bottom line is, it's more than just this. I got people all over the place asking me questions and this, that, and the other thing. Well, it's Mr. Rosenthal, whatever like that. My phone is always fucking busy. My email, my WhatsApp is always busy. You know. So if you guys don't know what the hell I'm doing, that's
I got
you know.
A question for you, Colin. What do you think the characteristics of a good leader are?
I don't care. I'm not trying to be a good leader. I'm not trying to look. I provide leadership. That means I provide an example. Now, if somebody wants to be a leader, going to follow a leader, go right ahead. I encourage you to go right ahead. I'm not a leader. You know, I provide leadership. That means I lead by example, right? I would like to see people do what I do. I would like to see somebody younger than me do a show like this when I'm talking about something other than stupidity all day and all night and whatnot. You know, if you want to do a show like this and everything like that, that's leadership. I live by example, right? I said the way to get in Africa, I went to Africa, I got a house, right? Paid up for a year. I might basically buy the house outright next year, you know? Who knows, right? But the bottom line is this. I'm situated my next move is to get my business office over there. I'm incorporating the country and Liberia is going to be my base to dealing with Africa. Once I get my office set up and everything like that, I got business partners in Africa, I got lawyers, all that line. All things happen in one thing. I can't do it all myself because I'm doing this by myself. You know, I ain't got partners. I ain't got fucking contributors or anything like that. I'm not Tariq and all these other people that got money coming in by stupid niggas giving me money every week and whatnot. You know, that's not me. So I'm doing this myself. You know, so I'm doing what I could do. You know, if people don't like what I'm doing, think I'm too slow, then you feel free to go follow or listen to somebody else. And if that's to more your liking, hey, more power to you. I won't hold it against you. You know. But I'm not going to be pushed out there and be like, oh, do something, Kyle, do something, Kyle. And I do not trust people who do that because what they were trying to do is get me to reveal myself, you know, and I'm not going to do that. You know, never let the left hand know what the right man's, what your right hand's doing. You know, I don't trust people like that, you know.
You're way older than me, Kyle, but I'll give you advice. Tap into other people. I say you're older than me, but I'll give you an advice. Tap into other people's talent.
Yeah, I don't look. Bottom line is this: it is what it is. People listen to the show, and I don't go looking for the money. If you're interested in this, what I'm talking about, if the first thing to do, if you want to go on a tour with us next year, I said the first thing I need people to do is commit to this tour. This tour is going to really launch everything. You know, if you can't basically go on a tour, if you can't come up with $4,500 in the whole fucking year and go on a tour, I mean, really, you have no use. I have no use for you. You know,
but somebody like Jonathan doesn't need to go on a tour. He travels over Africa.
Well, bottom line, I'm talking about this tour. This tour is going to be a business conference. It's going to be everything where we meet important people. We're going to have a lot of people on this tour, and it's going to really set the agenda for a new Black nationalist Pan-African movement.
Do you think you've done enough to ingratiate yourself with these people that want to go on a tour with you for 10 days and be around you? To do
well, it's not even
like
that.
It's
not even that. It's basically going and basically building, you know, building. You know, like Bomani and I, we did a tour together. Now we call each other every day because we did something. We did the bond we have is because we pulled something off that was amazing. We took 20 people to the continent, so we built something together. A lot of these people can't tell you who they built with, who they did something with, who they pulled something off with. You know, just internet people getting on the internet running their damn mouth about what somebody else ain't doing. They ain't doing a damn thing. You know. When you can pull off a tour like we did, then you could talk to me, you know? So, it is what it is.
Let's call it a night, man. I mean, everybody's going to sleep. I don't know why you took Jonathan up.
Good night. Y'all take care.